Here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts. Otherwise, you might go floating off into that deep dark void, never to be seen again. Well, beautiful to see all of you here on this Tuesday evening. I hope you're doing well. A lot to talk about here tonight, but first some shoutouts. Young Chris, Joe 47771, and Moanoip 123 in the YouTube chat. Amanda, close fourth. Hermit Horologist also here. Arvin Trevino, Orb, Rumor, Morden, Dinky, Gap. Reference frame. Arvin Trevino. Said that. Perfect Cell. Series. On Twitch. Well, like I mentioned, a lot of stuff for us to talk about here tonight. And, boy oh boy, it's already been a very busy week. It's only Tuesday. But Republican hypocrisy has hit a max. I don't think it can exceed the levels it's reached this evening. We talk about all sorts of different kinds of hypocrisy. Hypocrisy around political violence. Hypocrisy around rhetoric. Hypocrisy around hypocrisy. And much, much more. Start in the United States. Let's start in Washington, D.C., where, of course, 2 days ago, the White House Correspondents' Dinner was suddenly interrupted by a lone gunman. The mayor of D.C. confirming that there's no reason to believe anyone else is involved. On Sunday evening.
We're here to provide you an update on the incident that took place tonight at 8:36 p.m. at the Washington Hilton at the site of the White House Correspondents' Dinner. At about that time, a sole gunman rushed a Secret Service checkpoint in a lobby at the hotel. Secret Service agents stopped the suspect. An agent was injured and transported to a local hospital where the agent is receiving care. The suspect is also transported to a local hospital where he is being evaluated. The president returned safely to the White House, as you know. We are so very thankful to members of law enforcement who did their jobs tonight and made sure that all guests were safe. We have no reason to believe at this time that anyone else was involved.
There we go. Well, that was one of the initial press conference by DC officials. Janine Pirro did a lot of drunk yelling. Now, videos were released showing the chaotic scene unfolding. Video like this.
Where's it coming from?
People in suits running and yelling. Stanchions flying.
Watch out! Move, 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 move. Everybody stay down, stay down. Police coming out, police coming out. Police coming out, police coming out. Blue.
Oh yeah, gotta protect Doug Burgum. Get Doug out of there. Oh, get Doug out of there. Oh God, it's an important asset. Oh God, it would be a tragedy if something happened to Doug Burgum. Two massive streaks going over here on Twitch. Man to the Pivot with a 100 stream streak. And Hermit Horologist with a 120 stream streak. That's a lot of streams. That's a lot of streams. All right, let's go here to the Associated Press 2 days ago. Once again, with the clip. Talk about what we need to know about this shooting suspect. Yes, AP, tell us what we must know.
He's a sick person, a very sick person. And
he's
we
a
don't want
very
things
sick.
like this to happen.
Just minutes after a gunman tried to storm the
Easy.
White House Correspondents' Association dinner on Saturday night, believed to have been targeting President Donald Trump and top members of his administration, officers made an arrest. Here's what we know about the suspect. While officials have not publicly named the suspect, law enforcement officials have identified him to the Associated Press as 31-year-old Cole Thomas Allen of Torrance, California. Social media posts that appear to match the suspect show he is a highly educated tutor and amateur video game developer. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche said Sunday the suspect is believed to have purchased the 2 firearms he carried within the last couple of years. The suspect was believed to have travelled by train from California to Chicago, then on to Washington, where he checked in as a guest to the Washington Hilton Hotel, where the Correspondents' Association dinner was being held. Law enforcement officials who have examined the gunman's electronic devices and his writings preliminarily believe he intended to target administration members in attendance at the dinner.
Yes, indeed. And on the previous stream, we went through the it's not really a manifesto. The final words, I guess you might say, final message written, I believe, from the hotel room that he was staying in at the Hilton Washington Hotel.
The man accused of opening fire at the White House Correspondents' Association dinner over the weekend referred to himself as a friendly federal assassin in writings that he sent to family before the shooting. Investigators are treating the writings, along with a trail of social media posts and interviews with family members, as some of the clearest evidence yet of the suspect's mindset and possible motives. Authorities uncovered what had been described as numerous anti-Trump social media posts linked to the suspect, Cole Thomas Allen, a 31-year-old tutor and amateur video game developer from California. The suspect was taken into custody at the dinner on Saturday night after attempting to charge into the ballroom, causing chaos and prompting the evacuation of President Donald Trump and senior members of his administration from the dinner. The writings by Allen made repeated references to Trump without naming him directly. They were sent to family members just minutes before shots were fired on Saturday night at the dinner at the Washington Hilton Hotel.
It's interesting, to watch these guys who claim to love violence. I mean, I just want to go back a second. Where was
Thomas
it?
Allen,
Where was
a 31-year-old tutor and amateur video game developer from California? The suspect was taken into causing custody, causing chaos, and prompting the evacuation of President Donald Trump and senior members.
Where's the warrior mentality from Pete Hegseth? He's over here, didn't spring to action. These guys claim to love violence, and then it's, oh no, it happens around them, and they clam up. It's fascinating. Why didn't he leap onto the tables and take out the gunman himself? Where's the warrior mentality, Pete? Okay, the running warrior. Yes. Bravely running away. Okay. Now, Trump administration is very upset. Very upset that this happened. And they have one group of people to blame. And that is people who say mean things about Donald Trump. Caroline Levitt, of the Ministry of Truth, held a press conference to tell us all about it.
We can and we should have fierce disagreement in this country. As you all know, we disagree often, myself in this role and all of you in the news media. But those disagreements must remain peaceful. Debating, peaceful protesting, and voting are how we need to settle disagreements, not bullets. Nobody in recent years has faced more bullets and more violence than President Trump. This political violence stems from a systemic demonization of him and his supporters by commentators, yes, by elected members of the Democrat Party, and even some in the media. This hateful and constant and violent rhetoric directed at President Trump day after day after day for 11 years has helped to legitimize this violence and bring us to this dark moment. Those who constantly falsely label and slander the president as a fascist, as a threat to democracy, and compare him to Hitler to score political points are fueling this kind of violence. The left-wing cult of hatred against the president and all of those who support him and work for him has gotten multiple people hurt and killed, and it almost did so again.
Oh, it's the nasty left with their mean words. Oh, God. Calling him a fascist? Saying he's a threat to democracy? Comparing him to Adolf Hitler? Oh, God, I can't. I can't right now. Oh, it's so terrible. Oh, it's so terrible. Caroline's right. How dare we compare him to Hitler? That's what's causing the violence, is the words. Words cause violence, says Caroline. It's fascinating. It's fascinating. No more First Amendment, people. Not allowed to compare the president to Hitler or say that he's a threat to democracy, which he is. Not allowed to do it. Donald Trump, is he a threat to democracy? Of course. But we're not allowed to say that because it inspires people for violence. So accurately describing the thing is not okay. All right, I just need everybody to get that in their heads. Okay, when you accurately describe the behavior of the president as it relates to the Constitution and or our democracy or historically similar examples. What you're actually doing is you're calling to violence by criticizing the president in those ways. How dare you?
How rude.
Are you correct in saying those things, of course, but you can't say it because it's going to lead to violence. Remind me, I'm trying to remember some of the things that right-wingers were celebrating when Trump won. Trying to remember. Free speech was back. The R word was back. A bunch of other things are back. Comedy. It's weird. It's weird because feels like Trump came to office and canceled all that stuff. Now, one example of free speech, people online have been making the claim that the shooting was staged. A lot of people online have been suggesting that this shooting was a false flag. But Caroline Levitt is still here to tell us that we're very stupid for thinking that this government would do such a thing.
There are Americans in this country that believe that what happened Saturday night was staged. How does this White House tackle that with social media companies out there, whether it's X, Facebook, Instagram? How do they work with these companies to make sure that doesn't get out of control?
It's certainly a good question, Aisha. I don't have tangible answers for you on what we're doing with social media companies, if anything at all. What I will say is it's very important to us that we get the truth and the facts about this case and any case out there as quickly as possible to dispel some of that crazy nonsense that you do see running rampant online. And I think the Department of Justice and the FBI thus far have done a good job of disseminating the truth and the facts about this alleged attempted assassin, the perpetrator in this case. So as far as we're concerned, just providing maximum transparency and hopefully people will believe the truth rather than the lies and the conspiracies that so
hopefully people will just believe the truth. You notice her tone shifted really? Like, she's combative, right? Like, Caroline is constantly combative about stuff. Whenever she, like this one, she's like, her tone changes. Suddenly she's so grave. She's like, oh, this is a horrible thing that they're doing. I can't believe they would say this. Ugh, the lies. This is a weird shift in tone. It's a weird shift from Caroline. I'm sure that's not at all indicative of some sort of shift in truthfulness. But there are a lot of rumors running around online right now. Say that much. We're not going to investigate them right now today. I don't have it in me for that. But a lot of rumors running around. And, I don't blame people. This is not the most transparent administration that we've ever seen. So I think it's understandable that people are struggling to believe anything coming from the Trump White House. It's really a problem of their own making when you think about it. They've peddled in conspiracy theories themselves time and time again. I mean, where to even start? Like, how many Trump, acolytes and or, orbiters have been like sued in civil court for the conspiracy theories that they've peddled. I'm just like it is ludicrous. Like, it's become normalized, but there is just a stupid number, right? There's just a fucking insane number of them that have been either named in lawsuits or had judgments. What do you? I just lost my fucking. What was the word I was just saying? Judgments levied against them for those conspiracy theories. But all of a sudden, they don't want us to engage in conspiracy thinking. This is nasty, okay? Don't do that. Don't do that. People were affected by this. Sure, nobody died. It's not even clear anybody was gravely injured. But how dare people? How dare people do that? It's very rude. Now, Cole Thomas Allen, the alleged gunman, was arraigned and indicted in court, charged with the attempted assassination of the president. Here's the Associated Press from yesterday. Look, it's Janine.
Cole Allen's journey of accountability in the criminal justice system starts today. Todd Blanche just indicated to you the charges. Those charges are only 3 charges that are in the complaint that has been presented in federal district court about an hour ago. There will be additional charges as this investigation continues to unfold. But make no mistake, this was an attempted assassination of the President of the United States, with the defendant making clear what his intent was. And that intent was to bring down as many of the high-ranking cabinet officials as he could. This is the kind of situation that we cannot tolerate. Washington, D.C. is not the place to travel to commit acts of violence. The Constitution and the laws of the United States permit us to register our views through our voices and our votes. What they don't permit is making your views known through violence, especially violence directed at the president.
I love the people who are trying to disenfranchise people from voting are like, people just stop getting so upset and just get out there and vote. It's fascinating, the shift in tone here. Because like for the last few months, they'd be like, "Oh, we need to tighten voting restrictions." People get out and vote. People look. You might be upset. Just get out and vote. There, you do. If you just vote us out of office, if you have a problem. Oh God, if you have a problem with us, just vote us out of office. It's like, okay. All for that. But for the last, 6 years, you've either been telling us that voting actually is meaningless because it's rigged, or you want to disenfranchise large swaths of the country from voting. So it's just a weird shift. It's just a weird shift from them. All right. Up next, MS Now from 2 days ago. To a journalist that was in the room. Sleeping next to the suspect in the WHCD shooting.
Questions are mounting over security protocols at the White House Correspondents' Dinner after last night's attack. New reporting from our colleague Carol Lenig reveals 3 specific issues with the evening's security: the checkpoint, the evacuation, and the venue itself. And both former and current law enforcement officials tell MS Now this has exposed worrisome vulnerabilities in the Secret Service's protection bubble around the president. Now we're hearing from a journalist who says he was staying in the room right next to the suspect at the Washington Hilton. Hugh Doherty, executive editor of Daily Beast, has a first-hand account out today titled "I Slept Next Door to the Assassin in Hilton Room 10235. This is a security fiasco." Quote, "How on earth could someone with a disassembled long gun check into a room at a hotel where the president..."
Good morning/evening all.
Good morning/evening all. Indeed, Omega Star. Thank you for the resub. You've been subscribed for 20 months. My God. That's a lot of months.
Going to speak. I can answer that. Nobody even looked at my luggage on Friday afternoon. Worse, my colleague arrived on Saturday at 5 p.m. Nobody looked at his luggage either. No magnometers, no hand checks, no ID checks, nothing. And Hugh joins us now. So walk us through the timeline of when you realized who your next door neighbor was at the Washington Hilton.
Elise, thank you for having me. It was a very strange night for everybody that was involved, as you know, I'm sure everybody here has been covering all day, quite rightly. And I was in the ballroom, along with, I think, some of you and certainly many of your colleagues. And eventually we got out. And about 2 hours later, I decided that I had to go upstairs to get the charger for my phone because I was running out of charge. And when I got upstairs, a Hilton security man was standing just beside my door in the corridor, and 3 or 4 uniformed officers, and said, "Can you come back in maybe 20 minutes? There's, just for your own protection." And I thought, that's a bit odd. Have they got a protectee in there? Is there somebody in the next room that they've put in there for their safety, and they don't want me there? And it wasn't that urgent, so I said, "Well, sure. I just wanted to get my phone charger, and I'll come back." I went downstairs. There was a lot to cover that night, as we all know. And it was actually an hour later when I went up again. And by this point, far more law enforcement, and I spoke to the Hilton security person again and said, "Can I get in my room?" And thinking, this does not look like I'm getting in my room. And he said, "I can't really tell you, sir." And I said, "What exactly is going on?" And he said, "I'm sorry, sir, I just can't tell you." And the detective turned to me and said, "When did you check in?" And I said, "Well, yesterday." And he said, "We're waiting for a judge." And obviously at that moment I realised if you're waiting for a judge, by implication, you're waiting for a warrant. Yes. And he said, "This will be an FBI crime scene."
Okay. I didn't find this interview to be all that revelatory. Look. All the obsession over security at this thing, like I don't know what to say about it. Like the Secret Service should just do a better job. Like that's just hands down. They get $3.2 billion a year. How this guy got as far as he did, I'll never know. But beyond that, I mean, I don't know what to say about it. Like, clearly the Secret Service didn't do a very competent job. And everybody keeps wanting to talk about how great of a job they did. It's like, did they? I'm not sure they did. This was just one guy. This was one lone guy. Half-baked plan, it would seem. What if it was 3 guys? What if it was 6 guys? If there had been 6 guys running at that ballroom, we would have had, I think, a very different situation. All right, let's get to talking about political violence. What does that even mean? Political violence. It's a question I've been asking myself lately, because we're talking about it a lot all of a sudden. Let's start here. MS Now, once again, 2 days ago.
Last night's attack at the White House Correspondents' Dinner marks the third time in 3 years that President Trump has faced imminent danger from an armed attacker. He survived 2 assassination attempts on the campaign trail back in 2024. This weekend's attack is just the latest act of political violence in this country, which appears to be sadly on the rise. Joining us now to unpack all of this is Robert Pate, professor of political science at the University of Chicago and director of the Chicago Project on Security and Threats. He's also publishing a new book, Our Own Worst Enemies, America in the Age of Violent Populism, set to be released in the coming months. Professor Pape, it's great to have you back on the show. Again, apologies that it's under these circumstances, but we did want to draw on your expertise. How do you situate last night's incident at the White House Correspondents' Dinner in the midst of the other acts of political violence that we have seen on the rise right here in the United States in recent years?
What we are seeing is the growing normalization of political violence. You remember you just had about that internationally. Well, it's happening domestically in our country as well. I call it the era of violent populism. We've been tracking at my center, the Chicago Project on Security and Threats at the University of Chicago, the attitudes of Americans on political violence for 5 years. We've been doing this every 3 or 4 months, over 20 nationally representative surveys. And the results are just simply stunning, and last night represents this. We have tens of millions of Americans who support the use of force, and by which we have focus grouped them, by which they mean things like assassination, the use of force to remove Donald Trump from the presidency. And we have on the other side tens of millions of Americans supporting the use of force to support the Trump agenda. So what you're seeing in the assassination of the Democratic leader in Minneapolis, Minnesota, during the summer, what you're seeing with Nancy Pelosi attack.
Now, what I find fucking incredible about the way this guy frames it, I don't know this guy very well. I've seen him a couple of times here and there. I've always, I don't really enjoy him for whatever reason. And I find this sort of framing to be disingenuous, obfuscatory, it's... I think it's incorrect, the way to talk about it. Here's the facts. Here's the fucking facts, okay? I listen to a lot of media pundits out there, okay? Day in and day out. Morning and night. I'm listening to different media pundits across the spectrum, right? I do not see people on the left calling for the assassination of President Donald Trump. Okay? I don't see... Okay, I see you all want me to feed the puppy. I'm trying to talk. Puppy. Treat. There we go. Perfect. I've failed to think of a single person that I listen to that is calling for the assassination of Donald Trump. Yes, puppy treat. However, on the other side, what do we have? Before Trump was even elected, you had people driving around in caravans, attacking Biden buses, Trump saying they were great patriots, people with literally... Do you remember the guy with the bumper sticker on his tailgate of Joe Biden, like, hogtied in the back of his pickup truck? Like, but that's not it. Like, I mean, you got, like, how many... It's probably easier to come up with pundits who did not at one time support Jan 6th or like the Stop the Steal shit. Like, or like or who like didn't celebrate like the Paul Pelosi thing. Like they all have cheered it on, right? And yet I struggle to think of any left or just center left, just like left or liberal hosts, pundits, social media personalities who have glorified violence in any way. And it's crazy. It's crazy to me. Like nobody is calling, especially nobody is certainly calling for violence. But you had a litany of people doing just that on Jan 6th. TPUSA literally bussed people to the event. Right, and at this point, like TPUSA, I mean, is getting special presidential like treatment, right? Like, I mean, it's insane. Like we're being told by the people who tried to do an insurrection that we've had too much political violence, and it's out of control.
You're seeing with Charlie Kirk. What you're seeing is the normalization of political violence on both sides of the political spectrum. And the lightning rod
both sides.
Is Donald Trump.
Both sides. Both sides. Good people on both sides. On both sides. No, I disagree with this. I disagree with this. Are there some people? Obviously, there are some people on both sides, but it's not in the same way. And when we talk about it like this, I think it's incredibly disingenuous. It's not in the same way. It is not prevalent in the same way, right? Like there aren't a bunch of like leftist militias that we you know are household names, right? But I don't know the exact number of right-wingers that are in literal militias. 3%ers, Boogaloo Boys, Proud Boys. I mean, Donald Trump literally said stand back and stand by to those guys, right? But we're supposed to be like, both sides. It's on both sides. It's too much. He's the literal president. Because here's the other problem, like when we talk about this, because we're talking about this in the context of Donald Trump. Robert Pappy, or whatever this freaking guy's name is right here, with the terrible comb over, is saying it's bad on both sides, and Trump is the lightning rod. Dude, Trump is the president. There's a difference here, right? There's a power dynamic. The people who are complaining about him aren't the president and aren't in power. He is. There's a massive power imbalance here. And the way we're talking about, it's both sides, and it's very frustrating. It's very frustrating.
Because you're getting it on both sides with Donald Trump, and then it spills over to those, I'm sorry to say, near Donald Trump on either side. And this is so important to understand because we're heading into probably the most dangerous midterms in our lifetime. That's what my opening section is called in the book, the most dangerous midterms in our lifetimes. The war in Iraq will make this even worse, but it was already heading
gotta get that plug in there.
Kirk.
These people are so fucking shameless with their goddamn books. These fucking people are so shameless with their goddamn books.
Omega 5 Tar gifted a tier 1 subscription to Jesus Runs.
Omega Star, thank you for the gifted sub. It's appreciated.
Operation Midway Blitz, the deaths of the ICE killings of those civilians in Minneapolis. What you are seeing, unfortunately, could spiral. And this is really important that we take an opportunity now, if we can do it. And that's why I appreciate you letting me on the show, because we have a moment here, a brief moment of a few days, where it's quite clear this would-be assassin wanted to get Trump and Trump's entourage and administration. This means if we could have Hakeem Jeffries reach out for a conversation, if Donald Trump could respond and actually have that publicly together to mutually condemn political violence, say we should put all that energy into voting. Yes, we're going to have these gigantic disagreements. No, we can't be perfect in our
What world is this guy fucking living in right now? He thinks Donald Trump is going to come out and condemn political violence? What was that? Hype train started. A rogue hype train. Thank you. That's weird. Am I the only person who thought that was really delayed? Like, there was no donation there. It just started a hype train out of the blue. Okay.
WSNT_me just cheered 200 bits.
Wasn't me. Thank you for the bits. What was I just saying? I just lost it. Just fucking lost it. Oh, I got distracted by the hype train.
rhetoric on either side. But what we can do is we could have leaders of energy into voting. Yes,
right.
_the pivot.
Omega, thank you for the dono. And enjoy the gifted sub.
WSNT_me gifted 1 subscriptions to the community.
Good God, wasn't me gifting a sub as well. There's some serious hype happening on Twitch right now. Early in the stream, only 45 minutes in, and we're getting some serious hype going on.
WSNT_me just cheered 200 bits.
Was it me? Thank you for the bits. We are now at level 2 on the hype train, 16%, making crazy progress on that. It's just, I feel like this guy's just living in a different universe. Like, in what universe is Donald Trump going to come out and condemn political violence, whatever the fuck that even means? Like, in what world is he going to come out and condemn violence?
WSNT_me gifted 1 subscriptions to the community.
Wasn't me gifting more subs to the community. Hey, Layla Umami, the recipient of that. But, like, also, if Donald Trump comes out, like, even playing this game with him in this, like, pretending in this thought experiment where Donald Trump, the guy who has called for violence against all of his enemies, perceived and or real, like 1,000 times, 10,000 times in the last year, right? Who knows how many times in the last 12 years, however long it's been now. And like, I mean, from the very beginning, from the very jump, Donald Trump was calling for violence, right? He was calling for violence against protesters. At his rallies before he ever was president. Of course, he continued to call for violence against protesters after he became president. He's called for violence on so many occasions for so many things. He's committed acts of violence time and time again. Right? Whether it's fishing boats in the Pacific or the Caribbean, stealing, kidnapping the leader of Venezuela, starting a literal war in Iran, threatening violence against the Panama, the country of Panama, Greenland. I mean, like, this man threatens violence every fucking day. He sent masked, armed men into the fucking streets who shot American citizens, and then they defended it, and continued to ramp up the rhetoric until a second person got shot. And even if we follow this stupid fucking thought experiment from this Robert Pape guy here, like, a call to an end to political violence from Donald Trump is empty and meaningless unless he apologizes for every one of those things. Do we all understand that? Because that's where I want us to understand this from that point of view, right? Because you don't accept apologies in real life from people who aren't serious.
Omega 5 Tar just cheered 100 bits. Oh.
You tried so hard. You put in like 50 O's and all you got was, oh, well, that's cold, okay? That's cold. That's cold. Thank you. Thank you, Omega, for the bits. I feel bad about that. That's sad. It's a dick for that. Honestly, the robot is always, he's constantly going rogue. I don't really control him. We don't pay him enough to you know. But like, I think that's where we need to start from on all of this. Because in real life, you don't accept apologies from people who don't mean them, right? I'm assuming this. I could be wrong. Maybe you do. Maybe you are a rug and everybody just walks all over you in life, and in which, if that's the case, I encourage you to stop doing that. But hopefully, in real life, you don't accept apologies from people who don't mean it, right? And we shouldn't accept that from the president either. But I'm waiting. I'm waiting for that. I can't wait for Trump to come out and condemn himself and say, I have contributed to the violent moment that we find ourselves in by weaponizing and militarizing immigration forces and sending them out onto your streets to terrorize you. I'm sorry for, you know, do you see what I'm saying here, though? Do you see how this is never going to happen? And it's his fault. Because whether we want this to be the case or not, Donald Trump, as the president of the United States, sets the tone. He sets the tone for the rest of the country. I hate to say it, but it's true. He is in the most powerful office in the land. And, you know, we cannot heal. We cannot move forward. We cannot have a world where there aren't things like this without change. Serious change. And it starts with him. It starts with Donald Trump, and he's not going to start. I invite him to do that. I invite Donald Trump to come out and apologize. Write a list of all the times when he has called for violence against people who did not like him or who he did not like. When he celebrated the deaths of people that he did not like. Like, I mean, like 2 months ago, he was celebrating the death of Robert Reiner. And you would tell me, oh, tone it down, everybody.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. As we continue to look at Saturday's shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner in Washington, we're joined by the journalist and author Jeff Sharlet, professor of English and creative writing at Dartmouth College, has been tracking the rise of political violence in the United States. His latest book is The Undertow: Scenes from a Slow Civil War. Professor Sharlet, thanks for joining us again. Tell us what you've been tracking since Saturday night.
I've been most interested at the sort of the uses and abuses to which MAGA and other factions of the right have put this narrative, not so much the actual facts of who this shooter Cole Allen is, but the stories they're telling about him and the stories they're telling about Trump and how he responded, and using that as part of the sort of the ongoing project of what you can only describe as a kind of deification of Trump as this man who somehow transcends worldly effects.
Over the past 2 days, President Trump has repeatedly claimed that the suspected shooter was anti-Christian. This is Trump appearing on Fox News Sunday.
The guy is a sick guy. When you read his manifesto, he hates Christians. That's one thing for sure. He hates Christians, a hatred.
Jeff, Charlotte, can you respond?
It's a startling and on his part savvy claim.
Yeah. However, we all read together the final words manifesto of the gunman, and it was not even close. We couldn't be further from the truth. It was definitely not an anti-Christian rant. It was actually a rather long-winded justification via Christianity for his acts, which I found to be a strange twist.
That's in the Bible.
Of course, had access to what we believe to be, it's not even really a manifesto, it's just a statement of intent by this man, Cole Allen, and was able to characterize it as anti-Christian, which was then picked up across right-wing media and across as well as legacy and mainstream media, declaring this as an anti-Christian attack. So when you come to read the document itself, it's kind of startling to see that, in fact, Cole Allen understood his mission in very explicitly Christian terms, and not just Christian terms, but terms familiar. If you've ever read the manifestos of abortion clinic bombers, the idea that you can't turn the other cheek when it comes time to save the lives of the innocent, that the Christian imperative to turn the other cheek doesn't apply if lives are on the line. And he goes further than that. He goes into deeper specificity and a list of sort of 5 objections that could be made to his awful attack. He offers what are, in his mind, his justifications. And one of them is yield unto Caesar what is Caesar's. And it's a paraphrase of a biblical passage that appears in the Gospels of Matthew, Mark, and Luke. The idea of render unto Caesar's what is Caesar's. The Christians are called upon to defer to the authority of the land. Well, he comes with an argument that says, yeah, but that's not so.
My God, what is going on over on Twitch today? So much generosity being seen. Blitzkrieg's just gifting 5 subs. Who got those? Metsat Sock the 12th. Gamer Kate. Rogue Gerb. Sombra DDK. And I am Scott. Incredibly generous glitch. Thank you. We're not going to have much of a goal to get through here once we start that. But we're not even an hour in.
The Christians are called upon to defer to the authority of the land. Well, he comes with an argument that says, yeah, but that's not so when the leaders of the land are breaking the law, because the land, the Caesar there stands for the law of the land. And since these administration officials are, in his mind, breaking the law, as they are in fact, that he sees this as justification. This is almost the exact same justification used by Vance Bolter, the assassin, the far right, the fascist assassin in Minnesota, who killed state legislatures. This is much the same rhetoric that you'll find in the old language of the Army of God, the militia that would have.
Yeah, Vance Bolter. A guy who Representative Mike Lee claimed was a left-wing lunatic on Twitter. If I recall correctly, where is it? Where's that post? I can't... Fucking based Mike Lee can never stop tweeting. It's impossible to find any, like, a specific tweet of this guy. Jesus Christ.
Abortion clinics. He's turning it to different ends, but the last thing you can say is this is anti-Christian.
In a Sunday opinion piece in the Sydney Morning Herald headlined, "America's burning with political violence. It's a fire that Trump keeps stoking," a former White House staffer, Corey Alpert, writes, quote, "Political violence has risen sharply over the past decade, more so than at any of the 5 moments in U.S. history where a sitting president has been shot, leaving 4 dead and 1 gravely wounded. Donald Trump has been the leading accelerant of that rise, throwing fuel on the fire at every opportunity." Professor Charlotte, can you respond?
Yeah, I mean, it's indisputable, and it's in fact the point that far rightists and fascists make themselves, pointing to the number of assassination attempts he survived, which is either 3 or 4 or 5, depending on how you count it, and they can debate amongst themselves. But I think what it points us to is we're losing the usefulness of the term political violence. The better term is violence. As you open the show, what do we call this? Is violence? This was attempted murder, and we can oppose it plainly and simply as that. What do we call the boat strike with which you open the show that was barely reported yesterday?
Exactly. And this is, I can't find the exact tweet, but this is an article from the Minnesota Reformer. Senator Mike Lee, oh, right, he's a fucking senator. Good God. Can't believe this man is a senator. Senator Mike Lee takes down ex-posts after widespread criticism. Republican Senator Mike Lee of Utah took down ex-posts Tuesday, making an apparent connection between Governor Tim Walz and the man accused of shooting 2 Minnesota lawmakers and their spouses, and blaming quote-unquote Marxists for the murders. One ex-post said, "Nightmare on Wall Street," quote-unquote, with pictures of Belter, who was accused of killing Minnesota Representative Melissa Corbin. So, I mean, I know this is like reverse celebration, but he's basically, this guy rushes to celebrating that this is like some leftist, Marxist, fascist, so you can get clicks on X. It's like, look, it's our enemy. It's our political enemy. Right? In a way, that if we want to talk about political violence, that's an act of political violence, to rush to blame an entire group of people without any evidence for it. And later on, turning out to be very obviously wrong. A fucking sitting senator. You shouldn't be able to do that.
Is that political violence? It's murder. I think what Trumpism has done,
just follow me
has
here.
Given us.
Just follow me here, because right now we're living in a time where it's being claimed that those who call Donald Trump a fascist or a threat to democracy, or what was the other third thing? I can't remember now. Caroline gave us a list. I shouldn't forget things that Caroline says. Ah, she's the ministress of truth. It would behoove me to remember her.
Precision of language, please.
But we're being told that You can't call Trump. You can't criticize that guy because that's a call to violence. So what do you call blaming all leftists for an act of violence or multiple acts of violence? Because what you're basically saying is criticizing somebody, calling somebody a threat to democracy, right? Which in this society, we fought for, right? In the past. And I think that's basically what they're trying to say is, if you're a threat to democracy, it's a call to violence because America has fought for that in the past. Even though it's just an accurate description of what Donald Trump is. But the fact is like, if you accept that premise, then you have to accept the premise that blaming somebody for acts of violence, ongoing acts of violence. Because he was posting this shit before the guy was ever caught. This guy is basically, if you accept that, then you certainly have to accept that Mike Lee, the senator of Utah, was calling for violence against leftists and Marxists, which in their minds, of course, and in the deluded minds of a lot of Republicans, just means Democrat. Right? Socialist, Democrat, that's the same word to a lot of these deranged idiots out there. Right? So is him blaming an active shooter situation on leftists and Marxists? Is that not a call to violence? If you accept the other premise, you have to accept that. I'm just saying, logically speaking.
A spectacle politics that has gotten us far past. We're hearing all these cries, we mustn't normalize political violence. That ship has sailed. It is normal. As evidence, you can see the number of people who are boasting online, well, I didn't really pay attention to this. I was watching something else. I was out being normal. This idea that this is just a humdrum, the boat strike doesn't need to be reported, the shooting in Indiana, as you mentioned, barely reported. It's just the weather. And I think that is the spectacle of Trumpism. And Trump knows that weather is good for fascism.
And what about this issue of gun violence? You just heard Congressmember Khanna calling for a commission on political violence. Where does the
Like, everybody follows me on this, right? Because those words are, in fact, interchangeable in the Republican MAGA brain. Right? We understand this? I feel like we do in this society. But, like, how, just really quickly, like, what does the word socialist actually mean to you, right? And I'm talking more to Republicans right now, listening, conservatives listening right now. What does that word mean to you? Because I have heard it interchangeably used with Democrat, just like milquetoast, neoliberal Democrat with zero aspirations for socialism and or communism as communist and or socialist. Like Barack Obama. Like, does anybody actually believe Barack Obama is a Marxist, socialist, Leninist? Like, because that's exactly what they were all calling him back when he was president, right? Or Kamala Harris. Does anybody actually believe Kamala Harris is a fucking communist? Because that's what we've heard over and over again. It just means Democrat. It just means you're a Democrat. You can be anywhere from Chuck Schumer to fucking Che Guevara. Okay? That's a communist.
Availability of guns, whatever shooters' political views are, fit into this story.
Communist. Whatever the number, the latest number is 450 million.
Obama's to the left of
guns
Marx.
in civilian lands in the United
States.
It
means nothing to them.
Guns so readily available, such powerful guns. We know this is true in situations of domestic violence. If there's guns in the house, they're more likely going to be used, and there's going to be murders committed. If there's guns there, someone is going to take whatever logic, whatever grievance they have, and apply a gun to it.
Exactly. As Sam said a couple of weeks ago, being called a lib from the 90s to the early 2000s was the same as someone calling it communist. I think I remember him saying that. That's absolutely right. Okay, well, we're an hour into the stream, a little bit more than that. Going to start a galactic content goal. Unfortunately, we can't do that via Super Chats since we've been demonetized. But you can contribute to it on Twitch with bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs. Prime subs. Got Cash App and PayPal. And, of course, Patreon. All good ways. All good ways to help fund the stream and keep the Galactic News Network live during this difficult time. And we currently have a tentative goal right now, which will be combined with the deficit here in a few days. Once we finish out the month, I'll calculate it. But the YouTube took it to money goal, left-hand corner, to consider helping us out. Yeah, no, I agree with what's being said in chat about the lib marker. The only reason why I'm even talking about this is about because we're talking right now about political violence. This term is being bandied about a lot right now, and I just wanted us to get on the same page here. In this context. You know, like all the things that they've ever said about communists, and they're just talking about Democrats. They're political opponents, right? They're not talking about like a bunch of DSA members sitting in a basement somewhere arguing over Marx. Talking about like Nancy Pelosi. Talking about like Nancy Pelosi or some wine mom down the street who was with her back in 2016. And some Marxist, Leninist, communists. But it's interesting to see the right all of a sudden very concerned about political violence. I gotta say. I can't wait to see them start, condemning themselves for all of the things that they have supported. And or that their leaders have supported. I'm waiting. And everybody let me know. I'm going to keep an eye out. Get like a feed going or something. Make sure I don't miss it. But you let me know when Mike Lee is in the Senate apologizing for all of the inflammatory rhetoric that he's posted on Twitter. Oh, can't wait. Oh, God, Pete Hegseth, Trump. I can't wait for these guys to come out. So you let me know because I want to watch that live. I'm going to want to watch that live with all of you. Right? Because it's coming. Of course. Any day now. Can't wait for people like Lauren Boebert or Marjorie Taylor Greene or any of these other psychopaths to come out and condemn themselves and say, for a long time, I said a lot of very stupid and tasteless things that were clearly insightful and wrong. And I supported people who did things that were wrong or incited to violence. And I was wrong for doing that. And
you should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, friends, family, fans. Hope you're doing well. Hope the weekend has treated you nicely. Prem Tucker here with my esteemed colleague Swin Sumsing for another edition of our Ask the Editor. As always, another location check, whether you're on Substack, whether you're on YouTube. Please let me know where you are listening in from. We always love to hear it. I'm already seeing.
No, not no news. We got news. The news is we're not remonetized. We're gonna have to wait 3 months to reapply. So for the next 3 months, we won't have super chats or super stickers or memberships. We may never get them back. I have no fucking idea. We got a response from them. They said, "Oh no, we looked at it. You're definitely a low effort. You're definitely a low effort, inauthentic dickbag. Mass producing content."
Malta, Ireland, Iceland, Portsmouth in the UK, Nashville, California, Virginia, Alabama. Let's keep it coming. I always love to hear it. Hope you're doing well wherever you are. Swin, how are you doing today?
I'm doing all right, although I always feel like Mehdi Hassan's understudy whenever I come on these things. It's an honor. I love being here. But shout out especially to our Irish fans. I always love hearing that.
Okay, so sorry, but whoever is trying to hack into us, you will not succeed today.
Yeah, Danish intelligence.
And I hope I'm not eating my words in a minute later. So sorry about that, folks. Something happened to my internet connection.
Let's get to it, just in case
they
it happens
stole me
again.
away from you. Yes, so we're good. We're golden. So sorry about that. But we have a lot to talk about, namely, of course, in the past few days, in the past since Saturday, of course, as you might have seen, there was an incident at the White House Correspondents' Dinner where an alleged gunman attempted to breach the annual swanky event. This was the first time that Donald Trump was attending the White House Correspondents' Dinner in
Who is Corwin Chelway? Did a single racist person try a shot at Obama? In my mind, we went decades with no presidential assassins, and now it's open season, says Corwin. Yeah, Corwin, let me point you to this article on Wikipedia. Security incidents involving Barack Obama. Barack Obama, the 44th president of the United States, was involved in multiple security incidents, including several assassination threats and plots, beginning when he became a presidential candidate in 2007. So before he even became president, somebody tried to kill this guy. Secret Service protection for Obama began after he received a death threat in 2007 while serving as the junior United States Senator from Illinois and running for president. This marked the earliest time a candidate received such protection before being nominated. The earliest such time that a candidate needed protection before being officially nominated. Security was increased early for Obama due to fears of possible assassination attempts by white supremacists or other racist groups. Huh. That's it's weird. It's weird how a single Google search took me to direct evidence contradicting what you just said, Corwin. It's like almost zero effort needed to be done to disprove what you just said.
You're a moron. Presidencies. And since then, we've seen a lot of reactions from the right, even the center in America, regarding how exactly this happened and what it means for America. What exactly have we've been seeing, Swin, since this alleged gunman tried to breach the Correspondents' Dinner on Saturday?
Well, basically the entire upper ranks of the conservative movement and Republican Party in the United States have been blaming the Democratic Party and liberals in this country for what happened. I mean, this was entirely forced.
Don't say zero effort. A Google search is maximum. You're right. I take it back. You're right, I take it back. A Google search is maximum effort. It's very rude of me.
Well, I don't think either of us or anybody listening or watching here expected anything different. Donald Trump, Senator Rick Scott, the head of the Republican National Committee, the list goes much longer than all that. They're all saying this is liberals' fault. The Democratic Party wants Donald Trump and other Republicans and other Trump administration officials dead. That's their claim. And they're fueling attacks and incidents like this because of the rhetoric that the Democratic Party is using, because they keep telling the American people that Donald Trump and his policies are fascistic. I mean, they always do this, and they've been doing it in a rather torqued up way ever since the Butler assassination attempt on Donald Trump's life. I mean, Prem, before we go to me, I want to hear more about what you think about this, because you have been thinking a lot about this lately, and we have thoughts on this effort to try to pin the blame on people like everybody from Chuck Schumer to Hassan Piker is responsible for these things, apparently, according to the Republican Party.
Yes. So a few things. First of all, before this gets clipped in any sort of way, I want to be very clear that I'll speak for myself, and I believe I speak for everyone here at today, we don't condone political violence. We think it's terrible. Any time that happens, no one should feel threatened to participate in public life. Square one. No matter who you are, where you identify politically, that is where we are operating from. Now, on just the basic question of blame, of course, the biggest thing that we're seeing right away is this false equivalency. Of course, we saw many different news anchors, including one anchor at CNN who was asking Representative Jamie Raskin about whether Democrats bear some sort of blame for this because of the way that they say Donald Trump is a danger to this country. If a congressman cannot rightly describe the impacts of someone without being accused of inciting violence, I don't know what to say, because the bare minimum is to rightly point out that Donald Trump and all of his allies, all of his cabinet members are some of the most vicious insiders in this country. I mean, you can arguably call Donald Trump the insider-in-chief. And so for a member of the opposition party to simply, I mean, as we talk about all the time, Democrats barely do anything in response to the violence that this administration enacts on this entire planet, let alone this country, to just...
Yeah, no, it's out of control just how much the right glorifies violence. And yet they have to go digging. They have to go digging and pouring through to find things that they can cherry pick and clip and be like, oh, look, this is a call to violence, when like 99 out of 100 times it actually isn't, and it's taken out of context. When there are just troves of Republicans, just examples of Republicans behaving and or saying things, behaving in ways and or saying things that would lead others to maybe become violent, right? Like, didn't Lauren Boebert literally do a commercial of her shooting a sniper rifle at her opponent? It was like a dummy or something.
_1989
like a bale of hay.
Subscribed for 7 months. It's not Democrats'
Never
fault
seen a
for the
Democrat
shooting
do
at the
something like that.
correspondents' dinner.
Thank you, Paige. It's not Democrats' fault for the shooting at the... See, this whole time I was thinking it was, and now you've explained it to me. Whew.
I'm staying in the race.
Also, thank you for the resub. 6 sweet months at tier 1. Has it been that
we have a
long,
Democrat
bitch?
say that, oh, that's kind of bad or messed up. That is the bare minimum. So that's square one. Secondly, in much of the political violence episodes over the past few decades, one could actually argue that much of it comes from, as a product of dangerous rhetoric from the right, no less. But at best, it's mixed. It's a very mixed bag. Of course, some of the alleged assailants against Donald Trump in the past have had very mixed backgrounds. One of them, of course, was in fact a registered Republican. That's number two. Number three is that when we talk about violence in this country, I can't help but think about all the ways that politicians and people in the media are reacting to this. If we could pull up this tweet, not from the Republican Senator Tim Sheehy, but there's another tweet that I think we have pulled up here. If our team can pull it up. Yes. So this is someone, one of our press colleagues, who after the correspondence dinner, they say that, or amid their experience, they note how when they approached the dinner, they saw these people outside who were, protesting. Some of them, of course, had, a bit more violent signs, death to tyrants, death to all of them. Again, I'm not condoning any messages here, but there were protesters outside. Death to tyranny, I should say, is
What's this?
Striking fear in the hearts of liberals everywhere, folks.
Oh, weird. Striking fear in the hearts of liberals everywhere, says Eric Trump. Sorry, no, not Eric. That's Donald Trump Jr. That's Donald Trump Jr. right there, everybody. Striking fear into the hearts of liberals everywhere after shooting an automatic rifle. Is that calling for violence? I'm just wondering. Is it for a friend? Just wondering. As the son of the President of the United States of America. All right. Here's 23 hours ago at CNN. To a debate. Is the White House right to blame Democratic rhetoric for violence? Oh, God. Oh, God, it's the Democrats. They've done it. It's all their fault.
It is sort of this uniquely American moment that we have a violent act with a gun, with a person who's clearly deranged. Then there's the partisan finger pointing. And now we're kind of back where we always are. I mean, is it fair to take this incident, say that it's the Democrats' fault, and if you're a Republican, never question or criticize President Trump for his rhetoric?
Abby, I think that political rhetoric has gotten too coarse across the board. I think that today in America, I think there's just simply too much vitriol that's exchanged. But I do think it's reality that there's been 3 assassination attempts on this president's life in the last 2 years. And I think that there has been a heightened amount of rhetoric that's been coming out of the left in recent days. And so I think it is appropriate for us to ask everybody to begin to bring the coarseness down.
Look, I certainly agree with Mark on this, but we also have to keep in mind that the President of the United States has been using very divisive rhetoric for a long time. But I'm hoping that we can have a reset here. I mean, it is bad on both sides. Everyone needs to chill and realize that there is more that unites us in this country.
People, these guys, everybody needs to stop talking about this like it's like completely out of the blue, right? Like I can't remember the name of the guy who did it, but like some dude shot like an entire clip at the White House when Obama was president, right? Among the numerous other threats against his life, like we just talked about. Like, so like talking about this like it's some like anomaly is disingenuous. It's not. It's America.
Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
And divides us. I was very happy to see President Trump on Saturday evening when he gave a press conference strike a very conciliatory tone. I'm hoping that will continue. It feels like some of his surrogates today had been on TV very on message in a way that is not helpful. But both sides just need to come together and realize the more divisive rhetoric that comes out of the left and the right, the more people are going to be in danger.
Oh my God. They keep saying it. They keep saying it like it's the same thing. Someone named for me the well-known leftist militia. Someone named for me the well-known leftist calling for violence. Because nobody's doing it. From the center left, from the neo-libs to the communists, I'm not seeing anybody calling for this. Like, literally nobody is calling for this. People are calling for action. As in, like, activist action in the streets and at the ballot box. I'm not going to see anybody calling for violence. Not Hassan Piker, not Jake Tapper, not Don Lemon. Nobody is doing it. Zateo's not doing it. The Majority Report's not doing it. Who's doing it? Breaking Points? Breaking Points is calling for violence? Well, I mean, they were like as center middle as you can get because you have like a bunch of like Republicans over there too. Like I just don't understand. What are we talking about? They keep saying leftist violent rhetoric from the left. Who's doing it? Name one fucking person. One. That's what I want to hear from some one of these talking heads. They keep talking about the left. Name one person, please, so that we can fact check this claim. Because I am concerned as a person of the left. I don't want us to be associated with this. I don't want people to think that we are just a violent group of thugs. But nobody can do that because there is nobody. It's just the vague idea of leftist violence that's scary. That's what they're just the thought of it, the concept of the plan. That's what scares them. Oh, that's as scary as literal right-wing militias armed to the teeth, literally trying to do an insurrection. That's the same thing. You know? Having people like TPUSA busing people to that insurrection, that's the same thing as leftists calling Donald Trump a threat to democracy. That's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's so wildly... it's max hypocrisy. It's where we're at right now. Okay? That's where we're at. That's why I'm bringing it up. I never talk about hypocrisy because it's just so played out and Republicans are so hypocritical all the time. I thought we were just plateaued, but we actually somehow, we've now raised the bar. Now the people who've been, calling for political violence are claiming everybody else. It's everybody else now. It's not us.
Not just rhetoric. It's actually policies. We have a president who likes conspicuous cruelty. We saw it in how ICE was operating on the streets. It is why he wants to bring back Alcatraz. It is why he wants to bring back.
No, seriously, someone point me to the clip of Rachel Maddow calling for violence, of Wolf Blitzer calling for violence, of Jake Tapper calling for violence, of Dana Bash calling for violence, of Harry Emden calling for violence. None of them. Come on. This never happened. It's never happened. It's never happened. And then you go down the list of leftist content creators, right? Like online independent media. Nobody's calling for violence. It just is not happening. Like nobody's posting videos, we need violence, like we need it over. Like nobody's doing that. I can't think of a single instance of anybody with any kind of even slightly sizable following or less than sizable following even that is doing that. First off, it wouldn't even exist on the internet. That shit would get deleted immediately,
if not sooner.
Unlike right-wing hate speech and violent calls for violence, which continues to pervade all over the internet. And it's just insane. It's just massive gaslighting. The umpteenth degree.
Firing squads. It is why he was delighted with his visit to Alligator Alcatraz. And in fact, when the reporter asked him before he traveled to Florida, what was the point to make sure that if they tried to get away, that they would be eaten by alligators? He says, we're going to teach them how to run. And they better not run in a straight line. They better run like this. That conspicuous cruelty and wanting to see that, and in his first administration saying that he wanted police officers to rough up people that they arrested before they even got into jail, got a trial, that lust for that is a whole other thing. We can't keep saying it's just because people are talking. There are things that are happening that we are seeing, and that is a real thing, and that is contributing to a negative environment in this country.
Is it a both and? I mean, I think they're making the point. There is a lot of violence right now, but it is also true that President Trump is the most powerful megaphone, not to mention person, in this country, and he himself has a very long history of violent rhetoric.
Maximum warfare everywhere, all the time. That was said before and after the last person that just tried to kill Donald Trump.
Oh my God. This is what I'm talking about. This is the cherry picking right here. This is the cherry picking.
We're going to have more people try to kill Donald Trump if we don't stop. I just started talking about this.
You're okay.
I'm quoting Hakeem Jeffries, the leader of the Democratic Party.
Let me actually play Hakeem Jeffries in context. Just listen to this.
Hakeem Jeffries, just this April, this month, said, "We are in an era of maximum warfare everywhere, all the time."
Donald Trump and Republicans launched this gerrymandering war. We are in an era of maximum warfare everywhere, all the time. And we're going to keep the pressure on Republicans in every single state in the union to ensure at the end of the day that there is a fair national map.
Governor Josh Shapiro said heads need to roll within the administration.
People have been disappeared in the community. American civil rights have been violated. None of this is acceptable. Heads do need to roll, certainly within the administration.
So the reason I stopped you is because...
Yeah, I mean, you can be disingenuous and pretend you don't know the term heads needed to roll, but that is a common phrase, which colloquially means people need to get fired. It's like saying somebody needs to get sacked. It's not literally calling for like actual heads of human beings to go rolling anywhere. Okay, aside from out of the building. But some people like to play word games for their own political means rather than just being genuine.
There's a difference between using an idiom and a figure of speech and calling for violence. Any person who understands the English language knows that. And I think that is true of that quote that you just read of Hakeem Jeffries and the one that you heard from Josh Shapiro.
There will be more attacks and there'll be more conservatives that will be killed if the Democratic Party doesn't wake up and realize that words have meaning and they light the fuse.
It's the Democratic Party.
It has happened to too many people, including Charlie Kirk, a friend of mine. You can't sit here and have Joe Biden say that Donald Trump, quote, is a clear and present danger to democracy. And then have surrogates
Is that
back
not
there.
true?
I mean, but he is.
You can't
the
say
American
that.
People don't believe
You can't
that.
say
They
that.
elected him
Do
again.
you believe it?
I don't believe he's a clear and present danger to this country. I think he's a
I
savior for
absolutely
this
do.
country.
I absolutely
I
do.
believe that you do.
And I believe that
But
a
I
lot
think-
of Americans.
You can't say that someone's a threat to democracy without it leading to violence. It's the only logical conclusion. Says Ben Ferguson, whoever the fuck this guy is. I don't know where he showed up from. Honestly, there's been a lot of weird right-wingers popping up on CNN. I know it's regime-approved media now. It's basically CBS. I'm sure I'll be unsubscribing from them any day now. Just like I did to CBS, and we'll be limited once again even more in our media selection. Yay, consolidation.
But I think
and calling something what it is not an incitement to violence.
It is for the people trying to kill Donald Trump.
No,
in the manifesto, it said that is why they were trying to kill Donald Trump. Read their words and their manifestos. They will tell you it is because of what you're saying.
It is a very easy thing for me to say that a violent person behaving violently is wrong. It is a very easy thing.
I'll give them
I'm sorry, I'll finish. And it is a very easy thing for me to say that political violence does not belong in our politics, and it is a sign. It is a sign of an unhealthy democracy. But I will never take lessons in civility from this president and this White House when they have engaged in the very same thing.
Attack and try to kill the president.
And conservatives did not want to connect Donald Trump's rhetoric to Charlottesville. They did not.
No, it was
they did not.
the Southern Poverty Law Center that paid for that violence. By the way, we learned that last week. Yeah, I could agree.
They did not.
That was Southern Poverty Law Center.
They did not want to connect him to January.
These guys are obsessed with the Southern Poverty Law Center all of a sudden, and it's hilarious. Oh my god. The more I've looked into it, the more I've realized this is just they've created a boogeyman for themselves because they've run out of boogeymen. And the new one is the Southern Poverty Law Center. There is absolutely like, everything that they're assigning. They're just assigning everything that they can think of. They're like, oh, that's the SPLC. Watch Alex Jones. Go over if you haven't seen it. I mean, he's been having some problems lately, but he's been talking a lot about the SPLC. They did it all. Oh, they did everything. It's all been a hoax. It's all been about It's all been but all the things and right wingers been blamed for. It's all actually been the Southern Poverty Law Center. Every single thing. From Jan 6 to the Ku Klux Klan, it's all the same. It's all the same. It's all the SPLC.
And his rhetoric and all the things that he said around January 6th to that violence. They did not get upset with him when he pardoned all of the January 6th rioters. They did not.
Therefore, it is justifiable in America to go kill the President of the United States of America.
What I'm trying to say,
what
that you to understand is that hypocrisy does not feel good to Americans, and they reject it.
Let me just say, Ben, nobody here has justified the attempts against President Trump's life or anybody's life.
There's new polling data that's out that say that there's about 20% of young Democrats in this country that think political violence is acceptable. Could that be because we have normalized demonizing the sitting president of the United States of America and calling him Adolf Hitler, or saying he's a threat to democracy, or saying that he's an evil man, or saying, again, I go back, did he take it back?
Oh, he said he's an evil man. Saying he's an evil man. Saying the president is an evil man. It's nasty. It's terrible. Oh, it's so rude and nasty. How could you say it? Is that everybody is like these people have amnesia or something? I know this fucking asshole is old enough to remember the presidency of one Barack Obama. You say, calling people evil is wrong? Really? It's fascinating. It's fascinating because I remember all sorts of people. I mean, the person I think of immediately is Alex Jones again, but like, oh my God. Like, how many Republicans were calling Barack Obama the devil? Satan incarnate. The Antichrist.
The beginning of the rise of the Antichrist.
Oh, but calling people evil, you can't do that. That's not fair. You can't. Oh, it's not right. Oh, God. You imagine what happens if you call somebody evil or nasty? Oh, the ramifications of words.
Please.
If I had a payoff out of it, I would...
Like, the snowflakery that is going on here is incredible. It really is. The people who are like, oh, we need free speech. We need Mr. President Trump because we can't post on Facebook about COVID. Oh, God. I can't do it. Oh, we're being repressed. We can't say the R word on stage. People boo us when we do comedy sets. He's just like, what happened? What happened? What happened to the love of free speech? What happened? I thought this was America.
Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
I mean, this is why they will never stop trying to kill Donald Trump, because there is no bullet that can be shot at him that somehow is not justified by the left saying, well, somehow it's Donald Trump's fault.
Well, look,
he's the one that said
I'll
things in the
say
past.
that.
They are going to try to kill him forever if y'all keep this up.
I will say this until I'm blue in the face. No one.
You're going to try to kill him forever with words. What a fucking Karen. Oh, listen, they're going to try and kill the great supreme leader with words forever. And they're never going to stop. They're going to keep saying words. Oh, those nasty Democrats. They're going to keep trying to kill them for absolutely ever with words.
Justify any violence against President Trump.
Abby,
and so I think that
with all
making
due
those generalizations, with all due respect, making those kinds of generalizations only coarsens the dialogue that we're trying to have. And look, if your argument is that
if Trump after he got
if
shot
your
at.
argument is that the totality of the circumstances are simply what is being said about Donald Trump, that Donald Trump is a threat to democracy, whatever. Let me just play this. This is Caroline Levitt. She's accusing Democrats of what you're accusing them of, and then listen to the rest of this.
Senator Elizabeth Warren, President Trump is making the country look like a, quote, fascist state. Senator Adam Schiff saying President Trump using a dictator playbook. Senator Ed Markey calling President Trump a dictator, saying that this administration's actions are authoritarianism on steroids.
We're living in a fascist state. It all comes out of the White House. Crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country. Is a radical left Marxist, communist, fascist. She's a Marxist. She's a fascist. Comrade Kamala Harris.
So look, the point is that it's not that Donald Trump is responsible for violence against those people. The point is that it's not enough to explain the moment that we are in. It's just, did he call her a fascist? Did she call him a fascist? Because that is happening on both sides of the debate. There is more that is contributing to where we are as a country, and it is bad. It is unquestionably bad. And if we fail to actually address the root causes, we are going nowhere. We're not resolving it.
Yeah. I mean, we all understand Donald Trump loves to wield his power and threaten violence against anybody who doesn't do what he wants. We see it in the way that he deals with foreign leaders and with the way he deals with people in the country. Threatening violence against protesters. Using the power of his office to, you know, just go after everybody and anybody at the barrel of a gun. Wait, I've lost my... Oh, there we go. All right. Here's some quick clips. Remind us of some more things Trump has said in the past.
I certainly don't incite violence.
Knock the crap out of him. Like to punch him in the face.
I don't condone violence, and I don't talk about violence.
I would have done well, but I would have been boom, boom, boom. I'll beat that. I don't know if I'll do the fighting myself or if other people will.
Maybe he should have been roughed up because it was absolutely disgusting what he was doing.
If you see somebody getting ready to throw a tomato, knock the crap out of him, would you? Seriously. Like to punch him in the face, I'll tell you. Try not to hurt him. If you do, I'll defend you in court. Don't worry about it. In the good old days, this doesn't happen because they used to treat them very, very rough. And when they protested once, you know, they would not do it again so easily. We become weak. We become weak.
And you know what? The audience swung back. And I thought it was very, very appropriate. The audience hit back. And that's what we need a little bit more of now.
Part of the problem and part of the reason it takes so long is nobody wants to hurt each other anymore, right? I don't know if I would have done well, but I would have been out there fighting, folks. I don't know if I would have done well, but I would have been boom, boom, boom. I'll beat that.
Do you plan on paying for the legal fees of this older gentleman in North Carolina who sucker punched the protester?
From what I understand, he was sticking a certain finger up in the air. And that is a terrible thing to do in front of somebody that, frankly, wants to see America made great again.
It's possible you could help him with legal fees if this man needs it.
I've actually instructed my people to look into it, yes.
Everybody's got to turn down the rhetoric, okay? Got to turn down the rhetoric. No more political violence, everybody's saying it. Very nasty Democrats are the reason. All those nasty, nasty Democrats.
It was really interesting watching Caroline Leavitt go out to the podium today in the briefing room and give a lecture to Democrats and the media on how they need to be the ones to tone down the rhetoric. Meanwhile, there is no one in this country that is more responsible for violent, hateful rhetoric than the president himself, and nobody's words matter more than the president of the United States. And so then to watch immediately him just not even take a full 24 hours to call for civility and unity in this country after a very scary, traumatic event that affected people on both sides of the aisle, folks in the media. He chooses to immediately go after this CBS reporter for just simply citing the words of the manifesto. And then on top of that, him and his wife decide to go after a comedian for a joke that was told days prior to the dinner. And so whether you like Jimmy Kimmel or not, we have a First Amendment in this country, and it protects speech that you dislike just as much as it protects speech that you agree with. And so I think that it's not surprising at all to see how the White House responded to this incident, because this really could have been a moment for them to actually want to bring down the temperature if they cared about that, but they obviously don't, as evidenced by how Trump talks about Democrats and the left and the media. I have a list here, actually, of some of the words he's used to describe the left. He has called them scum, vermin, terrorists, radical, lunatics, demonic,
communist,
evil, garbage. I'm not done yet. The enemy of the people, enemy within, treasonous, lowlives, fascists, Marxists, communists, and I could keep going. Those are just
He did have a list. I was reading.
some examples. And on top of that, it's not even just the words that he uses. When we look at what is going on with political violence in this country, Trump, when he had a moment to say, hey, the attack against Paul Pelosi was wrong, what did he do? He mocked it, and so did other Republicans. They made light of an attack on Nancy Pelosi's husband when she was the target. He celebrated the deaths of Rob Reiner, who him and his wife were murdered by their son. He praised the death of Robert Mueller, his perceived political enemy, someone who was simply doing their...
I didn't even watch this one yet. I usually watch most of these ahead of time, but I didn't even watch this one yet. I threw it in here while the stream was going because I got it in my feed. I happened to have looked down at my fucking phone. I'm glad somebody else remembers that. It wasn't that long ago. Trump was celebrating the death of Rob Reiner, of a Hollywood film director. Not even did he contribute to Democrats? Sure. But the way in which Trump celebrated his death on social media it was despicable. He's got zero. When it comes to everyone else, he has zero fucking concern about violence. But whenever it happens around him, it's like, oh my God, can we tone it down, please? And it's the hypocrisy has truly hit the peak. It truly has, because Republicans are coming out and they're just playing along with it. Like, they haven't been also on board for every time Trump does call for political violence himself. Or when he does acts of political violence, or when people do acts of political violence on behalf of the president, they love it. They fucking love it. But they're pretending. They're doing some weird kabuki theater for all of us, pretending they don't and they haven't for so long. And it's like, dude, wait, what are you talking about?
By having to investigate Donald Trump. And so, I could spend all day and just go through example after example, but it's really rich then for him to just him in the White House to go after the Democrats and the media for their rhetoric when he is the chief instigator of violent, hateful rhetoric in this country.
Leader Hakeem Jeffries made that
I
point
did everything
today.
right and they indicted me.
The so-called White House press secretary, who's a disgrace, she's a stone-cold liar, had the nerve to stand up there and read talking points being critical of statements all taken out of context that Democrats have made, and didn't have a word to say about anything that MAGA extremists have said or done, including providing aid and comfort to violent insurrectionists. And this so-called White House press secretary wants to lecture America and lecture us.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Hakeem Jeffries, but he's absolutely right about this. And it's true. That's why I put the Jan 6th riots on the thumbnail. Because this is the peak of hypocrisy. Nobody had any heat for Donald Trump pardoning the Jan 6th insurrectionists. If anything, they were all applauding it. They've all been applauding him pardoning every single kind of criminal. Up and down the rainbow of criminality. When it comes to the Jan 6ers, where was the massive, oh God, how can we let these people who violently tried to overthrow the election? Where was that? Where was that call? No, it was nowhere. It was crickets. None of these guys, none of these guys are out here complaining about it. They were saying he was right to do it. It's in his power. Totally fine. And the fact is, it doesn't even matter, right? It doesn't even matter if... Here's the thing I would like to point out. You can't support this man who tried to overthrow the previous election if you have an issue with him trying to overthrow the previous election. Okay, like you can't separate yourself from that one thing and be like, I support everything but that. Like, I know Scott Jennings tries to play that fucking game and is disingenuous garbage. You don't get to do that. You don't get to say, I support everything but the insurrection. It's like, that's kind of a big thing, and I don't think you get to separate those two things. Like, maybe if it was, I don't know, his environmental policy or something, maybe I'd play that game with Scott, But you don't get to play that game with an insurrection. And he literally did a speech at the insurrection, right? Like what? Like 2 blocks from the actual Congress building? Like, not far. And said, we're gonna go to the Capitol and we're gonna fight like hell. We're gonna go to the Capitol and we're gonna fight like hell. That's not incitement to violence. A mob that had a literal gallows set up in the middle of the street. That's not incitement to violence. That wasn't incitement to violence, but saying that he's a threat to democracy is. This is the Orwellian demand. This is the Orwellian demand. Right now, they are asking you to give up your free speech for your love of the president. They're effectively doing what happened, if I recall, in the Bible. They're saying, deify the man over God, right? The idol, the false idol over... It's the same thing, but in this case, it's you must deify the king over the Constitution. They're saying you have to pick now. That's where it's at. They're saying you're no longer allowed to accept reality. You have to have it dictated by the president, even though you know for a fact Republicans have been all about political violence for this whole time. You have to say, actually, it's the left. It's actually Rachel Maddow and Jake Tapper and whoever else for saying it's Jimmy Kimmel. That's the threat. It's not Trump. That's where we're at. I mean, they're demanding no criticism of Trump. You can't compare him to Hitler or other fascist figures of the past. I assume Mussolini's off the list. They're demanding that you pre-capitulate, that you change your speech. And maybe you don't personally have any criticisms of the president. Maybe you're one of our lurking conservative MAGA viewers. But then I would just like you to think about a world in which Donald Trump is not the president. Someone else is the president. Just go back in time. Pretend Barack Obama is president. And you're no longer allowed to call him evil. You're no longer allowed to compare him to the devil. or Satan. Say he's the rise. He's the rise of the beginning of the rise.
The beginning of the rise of the Antichrist.
You're not allowed to say that. You can't say he's from Kenya. You can't say. I mean, I have issues with you saying all of these things. That one especially. I mean, but nobody was putting people, threatening to put people in jail for saying that. Nobody was. Barack Obama wasn't threatening to take away people's shows for saying those things. I just want you to think about it in a world where your government is coming out and saying, who was? I'm trying to think of who was Barack Obama's. It's been so long. The only person I could think of as being Barack Obama's White House spokesperson is Keegan-Michael Key. And I know that's wrong. But like Barack Obama, I'm trying to hold on. Who was Barack? I can't remember this. Why can't I remember who this was? Was Psaki one of them? Yeah, was Jen Psaki one of Barack Obama's? Imagine Jen Psaki coming out there and saying, look, we're going to declare everybody who is calling Barack Obama a Kenyan Marxist socialist, an extremist terrorist who's inciting violence. I think you'd have a problem with that. I think if we went back in time, Alex Jones's like tinfoil hat would have exploded. The reactions to all of this have been fascinating, really. For more on this, the Humanist Report.
The White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting turned out to be so much funnier in retrospect than I initially realized. And to be clear, I'm not saying that violence is funny. I would never say that. I'm saying that the situation and subsequent reactions were humorous in a Twilight Zone sort of way where everyone seemingly snapped and collectively lost their minds all at the same time. And I can't help but laugh at that because it almost feels like we've entered a new timeline because of that incident. But before we talk about the discourse about that particular shooting, let's go back to the incident itself, because I still can't believe that Caroline Leavitt said this before the event took place.
There will be some shots fired tonight in the room.
Turns out she wasn't wrong, and people were joking about that clip, asking, well, what did she know? But then this moment happened on Fox News.
I mean, if we go by everything that's being said right now, like saying heads will roll, saying the shots will be fired around the president, that's an incitement to violence, Caroline. That's the same. It's the same. We watched that already, but hearing it again is wild. I mean, while we're being told that saying things like heads will roll or maximum warfare in relation to political gerrymandering are incitements to violence, her saying shots will be fired tonight in the ballroom sounds a hell of a lot like an incitement to violence. We need to investigate Caroline.
Immediately, if not sooner.
To people really asking, what did she know?
I want to just quickly tell you, I was sitting next to Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary's husband. He was one of our guests. He was seated right next to me, and right as the dinner was starting, the national anthem happened, and then he kind of leaned over and said, I watched you on TV. You do a great job. You need to be very safe. And he was just very serious when he said that to me. And he kind of looked around the room and he said, there are some.
Sounds like we lost Aisha's phone there. And this happens, by the way, especially when you have so many people attempting to utilize the same cell service at the same time.
I'm sure that's exactly what happened. But that fueled more speculation about whether or not the incident was staged or a false flag, which isn't too far outside of the realm of possibility, given how Russia reportedly told Viktor Orban to stage an assassination attempt before his election to improve his failing approval ratings. And since Trump literally lies about everything already, it's not beneath him to do something like this to improve his own approval ratings. Now, I personally don't think that this is the case or need more evidence to confirm that that is indeed the case, but I do find it funny that most people think that it was staged. And Trump's team isn't helping with that perception. As this person points out on Twitter, look at these people. They're all just smirking. These are not "I just survived a mass shooting" smirks. These smirks tell a completely different story. Perhaps a story of an epic prank they all just pulled off. But to be fair, nobody who was there really seemed to care, with the exception.
Yeah, seriously, the more I look at this photo of, this is not a guy in warrior mode. What in the fuck? What in the actual fuck, guys? Like, this is Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War. We changed the name of the department for him. And his love of war and the warrior mentality. He said it 1,000 times. Over and over. He loved warriors. We need warrior mentality. Where is I assume that you'd see all photos. The more photos I see of Pete, the more disturbed I am. Because I assume that he would have whipped out like a jar of grease and like smeared it under his eyes, turned his tie into like a headband. He'd be like on top of a table, dual wielding, akimbo, like, and just like screaming, protecting the president with his life. Here he is. What is this? This isn't warrior mentality. This is a guy attending a boring dinner party mentality. What the fuck is this?
Ridiculous.
Shooting smirks. These smirks tell a completely different story. Perhaps a story of an epic prank they all just pulled off. But to be fair, nobody who was there really seemed to care, with the exception of Wolf Blitzer. He seemed to be really shaken up by the event. But everybody else didn't really seem to care. I say this because right-wingers were angrily tweeting about how members of the press kept taking entire bottles of champagne. But I, for one, think that that's a G move, and I would probably do the same thing myself because it's right there.
Look, the fact that the Pete didn't look like this. All right, this is what I'm imagining when I say Pete should have had his, like, you see what I'm saying here? Tied around the head, mud on the face for camouflage, so that he doesn't stick out. And, shirtless probably. I'm just disappointed entirely by that display. No warrior mentality at all.
Awful,
really
awful. Weak.
It was already paid for. Why not? But side note, how did we get so many details wrong about this story when it was a room full of members of the press? I mean, CNN's Caitlin Collins reported that the shooter was confirmed dead, and we all thought that he was dead when he was in fact not shot dead. And Caitlin was there. Like, did she not think maybe I should just like peek around the corner to see if there's a body before I report this? I guess not. So even with the room full of journalists, they can't get the most basic details right. But that aside, I have to talk about other things that are just downright bizarre and unexplainable about this event. So as you can see here, they rushed out J.D. Vance after they heard shots fired, and then only after they've made sure that the vice president was safe, that is when they came back for Donald Trump. And then his geriatric ass fell down, and remember this moment because we're going to come back to it. But while this is all happening, Stephen Miller was pictured here escorting his pregnant wife out, hand on her titty for some reason. And then over the top right corner here, you can see that there's a man in a tuxedo just watching from the sidelines, which led people to wonder if Secret Service let Donald Trump watch the chaos unfold after they escorted him to behind the curtain, because, like, why wouldn't they if they didn't care about him in the first place? Like, why wouldn't they just let him watch? But if you look at this video shared by Twitter user HustleBitch, they've adjusted the contrast and they zoomed in. And when you get a closer look, you can kind of see.
Jesus Christ, Stephen. Does Stephen have no... Oh, my God. Have some goddamn decorum, sir. hand off the titty.
Don't be creepy.
The glow from a bald man's head, even though it does look like Trump initially. And you can see that before it cuts to the Hustle Bitch logo. So thank you, Hustle Bitch. So it's unclear, though, who that is, but it doesn't appear to be Trump, in my estimation. Although, in...
Hey! I'm going to stop Mike there, because I'm going to go back. Here's the thing about this photo. Right? Like, it could be a bald man's head. I'm not saying it's not. It's guaranteed not to be a bald man's head. But let's not kid ourselves. Donald Trump's hair is very weird, and it does weird things. And at this angle, the most in focus thing are the faces here, and the further it goes back, the less in focus is. That's just the way that cameras work, and so the very low clarity, very pixelated photo here, at least of this subject. And I can't completely rule that out, looking at that and say that's definitely not the president. Considering what his hair does, it could absolutely make that Sheen. 100%. It's like, it's not even real. Like, like, what are we talking about here?
There's a glow from a bald...
Oh, no. What is happening? It's just the horizontal stream on YouTube. What is happening? Oh, we're back. What the hell was that about? Why did that happen? That's really weird. That's really, really weird. Yeah, are we back? We're back? Everybody good? Okay, good. Okay, good. Just a reminder, everybody, we're an hour into the Galactic Content Goal Timer. I know we can't see it anymore, but I'm keeping track. I am keeping track for us. And we've been doing incredible, making huge progress on that. Thank you for the puppy treat. TRF. Oh shit, my phone's gonna die. But we're like 70% of the way through the goal. 70% of the way through. You can donate. Do that on Twitch, bits, power up subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App at PayPal, and of course Patreon. Anyways, I don't know what everybody missed, but what I was saying is because of the depth of the photo, the subject, where the subject is in the frame of the picture, and Donald Trump's insane hair and the lighting, you can't say definitively that it's not him. Because these subjects here in front of us, Steve Miller grabbing his wife's tit, is the thing in focus. The front, as you go back, you're gonna lose. There's gonna be blur. There's gonna be image blur. It's also in a shadow with an overhead can light in Trump's hair, and Trump's hair, right? Like his hair is not even real. Like it does weird fucking shit. I can't say definitively that that's not Donald Trump. It looks a hell of a lot like him too, and that's the thing. But who knows?
My estimation, although in an interview with 60 Minutes, he explicitly said that he wanted to watch. So there's that as well. He kind of addressed the J.D. Vance leaving before him situation and his fall, but he just wanted to make sure that nobody thought that he actually fell. Didn't really care about Secret Service prioritizing J.D. Vance over him. Just don't think he fell, please.
You see the security moving quickly, within seconds, grabbing the vice president by his coat, lifting him up, bringing him out. Then the counter assault comes in. Took 10 seconds for them to flank you, Mr. President, and then 20 seconds to get you out.
Longer than that.
It looked chaotic. At one point, you were down. What was happening?
Well, what happened is it was a little bit me. I wanted to see what was happening, and I wasn't making it that easy for him. I wanted to.
I saw somebody count it down. I think it took over half a minute for them to even get by his side. I think 10 seconds is being very generous to the Secret Service. So I think Kyle Kalinske count down. I can't remember who it was. Somebody counted down the number of seconds. I was sort of, we watched it ourselves. I mean, I think it was over 30 seconds before they got to his side. And then since he fell down on the way out, like 2 steps in, it took another 20 seconds to get him out. I think it took like a full minute to get the president off the fucking stage.
See what was going on. We were asked to go down by the agents as I was walking. In other words,
They wanted you almost to crawl
I was
out.
standing up pretty much.
Sure. Now, I'm going to share this photograph from that interview because people are asking if the president's booty is thick enough to sit a cup on it. And the answer is no, because that would be a diaper, my friends. Glad I could clear up the confusion about something in this video. But the reporter points out that they got the VP out first, and then it took 10 seconds to find the president, as if they didn't know where he was. And then it took 20 seconds for them to get him out entirely. But rather than saying, yeah, you know, Secret Service maybe should have prioritized me over JD Vance, Trump says that he made it, I can't believe he said this, he made it more difficult for them because he wanted to watch, which just...
I wanted to watch. I wanted to see all the fun, the excitement. He is deluded. He's a deranged lunatic, dude. Grandpa needs help. He really does. Oh, God. He's sundowning. All these people were complaining about Sleepy Joe, and then you got a president saying, I just wanted to watch the show. To a potential assassination attempt. Look, can't blame me. Can't blame. It's big news. It's big. Everybody's talking about it. Let's see some of the other reactions.
I want to paint
here.
a broader
Ben
picture
Stiller.
of the evening as a whole before we come back to that moment in the interview, because while that commotion was taking place at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, actor Ben Stiller tweeted, "Got it done." Now, at that point, we already knew that the president was safe, so it was obvious he wasn't vague posting about the assassination attempt, especially since we knew that the shooter did not, in fact, get it done. He was reacting to a basketball game in actuality, but Nancy Mace saw that tweet, and, she was like, got what done?
Oh, God.
And I just can't help but laugh at that, because if he was...
Honestly, I was half tempted to respond to that. Got what done? Like, what are you talking about, Nancy? You fucking moron. Who got anything? What are you talking about? Oh, God. She is an idiot.
I mean, this woman is dangerous,
Why
ladies
would
and
he
gentlemen.
tweet that after the shooter failed? I mean, what the fuck is wrong with these people? And she clearly didn't know herself, hence why she...
How do you, like, I mean, seriously, though, what does that mean? Like, doesn't she have more important things to do? She's a legislator. Yeah, like, Representative Nancy Mace. She is a legislator. And somehow she's got time to respond to Ben Stiller's tweets with that nonsense? Why? How does she not have a million better things to do? I will never know. I wish I did. Or maybe it's better if I don't. One more here from Michael.
But Trump genuinely seems to be unbothered by this, and even though many people, myself included, expected him to immediately exploit the incident for political purposes, he instead is using it as a justification to get his ballroom. That genuinely seems to be his main takeaway from the third assassination attempt, and it immediately became the main talking point of the MAGA hive mind, who tweeted in unison like NPCs about why the shooting attempt is why we need to build the ballroom, and that includes John Fetterman, who also tweeted, drop the TDS and build the White House ballroom for events exact.
This guy has lost his fucking mind. Oh my god. Can you imagine if any of like the least, like, you know, like the most hated Democrat presidents of any era did what Trump did and then called to build this ballroom? Like if you look at Barack Obama had just unilaterally destroyed like the east wing of the White House and the Kennedy Rose Garden and all of the trees and other things that have been there for who knows how long. And then it was like, look, I need it for safety purposes. We need the ballroom. It's only $300 million.
Like these. So they're clearly not letting this opportunity go to waste, of course. And Ashley St. Clair, who has since turned on MAGA after having a baby with Elon Musk, she shared some insight into how this type of coordination takes place.
So last week, I told you guys that all of MAGA is paid and they coordinate their messaging in lockstep via group chats. And what do you know? All of these people came to
I just like to point out to everybody that initially he was just saying that everybody wanted the ballroom, and that was the reason that they were doing it. Eventually, that morphed into other things and claims about security, but originally he was just like, we just need a better space. Too small. Can't get enough people in the tiny East Wing. It's gonna be much, much better. Everybody's wanted it. Also, it's going to be bomb-proof and have a super state-of-the-art bunker. That came later. All right. We're going to move on from the White House Correspondents' Dinner situation. But we are going to do one more clip about the White House ballroom and all the Republicans demanding it.
A meeting space that is secured on the White House grounds that would allow people to do what they did at the Hilton Hotel is necessary.
Oh my God. This is clearly, they're trying to make this like a failure of the structure that is the Hilton Hotel, rather than a massive failure of the Secret Service. You know how much money we give the Secret Service? Anybody? It's over $3 billion. They have a over $3 billion budget every fucking year. They could have installed a THAAD missile battery at the fucking Hilton if they wanted to. They could have locked the whole thing down. They didn't do it. They failed. It's not a result of us not having a monstrosity, a gilded palace, a palatial ballroom for Trump. It's not because we don't have that. It's because the Secret Service didn't do their job. They didn't protect the president. Okay. They didn't do shit.
If there had been a presidential ballroom adjacent to the White House, the guy would have never gotten in. We're going to introduce legislation that would authorize $400 million to be spent to secure the president.
Wait, what? Wait, whoa. I'm sorry. We've been getting told by Donald Trump now, this whole time, from the day that they just decided, without telling anybody, to destroy the White House, that it was already paid for. We were told by Donald Trump from the very, very beginning of this, just my friends are paying for it. It's my pet project. All my friends are paying for it, so don't worry. Not a single dollar, American taxpayer dollar, will be spent. Lindsey fucking Graham here just said that they are creating legislation to appropriate $500 million to pay for the ballroom. So which is it? Are taxpayers paying for it? Or are Trump's benevolent benefactors paying for it? And if they're not, where in the hell is that $500 million going? Lindsay, I'd love to know that one. What in the hell is going on here?
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. If fool me, we can't get fooled again.
Wow. Everybody needs to see that clip. Absolutely everybody on the planet needs to see that clip. There is now legislation being proposed by legislative leaders to use American taxpayer dollars to pay for the Epstein ballroom.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Epstein ballroom paid for by tax dollars. It's very strange. Sort of the exact opposite of what we've been told is going to happen. You think people would hold Trump accountable rather than... Like, it's fascinating how Republicans are literally... Just think about this for a second. Like, rather than holding President Trump accountable to use the money that he supposedly has received from all of his billionaire buddies to pay for the ballroom, rather than making sure that he actually pays for this monstrosity himself or prevent him from doing this insane thing that he's doing, they're introducing legislation to use taxpayer dollars to fund it. It's out of control. We've hit maximum hypocrisy. The fiscally responsible Republicans want to spend $500 million on a ballroom for Donald Trump, so all of his Epstein class buddies can schmooze and hobnob in perfect peace and harmony, unabated by the masses. Meanwhile, Trump DOJ is apparently bringing back firing squads for no apparent reason. Just for the spectacle of it, I guess. Just the violent spectacle of it. The people who want to tone down the rhetoric are bringing back firing squads. Just let that sink in for a second. Everybody tone down the rhetoric.
So there's been a striking announcement by the Department of Justice today. It is expanding the methods of execution for federal death penalty cases to include death by firing squad. Right now, 5 states.
There you go. That's all we need from CNN on this one. We're not going to go. There you go. Donald Trump calling the Trump administration calling to bring back the death by firing squad federally, while simultaneously calling for people to tone down the rhetoric. Everybody tone down the rhetoric, or we will shoot you.
A what now?
Is truly something. And on the 250th year of this country, fitting that King Charles III, the great grandson of King George III, would visit the United States with his betrothed Queen Camilla, who arrived in the United States for a state visit. Associated Press from yesterday. I'm trying to sound British upper class, right? It's tough. It's tough. You have to like be almost paralyzed. Half of your face has to be paralyzed while you're talking to do it properly. You can't be possibly bothered to use most of your mouth and face. It's great to eat. It's too much effort. You suddenly feel safer? Oh, yay. Me too. I feel safer now too. All right, to the moment that King Charles and Queen Camilla arrived in the United States. Dun, dun, dun. Great to see you. A pleasure, no, truly. It's a very long handshake, you know. Maybe the longest handshake I've ever received. Please let go. Good to see you, pal. Oh, there's a great stairwell we got here for you. It's not the best, actually. I've seen much better steakhouses in my day. Oh, a curtsy. See, now this is what you should have done, madam. Curtsy rather than a forceful, unnecessary handshake. Oh, children. And this is Scott and Barbara. They're possessed. Oh, really? You're possessed, you say? Fascinating. I hope you get better soon. See you next time. Hey, don't try to possess me now. Good to see you, sir. How's my King Charles? 1 to 10. I'm doing my best, okay? I'm doing my best. All right, let's continue down the primrose path. 11? My God. You're too kind. You're too kind, Manda. Well, take it. Take it. All right. BBC News yesterday. It's a proud moment. Proud moment for the BBC. Oh, they're excited.
Queen Camilla have arrived at the White House for the start of their 4-day state visit to the US. After being greeted in front of the cameras on the steps outside, an official picture has been released of them taking tea together. It's a visit with perhaps more jeopardy than usual, given President Trump's propensity for off-the-cuff remarks. And, of course, it's a visit of some diplomatic sensitivity, as relations between the president and the prime minister have soured over the war in Iran. Number 10 is hoping the king will be able to help towards smoothing over the current rift. Our senior royal correspondent, Daniela Ralph, reports from Washington.
Despite much talk of diplomatic tension and strain, it was a warm welcome to Washington for the King and Queen from the President and First Lady. The King's first state visit to America as monarch. And President Trump is hosting his first state visit of his second term in office. It is an important show of friendship during a highly secure and highly choreographed trip.
Okay, I've ran out of tea. I'll be right back.
And there was even time for an afternoon tea and chat before the ceremonial aspects of the visit kick in tomorrow. Earlier, at Andrews Military Air Base, the King and Queen arrived, greeted by officials from the British Embassy and the White House, many of whom have been working on the diplomatic sensitivities of events over the next few days. On paper, It is the most difficult state visit of the King's reign. The attempted attack on President Trump on Saturday night has further charged a challenging trip. But security reviews have led to only minor changes to the King and Queen's programme. When the President visited Windsor in September, security concerns meant he didn't leave the castle walls. Every event happened away from the public, within the safety of a royal residence. The plans this week for the King are not as restricted, and from his host, there has been reassurance.
The White House grounds are really safe. This area of not very many acres, it's really safe.
I just realized I had some sort of like Pavlovian response to like them watching them drink tea and realizing I was out of tea and being like, now I need tea. I watched somebody else drinking tea, now I need it.
And he'll be staying here now. I believe he's going to a couple of other locations because he's here for a few days. And he's a great guy. Oh, they called and they are so looking forward to being here.
Over the next 4 days, the King and Queen will carry out a series of engagements. The key moment will be tomorrow, when the King addresses a joint meeting of Congress, and then in the evening joins the President at a glamorous state dinner at the White House. On Wednesday, the King and Queen will be in New York, where they'll visit the 9/11 memorial. And then an official goodbye from the President and First Lady.
Oh, no.
On Friday and Saturday.
Oh, no. What have I started? Oh, God, the tea jokes. The tea jokes are coming. In our grave, we teed you up for it. Good God.
King goes solo, travelling to Bermuda, a British overseas territory, with a focus on environmental and cultural engagements.
You know, unfortunately, Keir is not Winston Churchill.
And then there is a president showing little restraint in his criticism of the UK, from personal attacks on the Prime Minister to questions over the sovereignty of the Falkland Islands. But his love of the British royal family is a diplomatic weapon.
Well, he loves the affirmation that being with royalty gives him, especially with British royalty. He describes his 2 meetings with Queen Elizabeth as among the top highlights of his entire life. They're not going to solve the war in Iran with this royal visit, but it can make the landscape a little friendlier, a little smoother between the 2 countries.
The King won't want to provoke the President, but he will want to promote the power of the UK-US alliance.
Well, Daniela, as you mentioned, the King is due to speak to Congress tomorrow. Are you getting any indication as to what he might say?
Well, Fiona, that speech to Congress tomorrow is a key moment of this trip. The King will become only the 2nd British monarch to make an address to a joint meeting of Congress. The last time that happened, his mother did it in 1991. We are told the speech will be around 20 minutes long. The government has been heavily involved in the content, but I think a lot of the tone and the language of it will be very much the King's own. We are expecting right at the top of the speech the King to reference events here in Washington at the weekend, that attempted assassination of the President, talking about offering solidarity and sympathy to the President. But he will also...
Yes, indeed. Wait, why is this? Oh, shit, I gotta close this. This is totally in my way. How did this happen? Okay. Yeah, but there's a lot of writing for the United Kingdom on this royal visit, as everybody back home apparently knows that Donald Trump loves the royals, and it's perhaps the one in that they have, since Keir Starmer and Donald Trump really have not I'm sorry, I just lost my train of thought because I'm looking at these are these name tags on the ground? Are you telling me that... Did they really put like stage cues on the ground for the King and the Queen? Camilla goes here. Camilla goes here. And King here. King here, Camilla here. Okay? Oh my god. Do you see them? What's the why are those little white marks on the what is that? What am I looking at? King, queen. Like, what do those say? I need to know. I need to know what those say. What was I just saying? Oh god. I can't remember what I was just saying just now. I've completely lost my train of thought because of these fucking markers on the ground. Oh my god. He really is a man of the media, you know. Okay, this is stand on your mark. Stand on your mark, king, queen. You're off your mark. You're off your mark. You're fired. You're fired.
Doors pretty closed, pretty shut. In face, forward march.
Oh, right. I remember what I was saying. They pointed at the ground. They're like, no, look, we have little markers. Did you see them point at the ground just now? It really was. It's cue cards. King here, queen here. He's out of control.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Oh god, but I remember what I was saying now, is that this is a moment for Britain, the United Kingdom, since Keir Starmer has proved himself not able to crack Donald Trump in any diplomatic fashion. In fact, he's been sort of the target of much of Trump's ire. But with Trump's love, espoused love of the royals, this is the moment. Everything's riding on this. Now, we will get to that speech from King Charles, which was fascinating. But I want to get through the whole day. It's been a full day of all of this. A little bit more than that now. Staying with the BBC. Talk more about this royal visit.
I'm being repressed!
Hello, it's Adam in the newscast studio.
It's Joe Pike in Westminster.
Do you know what? I feel a bit lonely sat here on my own without an audience of 200 newscasters sat around the place watching. But let's increase the number of people here because we're also joined from the US by the BBC's royal correspondent, Sean Coughlin. Hello, Sean.
Hello, lovely to hear from you.
So we're recording this bit of this episode at 6:30 on Monday evening. What time is it where you are, Sean?
It is now coming up to 1:30 here.
And when do we expect the King and Queen to actually land on American soil?
Well, in a couple of hours, they'll be descending from a blue sky and landing into a political storm. So we're looking out for them and we're looking forward to their arrival.
And Sean, the security story that's unfolded around the president over the weekend, has that interacted or impacted on the royal story that we're about to start covering?
Well, I think it was already going to be a pretty complicated trip with all the political backdrop to it. And this adds another layer of difficulty and possibly raising the stakes even higher. And I imagine what would have been intense security will now be raised to whatever a notch higher, and that the bubble that they will operate inside, the security bubble, will be made of some sort of reinforced titanium or something to keep everybody out, and the public might not get to see very much, but hopefully we'll be able to get inside that bubble and see things for you.
And have any of the officials who?
Oh God, they were so excited over here at the BBC for this visit. They're positively glowing about it. Now, Donald Trump and the First Lady being best, held a garden party at the patio at Mar-a-Lago. I'm sorry, the cement patio, formerly the Rose Garden, now parking lot. They got some docent in here telling the king about. Come on. It's lovely. Jesus fucking Christ. Look at Stephen Miller being fucking. Look at this. Why does Stephen and his wife look at Stephen's looking so creepy at the king right now. He looks like today he looks like less like Nosferatu because of the smile. He looks like Dobby or something. He looks like a house elf. But then look at his wife. Look at Katie behind him or whatever her name is. Look at the look the side eye look she's giving him right now. This is a hilarious picture. Oh my God. Hold on. I need this picture for later for my own purposes. What is up with this? What is going on here? What the hell is going on here? What is your plan for the king, Stephen? Get away from him.
Don't be creepy.
All right. Staying on the king topic, France 24, now 19 hours ago. Timing is going to be important here as we get through these, just so you know. It will come up. Because, well, you'll see.
The king with a mission to, as the official phrasing puts it, reaffirm and renew then that special relationship. Well, let's analyse that with our international affairs commentator, Doug Herbert, who's with me here on set. I mean, Doug, let's face it, it's a pretty tricky visit this at a very tense moment, would you say?
Yeah, it's not me saying it. Half of Britain, literally 49% of Britons were surveyed last month by YouGov, just as this visit was being announced. And what did they say about it? Well, almost half, 49%, said they wanted it canceled. They don't think their king, their monarch, should have anything to do with a president that is seen from Britain as erratic and unpredictable, and perhaps ready to fire some humiliating salvos across the bow at their monarch, at their head of state. They just don't want to be a part of that. They don't want to put the king into that sort of line of fire. Now, The one perhaps reassurance for the Britons who said they wanted this visit canceled this morning is that the White House has apparently reportedly agreed that the two men, when they meet together, that meeting will be held off camera. So we are not going to get any Zelensky moments in this encounter. And that's not to say that Donald Trump won't perhaps be on his best behavior, because we do know of his high reverence for royalty. He was enamored of Queen Elizabeth, and he reportedly has a very good relationship and fondness for King Charles, even though they apparently had King Charles lectured him too much when Charles was at Windsor last year about climate change, and he came out and he was a little miffed at how long he was lectured. But they have a good relationship. But it is a very tense visit. I will say that there's one veteran American political strategist. His name is Steve Schmidt. He's on the steering committee of a pro-democracy group that's called Save America. And what did he say? This is his words, right? And you might say it's extreme, but he likened King Charles's visit to Trump to that of King Charles's great uncle, the Duke of Windsor, who you might know, Stuart. I see you nodding sort of knowingly. The Duke of Windsor was the former Edward VIII, the king who abdicated. What did the Duke of Windsor do, the ex-king? In 1937, he visited Adolf Hitler. A notorious visit. Now, you might say it's extreme, likening King Charles, a now reigning monarch, visiting Donald Trump to that of a duke visiting Adolf Hitler in 1937. But he basically says, Steve Schmidt, his point is that the optics are bad. And he...
Illegal.
Uh-oh. I believe that's one of the things Caroline told us you're not allowed to do. Not allowed to compare Donald Trump to Hitler.
Right to jail, right away.
Wow. King Charles's visit with Donald Trump being compared to Edward VIII's visit with Adolf Hitler.
Well, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
All right, let's keep it going here. 16 hours ago, BBC once again on their beautiful monarch's arrival in the United States.
King Charles is expected to call on countries to stand together to defend democratic values when he addresses Congress later today. The King and Queen Camilla are in Washington on a historic 4-day state visit, the first by a British monarch in nearly 2 decades. Well, during his speech, the King's also expected to underline the importance of the long-standing alliance between the UK and the US at a time of diplomatic strain between the two nations. Well, our senior royal correspondent Daniela Ralph begins our coverage with this report from Washington.
As far as UK-US alliances go, this one was looking pretty friendly. The presidential hosts greeted their royal guests at the White House. There were no signs of a troubled diplomatic relationship. This was the King's first state visit to America as monarch, and President Trump is hosting his first state visit of his second term in office. There was time for afternoon tea and chat. Earl Grey and a royal blend were served up. The King and Queen were supposed to be here for around 20 minutes. They ended up staying for more than double that. Today, the King will address Congress in a speech designed to emphasise a spirit of friendship in challenging times. It's thought the King will reference topical issues, including the conflicts in Ukraine and the Middle East.
In so many royal speeches, there is an element of having to read between the lines. Addressing Congress, the King is expected to reference the fact that historically, America and Britain haven't always been in agreement, but that time and again, the two countries have found ways to come together.
At the British Embassy came the familiar territory of a garden party. Amongst the guests, politicians, charity workers, and the Olympian Tom Daley. And for the Queen, there was also a chance to meet some old friends.
I haven't seen you for a very long time.
Hearing from survivors of Jeffrey Epstein remains off the agenda for the King and Queen this week on legal advice. But at the embassy, the Queen spent time with groups working for domestic violence and child protection organisations in the US.
I think, of course, it has to be a choice for the individuals, certainly for the King and Queen as they come here for this event. I think certainly we all prioritize the voices of the victims and the survivors, ensuring that not only that they are heard, but that progress is made in repairing systems that broke down, that failed them.
The friendly arrivals of yesterday moved to the more formal
What the hell does that
ceremonial
mean?
elements today. But state visits are a mix of high diplomacy and personal chemistry. Before the day ended, the King and Queen got a chance to look at the White House beehives, including one shaped as the White House itself.
Be best.
Daniela Ralph, BBC News, Washington.
By the way, of course, the White House posted this. Ah, shit, I'm on the wrong browser. They posted this earlier today, 7 hours ago. Be best with 2 B's. It's hilarious. Get it? It's a pun. Be best. And they're looking at the beehive. Ah. It's hilarious.
Get more on what we can expect through the day. Earlier, India McTaggart, the royal correspondent at The Telegraph, joined me in the studio.
This is going to be the King's moment to address a joint session of Congress. He is going to be more sort of overtly political than maybe expected. He's going to mention Ukraine, the Middle East, NATO. He's going to talk about his own service in the Royal Navy, which is very pointed considering that the Trump administration have taken to mocking our Navy in recent months because of his reluctance to get involved in the Iran war with Trump. There's going to be moments where the King really can sort of reaffirm the shared democratic values, as he always does, which is the soft diplomacy the royal family is so well known for, but also sort of say, you know, this is one of the greatest alliances in history, and we should honor that for the sort of shared global security, not just for our security.
I heard a comment from a commentator earlier saying that President Trump is infatuated with the British royalty, but he's not infatuated with our Prime Minister at the moment. No. How do you think King Charles's visit can help reset some of that relationship?
I think Trump views them very separately. I mean, if he doesn't pick up the phone to Starmer, he will always listen to the King.
Today. GSL's wallpaper. What do you mean? Oh, my computer wallpaper? You never noticed that? I like it. I made it one day randomly for fun. It's hard to tell, but there's actually 2 circles. It's sort of a gradient, diffuse to black. It's just hard to tell. I tried to make it sort of almost not noticeable. It's more noticeable on my monitor, but I think it doesn't really quite pop on the stream. But it's really for me. But yeah. Yeah, that's one of my wallpapers, although I have multiple monitors, and I assign different wallpapers to each for vibes. For the vibes, you know. Honestly, every time I look at it, I want to fix it, but I have too many other things to do because the GNN is off center. It really bugs me, actually. Like it's a real failure. I feel like every time I look at it, like, oh, you really did a terrible job. Just thinking about it right now is making me furious. All right, I need to keep moving. CNN up next. From 13 hours ago. To Donald Trump making a speech celebrating the royal family's visit. That's why you keep your project files with the exported picture. I mean, I could easily go find it. It's somewhere in my archive, but I have no idea where. It would take me so long to find it. At least in that particular one. Usually I'm better at like keeping all of the different like individual things. That one I just made one day really fast because I wanted a wallpaper. I just really wanted a wallpaper that was GNN themed and sacrificed a number of things for speed. Okay, I already know what this is. This is the fucking national anthem with Trump fucking saluting again rather than putting his hand over his heart like a man who doesn't know what to do, who one day saluted and has kept saluting ever since because people called him out on it. Right? Like, is that not what we're looking at every single time we see this? Can we accept that together? That every time that we see Donald Trump saluting during the national anthem is because he did it accidentally one time because he didn't know that that's not what you're supposed to do. And then people called him out on that. And he said, no, I was doing it on purpose. And then kept doing it every fucking time ever since. Right? Because he has no humility and he can't admit when he's wrong. So he just kept doing it. No, actually, this is what I meant to do. I think it's much more respectful. Oh, this is fucking terrible. I'm not even gonna listen to Donald Trump talk. Screw this guy. Alright, no, we'll listen to a little bit of it. He's just such an idiot. He drones on for like 30 minutes. By the way, they have to walk to a different stage where he gives the speech. Completely different stage. Photo op? This one, I don't know what is. These people are out of control.
You going, all right?
More? No. Why? No. Stop the music. Please stop it. Oh, God. Why? No. I missed this earlier. Oh, no. Really? We got a Revolutionary War reenactment marching band. Oh, God damn it. This is disgraceful.
Be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Although it's both hilarious and disgraceful at the same time. Why do we need this? Why do we need this? They went in. They were going for multiple minutes. Like 10 minutes of this.
This is ridiculous!
He's in Trump standing there for the whole thing, dude. Everybody else is seated. Trump is standing for the whole thing. Oh. This is insane. Oh my God.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Are they done? I can't. I'm falling asleep. Can't tell. Are they done? Hard to tell. Hard to say. Oh, wait. Nope, not done. See, I knew it. I knew it. Not done.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President
He's
of
still
the United
just
States,
standing.
Donald J. Trump.
And he's still standing there. Just amazing. Oh, God. He's like, I think maybe, I can't, hard to tell. Maybe they're done. Nope, not done. Not done. I knew it. That's good enough for me. What a shameful, what a shameful display from the president. Just random, just looked like he looked like a child, you know, at like an adult event who didn't know what was going on, but was like, had to be there, you know. He's in he's like in his suit, but he's not like fully, he's like not there. Like he's daydreaming about like dragons or spaceships or something, and like that's what he looked like just now. He just like everybody else is just sitting down like normal human beings. He's just standing at the podium for 10 minutes while this marching band marches. It was such a weird thing to witness. What is wrong with this man? And how is it that nobody is coming at him for the same thing they were coming after Sleepy Joe for? How can anybody look at that and not be just like this guy? Nothing. It's unbelievable. I'm sorry. I'm getting distracted. I need to stay focused. Can't talk about this all night.
I'm staying in the race.
Now, it wasn't just a long speech and a Revolutionary War marching band. No. Trump also had a parade and a flyover as well. It's part of the festivities here. Oh God, I'm gonna sneeze again. God, our country is so lame. I gotta say. Oh, God. Fucking tin pot dictator. I think this is what this is. It's a banana republic. And, like, the more that it becomes a dictatorship, the more that our, like, symbols of freedom become just utterly laughable displays of, like fascism. Like, come on. Like, you look at some of our outfits and some of our songs, and it's no less farcical than the hats and outfits and stuff over there in the United Kingdom. Like, it's take away the freedom, and it's all just a bunch of nonsense. We do have jets, parades. I love that we did a military parade for the arrival of the king, just to prove that we won, like a bunch of petulant children. Just in case you forgot, we won that Revolutionary War. Has someone coined the term hypocrisy maxing yet? I don't think so. I think you can snag it, Ebrock. God, I am starving right now. I did not eat. I should have eaten. I'm moving so slow, too. Actually, not that bad. Let me look. 20. That's not bad. Actually, I'm doing terrible. What am I talking about? Oh, no, actually, no, it's like, that's perfect. We're doing fine, time-wise, actually. 8-hour stream. As long as we complete the galactic content goal. However, we have not yet done that. And we're 3 hours into the stream now. 2 hours into the goal, 1 hour left. Thankfully, we have a lot of ways for you to contribute to it. Although less than I'd like with the demonetization of the channel on YouTube. So, what's left is Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal. If you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream, rather than Amazon. And, of course, Patreon, where for the low price of $3 a month, you can become a galactic patron. All right. BBC up next, 11 hours ago. Let's talk about whether or not King Charles can change the mind of Donald Trump.
A what now?
Hello and welcome to the Global News Podcast from the BBC. I'm Nick Miles and I'm joined by our diplomatic correspondent James Landale. James, the King is in the United States. Many people have said he's going to be walking a diplomatic tightrope. What's at stake?
Well, relations between the United States and the United Kingdom at the moment are not great. There are disagreements over the war in Iran, over the future of the NATO military alliance, how much support Ukraine should have in its defense against Russia's full-scale invasion. There are disputes over trade, and the Americans have even dragged up the old issue of Britain's connections to its overseas territory of the Falkland Islands in the South Atlantic. So at the moment, the relationship is not great. So at stake in this state visit by the king is essentially whether or not he can take some of the heat out of the relationship and out of some of the tensions at the moment, and just put things back on a straighter keel.
So, James, can the King's visit change Donald Trump's view of Keir Starmer and the UK as a whole?
No. Donald Trump's mind is made up by Donald Trump, and it is a mind that, as we know, varies from time to time. So even if this trip goes really well and Donald Trump has a warm, fuzzy feeling about the British state and the monarch and the king, how long that sustains, I think, will be an open question. What the the king can do is change the tone, can change the feel, the atmosphere, but he's not going to in any way change Donald Trump's view on the war in Iran, support for Ukraine, or anything specific like that, because that's not what the king is there to do. The king is there just to pour some oil on some troubled waters by reminding the American system and the White House and the president personally that this is a long relationship that's 2.5 centuries old, and it was forged in rebellion and war. It has had repeated rows and disputes, whether that is the protectionism of the 1930s, the entry into the Second World War, the Suez Crisis. Even Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan, who were the closest of British and American leaders, even they fell out over the American military operation on the island of Grenada. The point the king will make is, throughout all of that, the relationship has endured.
Yes, at least that was the expected message leading into the speech. That was BBC just a few hours before said speech. Okay. Now back to the White House, where got a couple more clips from the festivities. The royal presidential welcome.
Thank you very much, everybody. What a beautiful British day this is.
Beautiful
really
British
is.
day.
In the centuries since we won our independence, Americans have had no closer friends than the British. We share that same root. We speak the same language. We hold the same values. And together our warriors have defended the same extraordinary civilization under twin banners of red, white, and blue. Anytime the Queen was involved in a ceremony or anything, my mother would be glued to the television and she'd say, "Look, Donald, look how beautiful that is." She really did love the family, but I also remember her saying very clearly, "Charles, look, young Charles, he's so cute." My mother had a crush on Charles. Can you believe it? Amazing how, I wonder what she's thinking right now.
Be best.
There's Donald Trump saying that his mother had a crush on the king, and saying that we have the same values as a monarchy. A fascinating claim from the president. Now let's see how Melania and the Queen got along in the cement garden. Yes, his art, I think, named John Adams. I do not know. Quincy, maybe? I don't know. One of the Adamses. Look at the beautiful bust. Look at all the beautiful children and their sunglasses. Oh, so great and so good. Look at us, we're like two queens hanging out with the beautiful children. Not selling them to Jeffrey Epstein anymore because he's dead.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Sun exposure is really bad for those paintings. I assume that's an original. I assume they trotted that out into the sun because they don't care. Because they don't give a shit. All right. Last clip before we go to the speech of the king. France 24, 10 hours ago. Charles on a mission. Can the king's state visit salvage US-UK ties?
I'm being repressed!
Call it the royal trump card. King Charles, dispatched to Washington on a state visit at perhaps the lowest point in the special relationship in at least 7 decades. We'll ask if catering to Donald Trump's enthusiasm for the British crown can dispel the bad blood over tariffs, the war in Iran, repeated jibes by the U.S. president to make Canada the 51st state, Canada a Commonwealth member whose head of state happens to be the same Charles III, invited to address Congress and feted at a state dinner. Does the successor to Queen Elizabeth have what it takes to keep a poker face and stick to the script prepared by his prime minister? All it takes is a hot mic or a raised eyebrow for the media covering the 4-day visit to go into overdrive. Then, of course, there's the matter of the king's brother, the former Prince Andrew, who's been criminally indicted.
There is that.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
The same Epstein files revelations that brought down UK ambassador to the United States, Peter Mandelson. Coincidence of the calendar has Keir Starmer's ousted chief of staff testifying on the day back in London over the bungled vetting that led to the appointment of a former Labour Party insider whose nickname was the Prince of Darkness. Mandelson's reputation was no secret, yet he was appointed anyways. Why? Well, to please Donald Trump. Today in the France 24 debate, we're talking about Charles on a mission. With us, he's made the trip from London to New York. I guess you could say Tom Sykes is on a mission, European editor-at-large for the Daily Beast. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
From Washington, Jim Townsend, former U.S. Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for European and NATO Policy. Good to see you.
See you.
Laura Carter, lecturer in British history at Université Paris-Cité. Welcome back to the show.
Good evening.
Jeremy Stubbs, Deputy Editor of the news site Causeur, President of British Conservatives in Paris. How are you?
Good to be here.
You can, reminder, always listen. That's right, listen to the France 24 debate wherever podcasts are streamed. I've always wanted to live in Buckingham Palace. Donald Trump adding 3 exclamation points to his post on Truth Social as he linked to a Daily Mail article that claims common ancestry with his guest on the day at the White House and a few drops of rain on the parade ahead of the state dinner, and the king's speech didn't stop the president from addressing the crowds, Tom Sykes, and Trump stating that his mother had a crush on Charles. This isn't going off script in the wrong way. This is very much on message.
Yeah, welcome to the bizarro world of Donald Trump.
Is it the Daily Beast? I think it is the Daily Beast. Okay. Good enough place to wrap that one. Moving along to the speech of the king. King Charles III. Addressing the U.S. Congress, only the second monarch to do so in U.S. history. Streamed 8 hours ago. But before we do that, before we go doing things like that, I just want to go back to the White House's Twitter account for a second. Really, really quickly.
Be
It
best.
is not for be best. No, a cute, cute post. No, it's this one. Posted 10 hours ago, over 10 hours ago now. Two kings. Not just one, two. Because, of course, I also am a king. 12 million views, 115,000 likes, 20,000 retweets. Now, here's a question for everyone. Are we allowed to call this post a threat to democracy? A president of the United States calling himself a king? Is that not a threat to democracy? A man who thinks of himself as a literal king, the thing that we supposedly fought against? This guy's great-great-grandfather had a real big problem with him. Two kings! Not one, two. Because I am a king. They say no kings, but actually, I'm a king. 1, 2.
Follow the rich white man.
Just want this to sink in for everybody here. This was posted before the speech by the White House official Twitter account. Over an hour. Let's see what these freedom lovers, how these
Mr.
freedom lovers
Speaker,
responded.
Their Majesties King Charles III and Queen Camilla.
I'm glad some people agree that yes, Trump is an imminent threat to democracy. But we're not. We just got told by the White House, by Caroline Leavitt, yesterday, that we're not allowed to say that Trump's a threat to democracy, even when he calls himself a fucking king. Even when the president of the United States calls himself a king, while standing with a literal king, you can't say that that's a threat to democracy, because that's a call to violence, apparently. But this is why this video is entitled GOP Hypocrisy Hits Max. Because I thought it plateaued earlier this year, but they actually have reached new bounds, unknown to humanity, never before seen.
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you His Majesty Charles III.
Mr. Vice President, Mr. Speaker, members of Congress, representatives of the American people across all states, territories, cities, and communities. I would like, if I may, to take this opportunity to express my particular gratitude to you all for the great honor of addressing this joint meeting of Congress, and on behalf of the Queen and myself, to thank the American people for welcoming us to the United States to mark this semi-quincentennial year of the Declaration of Independence. And for all of that time,
and this is where it begins. So while all these Republicans are retweeting and liking Donald Trump's post on Twitter that he's a king, they're in here applauding the current king of the United Kingdom for saying that we decided to stop embracing kings. It's like the hypocrisy. It truly feels like it just knows no bounds. It's like, yeah, like, why aren't you guys like you guys are applauding our fighting against a monarchy 250 years ago. Right now, you're all ushering in an American king. You're all literally emboldening and empowering a man who literally thinks he's king. And it's just insane. And they just this goes on.
Aren't you lucky? And for all of that time, our destinies as nations have been interlinked. As Oscar Wilde said, we have really everything in common with America nowadays, except, of course, language. So, ladies and gentlemen, we meet in times of great uncertainty, in times of conflict from Europe to the Middle East, which pose immense challenges for the international community and whose impact is felt in communities the length and breadth of our own countries. We meet, too, in the aftermath of the incident not far from this great building that sought to harm the leadership of your nation and to foment wider fear and discord. Let me say with unshakable resolve, such acts of violence will never succeed. Whatever our differences, whatever disagreements we may have, we stand united in our commitment to uphold democracy, to protect all our people from harm, and to salute the courage of those who daily risk their lives in the service of our countries. Standing here today, it is hard not to feel the weight of history on my shoulder, because the modern relationship between our two nations and our own peoples spans not merely 250 years, but over 4 centuries. It is extraordinary to think that I am the 19th in our line of sovereigns to study with daily attention the affairs of America. So I come here today with the highest respect for the United States Congress, this citadel of democracy created to represent the voice of all American people to advance sacred rights and freedoms. Speaking in this renowned chamber of debate and deliberation, I cannot help but think of my late mother, Queen Elizabeth, who in 1991 was also afforded this signal honor and similarly spoke under the watchful eye of the Statue of Freedom above us. Today, I am here on this great occasion in the life of our nations to express the highest regard and friendship of the British people to the people of the United States. Now, as you may know, when I address my own Parliament at Westminster, we still follow an age-old tradition and take a member of Parliament hostage, holding him or her at Buckingham Palace until I am safely returned. These days, we look after our guests rather well, to the point that they often do not want to leave. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, if there were any volunteers for that role here today. As I look back across the centuries, Mr. Speaker, there emerge certain patterns, certain self-evident truths from which we can learn and draw mutual strength. With the spirit of 1776 in our minds, we can perhaps agree that we do not always agree, at least in the first instance. Indeed, the very principle on which your Congress was founded, no taxation without representation, was at once a fundamental disagreement between us, and at the same time a shared democratic value which you inherited from us. Ours is a partnership born out of dispute, but no less strong for it. So perhaps in this example, we can discern that our nations are in fact instinctively like-minded, a product of the common democratic, legal, and social traditions in which our governance is rooted to this day. Drawing on these values and traditions, time and again, our two countries have always found ways to come together. And by Jove, Mr. Speaker, when we have found that way to agree, what great change is brought about, not just for the benefit of our peoples, but of all peoples. This, I believe, is the special ingredient in our relationship. As President Trump himself observed during his state visit to Britain last autumn, the bond of kinship and identity between America and the United Kingdom is priceless and eternal. It is irreplaceable and unbreakable. Mr. Speaker, this is by no means my first visit to Washington, D.C., the capital of this great republic. It is, in fact, my 20th visit to the United States and my first as King and head of the Commonwealth. This is a city which symbolizes a period in our shared history, or what Charles Dickens might have called a tale of two Georges. The first president, George Washington, and my 5 times great-grandfather, King George III. King George, as you know, never set foot in America, and please rest assured, ladies and gentlemen, I am not here as part of some cunning rearguard action. The Founding Fathers were bold and imaginative rebels with a cause. 250 years ago, or as we say in the United Kingdom, just the other day, they declared independence. By balancing contending forces and drawing strength into diversity, they united 13 disparate colonies to forge a nation on the revolutionary idea of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. They carried with them and carried forward the great inheritance of the British Enlightenment, as well as the ideals which had an even deeper history in English common law and Magna Carta. These roots run deep, and they are still vital. Our Declaration of Rights of 1689 was not only the foundation of our constitutional monarchy, but also provided the source of so many of the principles reiterated, often verbatim, in the American Bill of Rights of 1791. And those roots go even further back in history. The US Supreme Court Historical Society has calculated that Magna Carta is cited in at least 160 Supreme Court cases since 1789, not least as the foundation of the principle that executive power is subject to checks and balances.
Look at these fucking ghouls down here applauding. I mean, ignore the Democrats for a second, but look at Doug Burgum, what's her name? Chavez, the Reamer, Howard Lutnick, and fucking John Thune over here applauding. While they actively like tear down the thing that he's talking about. They're like, checks and balances, yay, we hate those. We've been trying to just let him do whatever he wants. Every single day we've been trying to let him do whatever the fuck he wants. But we'll applaud it. We'll applaud it right now since everybody knows we're supposed to. Oh my god, what's his name? He can barely manage it. He's the least enthusiastic of everybody. Oh, I can't remember this fucking ghoul's name. Why is he always looking like a Scooby-Doo villain? Just, you know, like lurking on a old dusty plantation somewhere.
This is the reason why there stands a stone by the River Thames at Runnymede, where Magna Carta was signed in the year 1215. This stone records that an acre of that ancient and historic site was given to the United States of America by the people of the United Kingdom to symbolize our shared resolve in support of liberty and in memory of President John F. Kennedy. Distinguished members of the 119th Congress, it is here in these very halls that this spirit of liberty and the promise of America's founders is present in every session and every vote cast, not by the will of one, but by the deliberation of many, representing the living mosaic of the United States. In both of our countries, it is the very fact of our vibrant, diverse, and free societies that gives us our collective strength, including to support victims of some of the ills that so tragically exist in both our societies today. And, Mr. Speaker, for many here, and for myself, the Christian faith is a firm anchor and daily inspiration that guides us, not only personally, that guides us not only personally, but together as members of our community. Having devoted a large part of my life to interfaith relationships and greater understanding,
do they even know what they're
it
clapping?
is that faith in the triumph of light over darkness, which I have found confirmed countless times. Through it, I am inspired by the profound respect that develops as people of different faiths grow in their understanding of each other. It is why, it is my hope, my prayer, that in these turbulent times, working together and with our international partners, we can stem the beating of plowshares into swords.
One took a second. I just love the subtlety. The subtlety of some of these comments, right? And our international part. Like we all know what he means when he says that, but you just sort of, it's said in a way, feels sort of off the cuff, even though it's clearly planned.
I am mindful that we are still in the season of Easter, the season that most strengthens my hope. It is why I believe with all my heart that the essence of our two nations is a generosity of spirit and a duty to foster compassion, to promote peace, to deepen mutual understanding, and to value all people of all faiths and of none.
All of those things, that's the exact opposite. You just said all of those are the exact opposite of Donald Trump and Republicans. Compassion, mutual understanding.
What now?
What you talking about?
The alliance that our two nations have built over the centuries, and for which we are profoundly grateful to the American people, is truly unique. And that alliance is part of what Henry Kissinger described as Kennedy's soaring vision of an Atlantic partnership based on twin pillars, Europe and America. That partnership, I believe, Mr. Speaker, is more important today than it has ever been. The first reigning British sovereign to set foot in America was my grandfather, King George VI. He visited in 1939 with my beloved grandmother, Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother. The forces of fascism in Europe were on the march, and sometime before the United States had joined us in the defense of freedom, our shared values prevailed. Today, we find ourselves in a new era, but those values remain. It is an era.
Are we allowed to talk about fascism? Caroline Levitt just told us we're not allowed to talk about fascism. Now the king's doing it in Congress.
Illegal.
right to jail, right away.
But those values remain. It is an era that is in many ways more volatile and more dangerous than the world to which my late mother spoke in this chamber in 1991. The challenges we face are too great for any one nation to bear alone. But in this unpredictable environment, our alliance cannot rest on past achievements or assume that foundational principles simply endure. As my Prime Minister said last month, ours is an indispensable partnership. We must not disregard everything that has sustained us for the last 80 years. Instead, we must build on it. Renewal today starts with security. The United Kingdom recognizes that the threats we face demand a transformation in British defence. That is why our country, in order to be fit for the future, has committed to the biggest sustained increase in defence spending since the Cold War, during part of which, over 50 years ago, I served with immense pride in the Royal Navy, following in the naval footsteps of my father, Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, my grandfather, King George VI, my great-uncle, Lord Mountbatten, and my great-grandfather, King George V. This year, of course, also marks the 25th anniversary of 9/11. This atrocity was a defining moment for America, and your pain and shock were felt around the whole world. During my visit to New York, my wife and I will again pay our respects to the victims, the families, and the bravery shown in the face of terrible loss. We stood with you then.
In case you're confused, he's not talking about the
Are you
Epstein
still talking
victims.
about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
He's talking about the 9/11 victims. He's not going to talk to, people Andrew might have, yeah, you get what I'm saying. It's unclear because there's a lot of victims that we're talking about.
And we stand with you now in solemn remembrance of a day that shall never be forgotten. In the immediate aftermath of 9/11, when NATO invoked Article 5 for the first time, and the United Nations Security Council was united in the face of terror, we answered the call together, as our people have done so for more than a century, shoulder to shoulder through 2 world wars, the Cold War, Afghanistan, and moments that have defined our shared security. Today, Mr. Speaker, that same unyielding resolve is needed for the defense of Ukraine and her most courageous people. It is needed in order to secure a truly just and lasting peace. From the depths of the Atlantic to the disastrously melting ice caps of the Arctic, the commitment and expertise of the United States Armed Forces and its allies lie at the heart of NATO, pledged to each other's defense, protecting our citizens and interests, keeping North Americans and Europeans safe from our common adversaries. Our defense, intelligence, and security ties are hardwired together through relationships measured not in years, but in decades. Today, thousands of US service personnel, defense officials and their families are stationed in the United Kingdom, as British personnel serve with equal pride across 30 American states. We are building F-35s together, and we have agreed the most ambitious submarine program in history, AUKUS. And we are doing it in partnership with Australia, a country of which I'm also immensely proud to serve as sovereign. We do not embark on these remarkable endeavors together out of sentiment. We do so because they build greater shared resilience for the future, so making our citizens safer for generations to come. Our common ideals were not only crucial for liberty and equality, they are also the foundation of our shared prosperity. The rule of law, the certainty of stable and accessible rules, an independent judiciary resolving disputes and delivering impartial justice.
That was just a long-ass list of a bunch of all the things that Donald Trump and the Trump regime have been doing the exact opposite of. What's the opposite of respecting? Dismantling? Denigrating?
These features created the conditions for centuries of unmatched economic growth in our two countries. This is why our governments are concluding new economic and technology agreements to write the next chapter of our joint prosperity and ensure that British and American ingenuity continues to lead the world. Our nations are combining talent and resources in the technologies of tomorrow. Our new partnerships in nuclear fusion and quantum computing and in AI and drug discovery, holding the promise of saving countless lives. More broadly, we celebrate the $430 billion in annual trade that continues to grow, the $1.7 trillion in mutual investment that fuels that innovation, and the millions of jobs on both sides of the Atlantic, supported across both economies. These are strong foundations on which to continue to build for generations yet unborn. Our ties in education, research, and cultural exchange empower citizens and future leaders of both countries. The Marshall Scholarship, named after the great General George Marshall, and the association of which I am so proud to be patron, are emblematic of the connection between our two countries.
He's about to say some more uncomfortable shit. Thank you for the follow, your brother Levi. Twitch, good to see you. Do I think that the Trump mob is intelligent enough to get Charles's message? Hard to say. Not broadly speaking. Some slice of them must be able to.
Since its founding, more than 2003.
But it's not clear to me that it's all intelligence based. I think it's literal. There's a lot of people who are literally indoctrinated into a cult. It's a cult. And I think even smart people can wind up in cults for one reason or another. But, you know, like, he is a leader of personality who since the very beginning has been having, like, little, you know, like, mixers, basically, like, events everywhere he fucking goes. People, like, creating little groups as a result. Like, it's a whole thing, right? Like, it's a cult. And you have to reject the cult. You have to reject your whole friend group and all of these other things that you're benefiting from, you know? Because that's the thing. It's like about cults. They always present themselves as having something for you, right? Even if it's not, even if you're never going to get that thing, like they always have a promise.
Between our two countries. Since its founding, more than 2,300 scholarships have been awarded, opening doors for Americans from all walks of life to study at the United Kingdom's leading universities. So as we look toward the next 250 years, we must also reflect on our shared responsibility to safeguard nature, our most precious and irreplaceable asset.
I would just like to pause right there. The man standing right, I know it's hard to see him, but this guy right here, this is Lee Zeldin, the EPA administrator. This is the administrator of the EPA, the guy who's been dismantling and rolling back all of the environmental protections intended to protect the environment, and Americans limply clapping as King Charles talks about how we need to protect the environment.
Millennia before our nations existed, before any border drawn, the mountains of Scotland and Appalachia were one, a single continuous range forged in the ancient collision of continents. The natural wonders of the United States of America are indeed a unique asset, and generations of Americans have risen to this calling. Indigenous, political and civic leaders, people in rural communities and cities alike, have all helped to protect and nurture what President Theodore Roosevelt called the glorious heritage of this land's extraordinary natural splendor, on which so much of its prosperity has always depended. Yet, even as we celebrate the beauty that surrounds us, our generation must decide how to address the collapse of critical natural systems, which threatens far more than the harmony and essential diversity of nature. We ignore at our peril the fact that these natural systems, in other words, nature's own economy, provide the foundation for our prosperity and our national security.
How sad Lee looks. Look how sad and unenthusiastic Lee looks while he claps. This fucking guy right here with the red tie. Oh my god, look at him. Jesus Christ. Republicans are so sad that they have to clap for environmental, like for anybody saying like anything even close to environmentalism. I'm sorry, what? You said what now? The earth.
Oh, what now?
The story of the United Kingdom and the United States is at its heart a story of reconciliation, renewal, and remarkable partnership. From the bitter divisions of 250 years ago, we forged a friendship that has grown into one of the most consequential alliances in human history. I pray with all my heart that our alliance will continue to defend our shared values with our partners in Europe and the Commonwealth and across the world. And
You can tell at this point, King Charles is like, you guys gotta stop fucking clapping. Because this speech is taking forever.
This is ridiculous!
and that we ignore the clarion calls to become ever more inward-looking. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Vice President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, America's words carry weight and meaning, as they have since independence. The actions of this great nation matter even more. President Lincoln understood this so well with his reflection in the magisterial Gettysburg Address, that the world may little note what we say, but will never forget what we do. And so to the United States of America, on your 250th birthday, let our two countries rededicate ourselves to each other in the selfless service of our peoples and of all the peoples of the world. God bless the United States, and God bless the United Kingdom.
Okay, now we could have, I don't know, done clips of this, but I thought this was a fairly important speech for a number of different reasons. I mean, first off, it's only the second monarch to ever speak in Congress. Two, I thought it was a fascinating sort of break, dichotomy, sort of juxtaposition to the current leadership that we have. A guy who's capable of putting together at least multiple sentences without sounding like a completely deranged lunatic. As everybody here knows, I'm not a big royalist, you know. We don't follow what the royals do. In fact, considering how much news we talk about here, royal news is less than 1% of what we do. However, I also felt that this speech really sort of helped us with sort of the culmination, or at least what I thought was going to be the culmination of the hypocrisy for today. But of course, the Trump administration knows no bounds on the hypocrisy meter. But you can see clearly Republicans clapping for things that they don't actually support, or that they're actively fighting against, no matter how unenthusiastically in some cases, like Lee Zeldin. And even though I've got 100,000 criticisms of the Royals, like they're a outdated, antiquated, unnecessary institution in which the United Kingdom probably doesn't need. And, you know, there's the whole Andrew of it all. Prince Andrew.
Omega 5 Tar gifted a tier 1 subscription to lowercase 1388.
Omega Star, thank you for the gifted sub. Who was that? Lowercase 1388. Okay. Not enough Tolkien quotes from His Highness. You shall not pass. Is that good for you? I can't carry the ring, Mr. Frodo, but I can carry you. What's that? Ah. Puppy treat. Okay. Never put the... Yeah, nobody can see it. All right. Now, unfortunately, we're not done with the hypocrisy. No. Because even though Republicans mid-decade gerrymandered in Texas, Republicans in Virginia are challenging the state of Virginia's supreme. God damn it. I'm saying this wrong. The Virginia Republicans are challenging in the Supreme Court the voters' decision to redistrict their state. Aww. Here's Johnny, Associated Press, from yesterday.
Virginia's Supreme Court is deciding on a case that carries high stakes for the balance of power in the U.S. House. Judges heard oral arguments Monday on whether a voter-approved redistricting amendment complied with the state's constitutional requirements. The new districts, which could net Democrats 4 additional seats, won narrow voter approval last week. But a Republican challenge to the map contends that the Democratic-led General Assembly violated procedural rules by placing the constitutional amendment before voters to authorize the mid-decade redistricting. If the court agrees that lawmakers broke the rules, it could invalidate the amendment and render last week's vote meaningless.
We look forward to the court's ruling. We think after listening to the oral arguments and certainly looking at the...
This is fucking nonsense, dude. If these guys think it's gonna hold up, they are out of their fucking minds. The Supreme Court already ruled that it could be done, and the state just decided, and they're trying to claim this is what their argument is: the voters can't decide. By voting on it, that makes it unconstitutional. You have to do it unilaterally without the will of the voters. That's what the argument of Republicans in Virginia is. It is nonsense. It's the most anti-democratic argument I could think of. But they're very upset because they're going to lose all their seats. Now, that was just a quick segue hypocrisy. On to more hypocrisy. It really has hit the peak. There's no way they could get worse than this.
What you talking about?
Yeah, that's fair. It will get worse than this. It just doesn't feel like it should be able to. You'd think that they would break. Like the hypocrisy dam would break, and Republican voters would actually lose their fucking minds. And they would no longer be able to tolerate this. All right, more hypocrisy.
Illegal.
Free speech, illegal. 6 months ago, 9 months ago, they were delighted at the fact they get to say the R word again because free speech is back and comedy is back. And now, posting photos on Instagram, it's a crime, according to the Department of Justice.
Right away.
With Donald Trump's lawyer, the Attorney General, Todd Blanche, announcing indictments of ex-FBI Director James Comey for a second time. Number 2.
We still don't know the charges, but we do know what this is related to. Again, remember, the first indictment was about him lying to Congress and these leaks to the press. That has nothing to do with this indictment. We are told that this has to do with the case that you heard Caitlin Polans talking about earlier, this investigation from Secret Service into Comey's social media post that he posted a picture on the beach of seashells that said 8647. Then he deleted that post, but at the time time, Republicans said that he was trying to incite violence against President Trump using that kind of social media post there. Now, I will tell you that the source that I spoke to directly.
Dude, this thing has gotten no less ridiculous in the last 6 months. Like, when we covered this back then, or whenever it was, when was this? I can't even remember when he posted it. Like, how? What's the statute of limitation on Instagram posts anyway? This is nonsense. A pile of rocks on the sand is somehow an indictable offense? Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. These people do not want this smoke turned back around. People do not like understand. I feel like they're too dumb to understand this. But like, if you get a leftist leader in charge of the government, a leftist government with the balls and the temerity of this current Republican government, and starts doing the exact same thing, there is so much actual shit to go after. There's so much actual shit to go after. The government only does like 5% of it, maybe less. We can start down the. Let's start with BitChute. Let's start with BitChute or 8chan. We start rounding up every single person who posts anything even vaguely problematic. Swastika, jail. Clanhood, jail. Militia talk, jail.
Right to jail, right away.
Correlated this to what happened on Saturday night, saying we've already seen all of this incitement of violence. We just saw it again on Saturday night. Not that these two things were directly related, but referencing.
The U.S. doesn't do left GSL. Yeah, I know what you're saying, and I'm just posing a libertarian sort of the libertarian's favorite intellectual device, a thought experiment. You know, just trying to do a thought experiment for everybody, where the reverse of this happens to the other side of this equation. Because this is complete nonsense, and there's like actual like Nazis and Klansmen like running around posting on the internet all over the place.
On Saturday night, while talking about this indictment in particular and the case around this social media post. It will be interesting to hear what we hear from the Justice Department on this, if there is any kind of actual correlation talking about this incitement of violence. But it also comes at a point where we are hearing from this White House nonstop saying that this is all about political rhetoric, that the reason that there have been so many assassination attempts have been because of rhetoric against President Trump. Obviously, we know that rhetoric on both sides of the aisle has been increasingly violent in this political environment that we are currently in. But that is what we know so far about the current indictment against James Comey, that this is about that social media post, which at the time the Secret Service said that they were going to investigate.
Kristen, thank you so much for that reporting. Kaylin Polance is with us now. So
This is ridiculous. These people don't believe in free speech. If you support this, you don't believe in free speech, and you're an anti-American douchebag, okay? You're an America last garbage person, okay? I've decided I'm appropriating the term America last. Because that's what Donald Trump is. He's America last. He's Trump first, America last. $1 billion a day on Operation Epstein Fury. you get to pay twice as much on gas. Meanwhile, he doesn't drive himself, and his tank is filled with your taxpayer dollars. You bought his flags. You bought all of his, you bought the hats and the sunglasses, the bumper stickers, the shit coins. It's your money. It's your money he's spending. The watches, the shoes. The wig infused hats, of course. The flags. Can't forget the flags and the banners. A huge part of the Trump identity is the merch. All right, let's stay on this ridiculous story.
Welcome to the News Hour. Former FBI Director James Comey has once again been indicted by the Department of Justice. It's the second time the Trump administration has attempted to prosecute him.
The indictment is connected to a post Comey shared last year on social media of shells spelling out the numbers 8647. The Justice Department argues that post is a death threat.
While this case is unique,
Illegal.
and this indictment stands out because of the name of the defendant, his alleged conduct is the same kind of conduct that we will never tolerate and that we will always investigate and regularly prosecute.
86, when used as slang, generally means to get rid of something, and Mr. Trump is the 47th president. The DOJ previously tried to indict Comey last year, accusing him of lying to Congress. That case was dismissed by a federal judge last year on procedural grounds. For more on today's announcement, we're joined now by our justice correspondent, Ali Rogan. So, Ali, what is James Comey accused of, specifically in this indictment?
This grand jury accuses Comey of 2 felony accounts of threatening the president's life, which come with a maximum prison sentence of 10 years. There was also a warrant issued for his arrest. And just a few minutes ago, Comey issued a response via video.
Well, they're back. This time about a picture of seashells on a North Carolina.
All right, before James goes here, I just want to say something. Remember when Republicans and Donald Trump specifically were decrying
Omega 5 Tar gifted a tier 1 subscription to Sweaty Gopher.
Omega, thank you for the gifted sub. Incredibly generous of you. So generous over there, Omega. How many's, are we there yet? I feel like we're really, really close to completing the goal. Very, very, very close. But we're 4.5 hours in, people. I would point this out. The timer's up. We're in super secret probationary galactic content gold timer countdown. Yeah, you get it. You get what's happening. Red alert. You can donate in many ways. Unfortunately, not YouTube, since we've been on an unfairly demonetized for inauthenticity. My inauthentic, mass-produced live streams, somehow. I don't know how you do that, still. I'm still a little confused. No one's given me an answer on how you mass-produce an 8-hour live stream. Yeah, it's a little weird, but okay. Anyway. In lieu of that, we do have Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal. And, of course, Patreon. Throne too, but doesn't apply to the galactic content goal, of course. What was I just saying? Oh, wait, no. What? Hold on. My brain just broke. What was I saying? I was saying something.
Just a few minutes ago, Comey issued a also.
Oh, right, lawfare. Remember they were decrying lawfare, witch hunt? It's a lawfare, witch hunt. It weaponizes the justice system against me. Very, very nasty. Very, very nasty. The Democrats, Merrick Garland. Eric Garland, weaponized justice system. Like, the guy did actual crimes. Like, in broad daylight. And now they're going after people, his enemies, for social media posts, for piles of rocks. He tried to steal an election and do an insurrection after the fact. And then was upset that anybody wanted to hold him accountable for that. Or for any of his other actual crimes. Right, the guy's been accused of like 1 trillion crimes. First off, like from before he ever became president. And then all of this other stuff. Like, it's incredible. It's incredible that they can, even after he's actually found guilty in a court of law of 34 felonies, continue to support him and all of that stuff, and can simultaneously hold that in their heads while simultaneously, like, it just, how? Like, how? Like, I don't understand. How can you have a problem with him being targeted, quote unquote, by the justice system, and then watch him use the DOJ like his personal prosecutor's office? It's not what it is. Okay? That's not what it is. But that's what it's being used as. And it's wild. It's wild. It's beyond me.
Issued for his arrest, and just a few minutes ago, Comey issued a response via video.
Well, they're back. This time about a picture of seashells on a North Carolina beach a year ago. And this won't be the end of it. But nothing has changed with me. I'm still innocent. I'm still not afraid. And I still believe in the independent federal judiciary. So let's go.
And as to those allegations, Comey said at the time that he was not aware the phrase 86 carried violent connotations, and he subsequently took the post down.
As he says, this.
They are such snowflakes. They are such fucking snowflakes. Oh my god, not shells. I forgot they're not stone. They're not even stones. They're shells. They're even less. They're even less threatening. I couldn't think of something less threatening than an elderly man.
Carried violent connotations.
Just think about it. It's an elderly man with a bunch of seashells by the seashore. Seashells by the seashore. Okay. How can that be? How is that threatening for an elderly man to do that? You have to be such a weak, fragile fucking snowflake to be like, this guy needs to be arrested. Right to jail. Very nasty James Comey. Posting pictures of his seashell piles put in the sand. I don't like it. First it was Sally selling seashells by the seashore. Now it's James Comey piling them. What's next? Ay, ay, ay. It's incredible just how many things Republicans are willing to just completely either contradict everything they've ever said and or done, or just go along with things that we all just know are blatantly wrong, incorrect. Look at this guy's fucking face, by the way, on the left-hand side. Why does he look so fucking constipated? He looks like he's either ready to poop, or like he really needs to poop, or he's like ready to like jump one of the reporters. What's going on with this guy? Also, your tie is too thin. What's going on with this guy's face? Settle down there, clipboard guy.
North Carolina returned an indictment against James Comey on 2 counts. The first count is that on or about May 15th of last year, he knowingly and willfully making a threat to take the life of and to inflict bodily harm upon the President of the United States. Count 2, same day, May 15th, 2025, that the defendant, James Comey, knowingly and willfully transmitting in interstate commerce a communication.
Did I count that you gifted a 3-month tier 1 sub? A 3-month? No, I did not notice that. Why would you go doing something like that? Gifting a 3-month sub? Gifting a 3-month sub to a rando? My God. Sweaty gopher. The recipient of some crazy generosity from a megastar. I guess that counts then. Yeah, no, definitely. I did not notice that. I'm seeing it now. It didn't register as that in my mind. I didn't even know you could do that.
That contained a threat to kill the President of the United States. Both of these counts carry a maximum term of imprisonment of 10 years. So I think it's fair to say that threatening the life of anybody is dangerous and potentially a crime.
Oh, yeah.
Threatening the life of the President of the United States will never be tolerated by the Department of Justice. Over the past year, this department has charged dozens of cases involving threats against all sorts of individuals. We take these seriously, every single one of them. For example, just today...
They're taking him super serious. Okay. Which, of course, is a farce. I mean, how is this a threat against Trump's life? It's the same way that calling him a fascist is a threat, but even less so. Or saying he's a threat to democracy. They're all not threats to Trump's life, but if you're a delusional fucking moron willing to, actively like deny reality for the supreme leader, then I can see how you could get there, right? Like if you're a completely insane cult member, right, willing to just deny reality for the sake of not having to question your own concept of reality, then yeah, I guess I could see how you could get there. Otherwise, if you were like a normal functioning human being, I'd be really concerned.
Today, a grand jury sitting in the Eastern District of North Carolina returned an indictment against James Comey on 2 counts. The first count is that on or about May 15th of last year.
Sorry, I just forgot. This was the clip I meant to watch. The other one was the full fucking press conference. I don't have time. Nobody got time for the full press conference, but we already got everything I wanted out of that one from Todd. However, we're not done with Trump targeting his political enemies. And in a way, it's with violence. He's targeting his political enemies with violence, or at least the threat of violence. I know libertarians would see it that way. I know they'd see it that way. It's the federal government coming to your door with a gun and saying, dude, you're going jail.
At gunpoint.
Now, this next guy, not yet under threat of going to jail, although that may be what's next. But Jimmy Kimmel is unfortunately under threat once again. Trump can't get enough of going after Jimmy.
Don't be creepy. This guy's just like spending a lot of time with Melania, waiting in.
No, it's out of order. No, Emma, not yet. Here first.
Today, a grand jury sitting in the Eastern District of North Carolina returned an indictment against James Comey on 2 counts. The first count is that on or about May 15th of last year, he knowingly and willfully making a threat to take the life of and to inflict bodily harm upon
I know what happened.
the President of the United States.
I know what happened. This is what happened.
Both President Donald Trump and his wife Melania are calling on ABC to fire Jimmy Kimmel after the late-night comic joked last week that the First Lady had the glow of an expectant widow. Kimmel made the joke while delivering a mock comic routine for the White House Correspondents' Association dinner, 2 nights before the event was cut short when a man tried to rush the ballroom, where the Trumps and other leaders were. The president said Kimmel's words were beyond the pale. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said it was part of a campaign of rhetoric from Democrats and some in the media that has helped to legitimize violence.
Who in their right minds says a wife would be glowing over the potential murder of her beloved husband?
There was no indication that Kimmel was
very nasty. I don't know anybody who knows anything about their relationship. I don't think they don't even sleep in the same bedroom, do they? Like everyone like knows that they have like a prenup and like a postnup, and like at least that's what everybody's saying. Everybody's been saying it. Everybody's been saying it. Everybody's been saying, "Coming, sir. I hear you're not even living in the same home as your wife." It's true. But the FCC is now investigating ABC for Jimmy Kimmel's comments about Donald Trump and Melania being an expectant widow. Oh. How dare you make jokes about the Supreme Leader? Right to jail.
This guy's just like spending a lot of time with Melania, waiting in the wings, and going on television defending her honor.
He's crafting her message.
Okay,
He's a nice
I'm so
man.
sorry. Oh, yes.
The FCC is at it again. We played a clip of Brendan Carr at CPAC, I guess about 2 or 3 weeks ago, where he was bragging. This is the head of the FCC. You remember the outrage that came from many quarters about the Biden administration saying to Twitter, hey, we would really appreciate it if you guys do a better job of moderating against posts that are putting out misinformation in the course of a public health emergency. And you remember the outrage that was associated with that. Like, this is Big Brother. Meanwhile, we have the FCC chair at CPAC bragging about pulling licenses, about getting new hosts of TV shows, about firing Stephen Colbert, about buying CBS, about buying TikTok, and so on and so on. Well, they're not done yet, because apparently Jimmy Kimmel, and was this at the White House?
No.
Oh, he's just doing
they got rid of
fake one.
comics.
Okay.
So this is a fake.
Oh, yeah. This is his version of this. And when did he do this?
I believe this was Monday.
Okay. Oh, he did this yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay.
Our First Lady Melania is here. Look at Melania, so beautiful. Mrs. Trump, you have a glow like an expectant widow.
That's a good joke.
That's a good joke.
And to be fair, it's funny because it's universal in the sense that so many of us are waiting for her to be a widow of natural causes, of course.
Her second act.
A free woman.
Forward to her
Right,
second
exactly.
act.
She's going to get out there. And look,
Live that life, girl.
We went through this. There was a lot of.
Damn, the siren is super loud today. It must be right outside of the building. Is it ever that loud? I guess like sometimes the space police, you can hear them going by the space station sometimes. I never go back and listen to how loud does it get? I've been wondering. I know some people must have at least heard it a couple times.
Who said the same thing about Joe Biden, that he was already dead. That was very heartless and cruel and mean. And they would say he's dead and he's falling off a bike or whatever it is. And, you know, comedy's legal again. Back then it wasn't. Now it is.
Sorry, I just have to make a correction. This was a joke he made last week ahead of
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. So he's made this joke before, you know, any type of assassination attempt. Now, of course, there were other assassination attempts. People forget this. Obama had something like 10, was it 10? At least 10 assassination attempts, plots foiled. But now comedy's legal, so you can make that joke.
Yep. I love how a chatter came in and on Twitch today to claim that Obama had never been been the recipient of any sort of assassination attempts, and then it took us like 2 seconds to figure out that he had like 4 times as many like credible threats on his life.
Yes, of course.
Including one dude who like literally unloaded an entire like assault rifle clip into like the White House. Like, I mean, people just want to live in their little bubbles, but you know, facts can only be ignored so long. I used to remember one Ben Shapiro saying "facts over feelings." Facts over feelings, everybody.
You make it about Melania, because here's Donald Trump. Wow, Jimmy Kimmel, who is in no way funny, as attested by his terrible television ratings, made a statement on his show that is really shocking. He showed a fake video of the First Lady, Melania.
Okay, I'm gonna do it. He showed a fake video of the First Lady, Melania, and our son, Barron, like they were actually sitting in his studio, listening to him speak, which they weren't and never would be. He then stated, quote, "Our First Lady, Melania, is here. Look at Melania, so beautiful. Mr. Trump, you have a glow like an expectant widow," unquote. A day later, a lunatic tried entering the ballroom of the White House Correspondents' Dinner loaded up with a shotgun, handgun, and many knives. He was there for a very obvious and sinister reason. I appreciate that so many people are incensed by Kimmel's despicable call to violence, and normally would not be responsive to anything that he said, but this is something far beyond the pale. Jimmy Kimmel should be immediately fired by Disney and ABC. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President Donald J. Trump.
Incensed by Kimmel's despicable call to violence, and normally he would not be responsive to anything he said, but this is something far beyond the pale. Jimmy Kimmel should be immediately fired by Disney and ABC. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Now, of course, not to be outdone, Melania has her own reps. Someone else who has the glow of an expectant spokesperson
for the widow, right? This is what I tried to compare this guy. He's we're on not on screen. Yeah, this guy's like the equivalent of what Tom Brady had to deal with Gisele Bündchen, where this guy's just like spending a lot of time with Melania, waiting in the wings, and going on television defending her honor.
He's crafting her message.
Okay,
He's a nice
I'm so
man.
sorry. Oh, yes.
Come on.
Come on, Emma.
Well, he responded last night. What does Melania think about that? Is she buying it?
It's done. It's over. Jimmy Kimmel should be terminated from ABC. And I think ABC needs to determine, is this the type of person and violent rhetoric that it wants to affiliate with? Think about it. ABC has been protecting Jimmy Kimmel now for a long time. This isn't an isolated incident. It's been going on and on and on. And the problem, as you're very well aware, is that There are crazy people out there who are listening to this violent rhetoric, this terrible political-oriented violent rhetoric, and they're turning it into action. So for the third time now, our president has had his life at risk.
Yeah.
And it's because of this rhetoric. There's no doubt about it.
It's almost become normalized. People are laughing about this.
Well, it was a joke. I mean, I think that was probably why people were laughing, because of the joke aspect of it. But here is Jimmy Kimmel. Let's hear him respond to this. I mean, incidentally, if you if you were one of those people who watched the very, very rude and dirty and inappropriate Howard Stern with any type of regularity,
Doesn't sound like anything I would do.
You would have heard Donald Trump on many times.
Right.
Go ahead. Here's Jimmy Kimmel.
Could you jump up?
I greeted the day facing yet another Twitter vomit storm and a call to fire me from our First Lady, Melania Trump, saying I should be fired because of a joke I made, again, 5 nights ago. It was a pretend roast. I said, our First Lady Melania is here. Look at her, so beautiful. Mrs. Trump, you have a glow like an expectant widow, which obviously was a joke about their age difference and the look of joy we see on her face every time they're together. It was a very light roast joke about the fact that he's almost 80 and she's younger than I am. It was not, by any stretch of the definition, a call to assassination, and they know that. I've been very vocal for many years speaking out against gun violence in particular, but I understand that the First Lady had a stressful experience over the weekend, and probably every weekend is pretty stressful in that house. And also, I agree that hateful and violent rhetoric is something we should reject. I do, and I think a great place to start to dial that back would be to have a conversation with your husband about it, because...
Call off your dogs, Kimmel.
Okay, you bastard.
I mean, they failed with this.
Get him, Jimmy. Get him. That's what I've been saying. Trump is the source of all of the politically violent rhetoric. Okay? Is the embodiment of it all. He literally told a militia to stand back and stand by if the election, if they lost the election. I mean, it's ridiculous. He told a literal white supremacist organization, stand back and stand by. I mean, that's what I say when I'm like, I'll let you know if I need your help later. Okay, you stand here while I do the thing, and if anything goes wrong, and then you come in, right? Like, dude is the fucking violent rhetoric in chief guy. Violent rhetoric in chief guy. And it's just, the hypocrisy has just gotten so out of hand. It's like we're being gaslit at a level I just don't think I can manage to like withstand for much longer. Like, it's just so blatant, and it's like I feel like we're living in an alternate reality right now. It's being dictated by Donald Trump. It's like, look, you and I may think one thing, right? We may see and hear one thing with our eyes and ears, but Trump says a different thing. Caroline Levitt at the Ministry of Truth tells us it's a different thing. And that's the reality we have to live by. Otherwise, jail. Otherwise, lose your show. I mean, what is going on?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Jimmy Kimmel pushed back against new calls from the First Lady and the President, basically to get him fired, this time over a joke he made last week, days before the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
And of course, our First Lady Melania is here. Look at Melania, so beautiful. Mrs. Trump, you have a glow like an expectant widow.
Again, that was days before the incident Saturday night, the attempted shooting there. But now the First Lady says his words, Jimmy Kimmel's words, are corrosive and that they deepen the political sickness within the country. And she added, it is time for ABC to take a stand. President Trump also said that Kimmel should be fired and said the joke was a despicable call to violence. Kimmel pushed back during his monologue overnight.
obviously was a joke about their age difference.
Sorry, we don't need to watch this twice.
I do, and I think a great place to start to dial that back would be to have a conversation with your husband about it, because
All right, with us this morning, CNN media analyst Sarah Fisher from Axios and CNN chief media analyst Brian Stelter. Brian, let me just start with you. Jimmy Kimmel, to my eye, didn't look particularly nervous last night as he was delivering that monologue, and it was notable that he was there at all. ABC didn't step in to take him off the air. As
it absolutely was.
Yeah, they've done that before, kind of.
My indication, Disney's being tight-lipped about this, so on the record, nobody there is saying anything about Kimmel. But my sense, talking with sources, making calls overnight, is that Disney is absolutely standing by Kimmel. And you can see that because he was on everyone's television sets last night. But more importantly, behind the scenes, there have also been signals to Kimmel and to his team that the company is with him, that the company is not wavering, that the company is not going to try to knuckle or maybe cower in the face of Trump's pressure. And that is, of course, notable because of last fall, because of Kimmelgate last fall, when he was yanked from the airwaves. The reason he was yanked from the airwaves back then was in part due to local stations with cozy ties to the Trump administration that yanked Kimmel's show locally.
Yeah, and to me, it seems like Kimmel's kind of over it. He's like, yeah, it's fine. I mean, I assume he's doing fairly well. Multi-millionaire. Probably has a beautiful home and life. And I'm sure that this would be, a dent in some of that, but not, life-ending. It's not going to be homeless tomorrow or something, and he's probably going to continue to live a much more comfortable life than either you or me. But he doesn't deserve to lose his show for this joke. They just can't handle jokes. They are the thinnest skinned bullies on the planet. Claim to be warriors and they go hiding behind tables. Claim to love free speech and then send the FCC after their critics, after literal clowns. That's what Jimmy Kimmel is, right? He's a clown. He's a literal jester. He's a late night show host, right? And go after James Comey for an Instagram post of some seashells by the seashore. The hypocrisy has hit a peak. It truly has. I don't think it can get much worse. We've hit a fever pitch, right? We're boiling at maximum right now. Kyle, make it make sense.
All right, welcome to the show, y'all. Hope everybody out there is having a great day. I got a lot of stuff to get to today. So in just a second, we have Jimmy Kimmel, yet again, is public enemy #1 of the Trump regime, and they are officially going full snowflake, cancel culture mode, authoritarian mode. They're trying to get him fired for like the 88th time. So we'll talk about that. We also have Trump at this point is basically fully rubbing his corruption in our face. Wait until you hear the details of the new corruption scandal that just came out. You don't want to miss that. And then later on, the world is seemingly abandoning America for good. There is no coming back for the U.S. empire. It's only a matter of time until we are not a superpower anymore. We'll also get to Marjorie Taylor Greene erupting on Trump as Trump goes at Candace Owens. The right-wing civil war is in full effect and has hit critical mass. And then later on, Laura Loomer spills all the tea on MAGA grifters, and you'll love to see that as well. The girls are fighting, y'all. They are going directly at each other's jugulars. So we have all that and more. You guys know the deal, man. Everybody do me a big favor. Subscribe to the channel and click that bell icon. That helps out big time and costs you nothing at all. You can also support the show on Patreon with $2 a month or $5 a month or $7 a month. It means the world, y'all. It means the world. Remember, this is real independent media. I've never talked to an advertiser, never done an ad read, never talked to a PAC or a government or a billionaire or anything like that. Very proud of that fact. You guys have made that possible with your support. So thank you very much for those of you who do support. Kimmel, for those of you who don't know, the regime has made it basically like a pet project of theirs to get this guy fired and get this guy kicked off the air. It has been like an obsession of Trump's. In the same way that like he can't shut the fuck up about his stupid Epstein ballroom, he also cannot shut the fuck up about trying to get Jimmy Kimmel fired from his late night talk show. Okay,
The man asked me a hard question.
As you all know, there was an alleged attempted shooting the other night at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. We did a big breakdown on that and whether or not it was a false flag. I highly recommend you go check that out. That segment dropped yesterday. Well, Jimmy Kimmel did like basically this little stand-up routine on his show where, before the White House Correspondents' Dinner, he did like, a thing where he actually roasted the entire regime. So first I'll show you this and then just wait for the absolute over-the-top colossal nuclear meltdown that this led to in MAGA world. So here is his little stand-up.
Live from the Trump Kimmel Center in Washington, D.C., it's the All-American White House Correspondents' Dinner.
We're not going to do this again. And Kyle watches like so much of this. Okay, there we go.
Now get out of this car and go get measles.
Why does Kyle get to watch this whole clip and stay monetized, but I get demonetized for trying to avoid doing exactly this thing that he's doing right now? I love Kyle, but what the fuck?
So there you go. That was his little stand-up routine. I thought it was pretty clever. I thought it was pretty funny. I feel like he's probably the best of all the late-night hosts. Like when you compare him to like who? Fucking Fallon and I don't even know who else anymore. Yeah, pretty solid. Well, guess what? Trigger the 5-alarm fire total meltdown of the snowflake fucking little cancel culture bitches on the right. And here we go again. So Melania comes out and says, Kimmel's hateful and violent rhetoric is intended to divide our country. His monologue about my family isn't comedy. What?
His Melania impression is so terrible. He sounds like he's half yodeling, half Jamaican. His monologue about my family isn't comedy. His words are corrosive and deepens the political sickness within America. People like Kimmel shouldn't have the opportunity to enter our homes each evening to spread hate. A coward, Kimmel hides behind ABC because he knows the network will keep running cover to protect him. Enough is enough. It is time for ABC to take a stand. How many times will ABC's leadership enable Kimmel's atrocious behavior at the expense of our community? That was his Crystal impression? That was his impression of his wife? Rude. Terrible. Sounds nothing like Crystal. Alright, that's enough of Kyle. Sorry, Kyle. Gotta keep this puppy moving. We've been going for 5 hours already somehow. That is a long time. All right, one more clip on this CNN. Before we do that, though, I almost forgot to do this. We are owed one confetti party as a result of our completing the Galactic. Yep, it's beautiful. We've done it. Thanks to all of your efforts. Galactic content goal has been completed. As a result, we get to make sure we ensure that we get all the sweet content that I have planned for us tonight. And there's still a bunch more to do, so thankfully we did that 5 hours in. That's everybody, bask in the glory. One more moment. Viewers like you are the ones who have brought this glorious display to you. You can do it in a numerous number of ways. Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal. If you prefer, you want to go directly to funding the stream. A throne. If you'd like to donate in a slightly different way. Throne's a fascinating place where you can contribute by crowdfunding actual physical items. You can go shopping for me. Those things that eventually arrive at my door. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your dollars, Patreon. $3 a month. Get access to a myriad of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. And of course, due to our demonetization, your donations are needed more than ever. Still got a huge YouTube took a money deficit, as you can see down in the left-hand corner. Every dollar truly helps. All right, everybody, back to the stream. CNN, 3 hours ago. Trump FCC challenges ABC's licenses amid Kimmel controversy.
Ridiculous!
The FCC, the Federal Communications Commission, has suddenly ordered, years ahead of schedule, a review of licenses for the Disney-owned and operated ABC local stations. Now, this comes just one day after the First Lady and the President demanded ABC and its parent company, Disney, fire Jimmy Kimmel over a joke he made on his late-night talk show days before the White House correspondent dinner. The FCC is saying in a filing, and I quote, Disney's ABC is hereby directed to file license renewals for all of their licensed TV stations within 30 days, in other words, by May 28, 2026. The FCC chair, Brendan Carr, is a Trump ally. Now the FCC says the license review is related to an ongoing probe into Disney's diversity initiatives. It would only involve the 8 ABC stations owned by Disney. Critics of the action see it as government retaliation for airing Kimmel's show and resisting pressure from the president. Disney released a statement that reads, quote, ABC and its stations have a long record of operating in full compliance with FCC rules and serving their local communities with trusted news, emergency information, and public interest programming. Disney adds, we are confident the record demonstrates our continued qualifications as licensees under the Communications Act and the First Amendment and are prepared to show that through the appropriate legal channels. Now, again,
well, there you have it. Disney pushing back, saying that actually First Amendment,
Where did the Second Amendment?
First Amendment, though. Glad to see ABC not just capitulating. A refreshing change of pace in this world we find ourselves in. Sorry for coughing in all of your ears. All right, I'm glad to know that we've completed the galactic content goal. I was worried because we still have a bunch of stuff to talk about. They'll lose the lawsuit hands down. Oh yeah, there's no way. But they are brazen in their authoritarian moves. Say something we don't like, we'll sue you. We'll investigate you. Send you to jail. I just don't know what else you call that. Lowercase, thank you for feeding the puppy. She is already snacking, but looks like she's going to continue snacking. James Jail Bond. Not James Bond's Bond. Very funny, Heather. Very funny. All right. What's up next? Yeah, let's go here. PBS. That's right. The Piker Broadcasting System. Parker. See how Trump's been dealing with the media outside of the Kimmel situation.
Trump says he did not fall down during the
The
shooting.
security moving
That's awesome.
quickly, within seconds, grabbing the vice president by his coat, lifting him up, bringing him out. Then the counter assault comes in. Took 10 seconds for them to flank you, Mr. President. And then
Yeah, they noticed it too. That was interesting. They picked up JD before they picked the president up. That was odd. I was doing a barrel roll, not because I look like a barrel, but because because I wanted to stop, drop, and roll like I'm on fire. Just like this
really
country, which is
weird.
on fire from the standpoint of heat. Hot! Hotter than ever before.
20 seconds to get you out. It looked
Hot
chaotic.
heat.
At one point, you were down. What was happening?
From the standpoint of heat. Very,
Yeah.
very
What
hot.
happened is I meant to fall. Many people are saying it was very impressive how athletic I am. As you know, I'm 220 pounds and 6'4". Very athletic. I don't waste any of my battery.
It was a little bit me. I wanted to see what was happening, and I wasn't making it that easy for him. I wanted to see what was going on.
He's like, I wanted to scope out the scene. I wanted to identify the shooter if he was around.
wanted to
and
give him
maybe
as many
deal with him
targets as
myself.
possible.
Dude, he's such.
I wanted to give him as many moving targets and also stationary targets as possible. To confuse him. It's like a mind game. Make it difficult. It's like a game show. Which one do you pick?
American president. Okay. This is literally like, he's a couch guy. You know those guys who sit on the couch and engage in armchair quarterbacking or armchair general behavior? Like the average American who just sits there with his crusty boxers and is like, oh, dude, if I was in that situation, I would have behaved totally differently. Like, he's doing that right now. He's like, yeah, I was looking around. I wanted to monitor the situation. I wanted to see where the shooter was. Maybe throw some mean looks his way. Maybe deal with it myself. John Hinckley literally admitted he did it so they could build a ballroom. That's right. That's true. That's real.
How worried were you that there were going to be injuries?
I wasn't worried. I understand life.
Dude, I feel like this is shameful. I mean, it's 60 minutes, so it's expected. You know, this is Israel's favorite news broadcaster. But this is really up. I mean, this guy's a straight up fascist, man. Like, have some decency.
Illegal.
Wipe it off after the glaze, at least. Like, this is unbelievable. Sarah Longwell defending you now because this is America and you don't go to jail for saying terrible things. You go to jail for doing terrible things. Hope that helps.
Right to
Bro,
jail,
all
right
it
away.
took was one of her hitters. All it took was one of Sarah's hitters to now turn around and start defending my ass. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, we're building that ballroom, and now Sarah is woke now. Sarah, what happened? That's your man's. She got owned so hard after her pot save appearance.
Communist.
I hope. I don't think so. I think people like this don't actually ever change their perspective all that much. But I'll take the defense. Thank you, Sarah.
The entertainer named Oz Perlman is talking to you. He's known as the mentalist. When did you know something was wrong?
Right around that point.
Dude, The Mentalist is getting tremendous marketing out of this, by the way. It's crazy. He's everywhere. He was literally right next to the president, impressing Melania with his magic right as the shooting took place. This is probably a better marketing opportunity for him than if he actually did whatever tricks he had up his sleeve. Aha, perhaps that was the greatest trick of all. I wonder if the Mentalist saw this coming. He should have. If he's a real one, he would have seen it coming.
It's true, though. He's been going on all the late night shows in talking about his experience now. And if it hadn't, if news hadn't broken at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, I don't think anybody would have wanted to talk to him. I was very much not looking forward to his act. I would have preferred comedy.
It turns out he couldn't predict it, so.
In fact, you can.
So the only mentalist we believe in here at the Hassan Abi broadcast is obviously Professor Jiang. It is funny that the liberal terrorist was saying how much he loves the troops and cops. He can't even, in the moment of a suicidal mass shooting attempt, conceive the idea that the crimes of empire had anyone else to blame than Trump. I mean, that's why he's like, that's the point that I was trying to make about like liberalism being like a rudderless movement in general. And maybe that's the reason why you're seeing this kind of thing happen, where they just legitimately think Trump is not a symptom of the problem, but instead the only problem. I don't think these guys do any systemic critique whatsoever, where they just like truly believe Trump is like a singularly repulsive person who has single-handedly rotted these institutions to the core.
Well, you could hear it in his manifesto or final words. It was quite clear, right? Like, he wasn't viewing this through the lens of logic. He thought he was, but he was viewing it through like a biblical lens. He was, you know, he spelled it out. And like that guest on Democracy Now! Said earlier, it's basically the exact same claims that Vance Belter, the guy who targeted Minnesota lawmakers last year, made for his right-wing arguments. It's just, it is a very strange time that we're in right now, right? But people are feeling rudderless, like you say, and we're living in a moment where the man in charge is trying to create a reality from whole cloth and force everyone to accept that version of everything at all times, targeting all of his enemies and all these sorts of things, inciting all sorts of politically violent rhetoric constantly. And here we are, you know, and it's just, God, they're continuing to try and tell us that it's the left is the problem. This guy wasn't of the left. He wasn't even kind of doing any kind of social critique. He was having a weird, like, biblical discussion with himself around whether or not Christians should turn the other cheek, and what is Caesar unto Caesar is like, believe what is Caesar's unto Caesar. Like, all these like biblical discussions. That's how he framed his reality. This guy's no leftist, right? He's not reading Marx or something. What I understand is he went to like one No Kings rally and donated like $10 to some like Act Blue or something like that. It's unaffiliated party registration in California, which I believe has closed parties. So which means that he wasn't even voting in Democratic primaries, which makes him absolutely not an activist. Right? He's not even concerned with trying to get in the primaries and make any sort of significant changes. It's no radical. What he did was extreme. All right. If we take a break, I feel like we need a break. We haven't. It's been 5 hours. I was worried about how long the stream was going to go tonight. I took one day off. List got enormous. And so I just panicked. Didn't take any breaks up to now. I think we'll do one more clip and then we'll go to break after that. So we got tornadoes and wildfires to talk about. But first, the majority report from yesterday on Donald Trump's corruption.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
All of the presidents, including successful business owners over here, 100 years versus less than a 1-year period of wealth accumulation for one president.
The New York Times had a piece entitled "Firm Building Trump's Ballroom Got a Secret No-Bid Contract for a Nearby Job." And I think this is indicative of the way that Donald Trump has been robbing this country blind. In this instance, yeah, this is it. Trump says that they're not spending any money on the ballroom. It's really cheap. I got a good deal. To build his mammoth White House ballroom, President Trump last summer chose Maryland-based Clark Construction. Since then, Mr. Trump has repeatedly sung the company's praises, even saying he wanted it to refurbish projects all over Washington. In January, government documents show the Trump administration secretly gave the company a no-bid contract to do another job at a sharply inflated price. The National Park Service wanted to repair 2 ornamental fountains in Lafayette Park across from Pennsylvania Avenue from the White House. The Biden administration in 2022, so granted, this is,
All right, before we get away from this, because I'm not sure if Sam had seen this at this point, and this may not have even, now that I'm thinking about it, this may have actually happened after the fact. But just to be clear on that ballroom, wait, no, yeah.
A meeting space that is secure.
Oh, what's happening? What is happening? Don't be a dick. Good God.
On the White House grounds that would allow people to do what they did at the Hilton.
I don't appreciate this one bit. I'm going to need you to cooperate. I just want to go back here. I hate to cut Sam off. But Donald Trump claimed that we were talking about the ballroom. We watched this earlier. I just want to watch this again right now in case anybody missed this. From Lindsey Graham.
That is secured
from yesterday.
On the White House grounds that would allow people to do what they did at the Hilton Hotel is necessary. I'm convinced if there had been a presidential ballroom adjacent to the White House, the guy would have never gotten in. We're going to introduce legislation that would authorize $400 million to be spent to secure to build the presidential ballroom.
So they're introducing legislation to authorize $500 million in spending. So it's becoming even more unclear who's actually paying for this.
Almost 4 years ago, had estimated the work would cost $3.3 million. But Mr. Trump's government agreed to pay Clark $11.9 million to do it, and later added tasks that increased the contract to $17.4 million. The agency did so without considering offers from other firms, citing a rarely used urgency to get the fountains repaired. The point is this is the way you can manipulate government contracts. You can overpay in some areas to underpay in others. And theoretically, in this instance, Trump's just doing it to get his pet project, the ballroom, done. But if Trump has the ability to overpay for a fountain repair by a factor of 7, let's say, right? I mean, 3 million to almost 18 million, maybe a factor of 6. Then he also has the ability to sort of say, like, we're going to overpay that no bid contract by a factor of 5 or 6 or 10 for something else that company is doing for me, not so much within the business. Or we've all heard about like the cryptocurrency that people have. We know there has been multiple reports of people buying part.
Don't forget the NFTs and the Trump trading cards and the Bibles and the shoes.
Play that clip with the cups just to give you a sense of what is going on. This is clip number. Which one is it?
Oh, 15?
Yes, 15.
Yeah.
This is a guy named Sully Dog on TikTok. I don't know who he is, but we've seen many reports to this effect. These give you a good visualization. This is what he did.
Every cup that you're looking at is $10 million. And this small stack over here to start with, this is a representation of a full century of U.S. presidents' personal wealth growth while they were in office. We're talking Coolidge, Eisenhower, Kennedy, Reagan, Bush, Biden, all of them except one. 4 cups, roughly $40 million in total, and that's what all the modern presidents combined gained while serving over an entire century. Total, not per president. Now shift your eyes to this monstrosity. 1 year, 1 president, same cups, same scale. 1 century versus 1 year. Not opinion, it's visual math, and your eyes are doing it in real time. So take a good look. All of the presidents, including successful business owners, over here, 100 years versus less than a 1-year period of wealth accumulation for 1 president. Donating a salary is just a headline. It doesn't offset the billions quietly being accumulated elsewhere.
Yeah, but in the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
How much taxes did people pay?
If you're telling yourself it's because he's a good businessman, then ask one question. If nearly 50 years in business didn't produce anything close to this, but 1 year in public office did, that's not skill, that's corruption. Nothing you can say can explain this. And if you're at
I mean, this guy has been one of the most corrupt presidents. Well, not one of the guy has been the most corrupt president. I mean, he's completely, in addition to just lining his pockets, we don't even know like how much his kids have gotten, or Witkoff's kids,
Seriously.
or Lutnick's kids.
Yes.
Everybody's getting paid.
Who say?
Everybody's getting paid.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Okay. Well, I hope you're all being sufficiently value-tained right now. Boy, oh boy. Well, you're gonna have to hold off for a little bit of time. Still got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight. Extreme weather. Natural disasters. Gripping the planet. We got that to talk about. As well as a whole bunch of other Earth news across the planet. From the Gulf of Mexico, actually the Pacific, technically. Eastern Pacific, all the way to the Western Pacific. All right, but we're going to take one quick break here, at least. And we'll be right back. All right, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. Hit that bell icon too, and the like button. Really helps out. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App and PayPal, Throne, and of course the very best way to get the most base benefits for your dollars, Patreon. where for the low, low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. The break is over. And the stream is about to begin once again. So you better get back in those seats. Otherwise, you're going to miss it. Okay. We are back, Space Ams. We've made it quite a decent way through our list. But we have a lot more to talk about. Really only halfway through. Perhaps a skosh more. Yeah. Let's go to the Midwest, where deadly tornadoes have been ripping through several states, causing destruction for days now. Here's CBS News from yesterday.
Dangerous storms swept across parts of the U.S. over the weekend. This tornado tore across Oklahoma overnight. Millions of Americans in Oklahoma, along with Kansas and Missouri, got hit with hail and high winds. And in North Texas, at least 2 people were killed by powerful tornadoes. Homes in the area were reduced to rubble. CBS News correspondent Nicole Valdez has more from Texas.
Multiple tornadoes tore across Oklahoma and Kansas Sunday night. This one ripped through parts of Osage County, northwest of Tulsa. Another twister derailed a train onto its side in southeast Kansas, destroyed buildings, and downed several trees and power lines as rounds of powerful storms swept across the state.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. In North Texas, families in Runaway Bay are returning to homes that are barely recognizable after a powerful tornado passed through the town on Saturday.
I just retired 2 years ago. This was our dream house.
Roofs are shredded, ceilings collapsed, and walls reduced to nothing but scattered debris.
We actually felt the house lift up a little bit, lost half the roof there, a lot of damage on the inside of it.
In nearby Fort Worth, this woman is seen escaping out the window of her car, which was swept up in deep floodwaters. And in Springtown, Texas, Saturday night, lightning sparked a massive fire, triggering an explosion at this natural gas facility. A 69-year-old woman was killed after a tornado hit a mobile home park near Springtown.
You know, there's no interior rooms, in a mobile home. So it was scary.
With the immediate danger gone, families are now forced to salvage what they can from the debris.
I've lived, out in Texas almost my entire life, and I've never seen any kind of damage like I've seen today.
Now we're at a police checkpoint outside one of the hardest hit communities in Runaway Bay, where access is strictly limited as crews work to navigate all those damaged power lines and tons of debris. At least 20 families have been displaced here.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, we're dismantled and disabled FEMA from being able to do what it's supposed to be able to do. Got a bunch of climate denialists running the country. And unfortunately, like I predicted, it is turning out we are having, although it could change at any time, I would welcome it. But it would seem we are having a fairly powerful storm season and fire season. Really, just at the very beginning of it all. We're already seeing massive tornadoes. And big-ass fires. Just wait till hurricane season comes. Not going to be good. It's an El Nino year. As a result, the ocean waters will be, nice and warm. Just waiting to be sucked up into the atmosphere. We're
going to turn now to weather. Millions in the central U.S. are under threat of severe storms tonight, including tornadoes and hail. Meteorologist Rob Marciano tracking it all.
Severe storms dumping punishing hail across the Missouri Ozarks, some the size of softballs, smashing windshields and denting cars. Parts of the South today are getting the brunt of the relentless storms that have battered the Midwest. It's the 6th straight day of violent weather.
It's on the ground right there.
Unleashing high winds and nearly 60 reported tornadoes since last Thursday. The National Weather Service says a confirmed tornado hit overnight in Germantown, Illinois, snapping trees in half and blocking roads there.
Oh my goodness.
And in Jeffersonville, Indiana, homeowners waded through the mess left behind from a fallen tree that damaged the roof and tore down the walls.
In Milwaukee, winds as high as 77 miles per hour toppled trees and left thousands without power Monday. Ben Wilson had just parked his car in front of his house minutes before a tree landed right on top.
We'll assess what the damage is here soon, but I'm not that optimistic that it's going to be drivable.
Thunderstorms swept through 9 states, now shifting south, putting Dallas in the danger zone. Meanwhile, the rain is bringing some relief to drought-stricken Georgia, where multiple wildfires have burned more than 50,000 acres. Firefighters have less than a third of the blazes contained.
Speaking of those Georgia wildfires, let's get an update on those. Here's Fox Weather to remind us of where we were at last time we talked about the fires. This is from 2 days ago. You can see a literal inferno. It's a wall of fire. This video taken by the Georgia Forestry Commission. Just horrifying. Okay. Now this is from yesterday, News Nation. As more evacuations were called for as the wildfires continued to spread throughout the day.
Evacuations underway right now in several Georgia counties as 2 massive wildfires continue.
Oh no. One of our chatters was a victim of the hailstorm? That's awful. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully you have insurance. Hopefully you have insurance and they cover it. I don't know. Oh, God.
Continue to tear through the southeastern part of the state. One of those fires now bigger than Manhattan and still spreading. Let's get out to Mills Hayes, who is live on the scene just north of the Florida border. So, Mills, crews unable to really contain much of either fire right now.
That's right, Nicole. And in fact, this Highway 82 wildfire actually grew by a lot. It grew by 10,000 acres over the weekend, and it has more than doubled. And this area right here actually used to be a lush pine forest. Now it has been ravaged by these wildfires. It is covered in black and ash, and when you step, you can actually still see some of the pockets of smoke rise, and it is warm on my feet here, so you can tell just how active these areas still are. We know that in southeast Georgia, the two largest wildfires have caused about 54,000 acres to burn, and more than 120 homes have been destroyed. Now, firefighters from all across the country are dealing with these wildfires, trying to maintain them and keep them down. But the issue is there is a lot of dry vegetation, strong winds, and that heat making it harder for them to contain them. And in fact, here in the Brantley County area, investigators believe that this wildfire was caused by a foil balloon landing on top of a live power line. The evacuation zones have expanded, leaving hundreds of people seeking shelter, staying with family and friends or in those shelters. Now, there has been donations that have come in, food, clothes for people who have lost their homes, as well as for those first responders that are on the fire line. But there is still a lot of uncertainty as these wildfires grow, and people are concerned that their homes could be next. Now,
just a horrifying situation transpiring down south. And firefighters started mobilizing from across the United States to join in the fight against this raging wildfire.
Turning now to Georgia, where those record-breaking wildfires are still burning into a second week now, despite a little bit of rain overnight. CBS News correspondent Skylar Henry has made his way to Waynesville, Georgia, for us tonight. Skylar, good evening. What do you see?
Hey, Tony, good to see you as always. Now, county officials say that the fire that has broken out here in the county has grown significantly over the course of the last several days in Brantley County, so much so that firefighters from as far away as Utah and Oregon are headed this way to try to get an upper hand.
New video shows the scale and scope of the devastation in South Georgia as fires now burn into a second week. This one near the town of Waynesville doubled in size over the weekend, extending a trail of misery and destruction.
That was my house.
This is what's left of David and Christina Carter's home.
It was devastating. I mean,
It's like numb at first because you're like, this is a joke, right? And it's like, no, this was my house for 10 years.
Were you able to save anything? Or?
Nothing.
The Carter's home, among at least 120 so far, gone. Powerful winds and extreme drought are fueling these two major fires. South Georgia is under extreme or exceptional drought. Waynesville has received just a half inch of rain this month, less than 1/8 of its normal rainfall.
We looked at all the records going back historically with the state. We believe that these two fires have created the most lost homes ever in the history of our state.
And you saw Mary Kate with an umbrella there. We're finally getting some much needed rain,
Yes.
but unfortunately, Georgia's two biggest wildfires have now burned more than 53,000 acres combined.
So Governor Brian Kemp is going to be in South Georgia again today, and the largest fires are burning about 4 hours south of Atlanta. There's one in Brantley County and then one in Clinch County where the governor plans to visit. That fire has burned more than 32,000 acres, and it is now 23% contained. At least 35 homes have been destroyed, and fire investigators believe that this blaze was sparked by a welding spark.
Now, I know everybody's getting excited. There's rain, 23% contained. It sounds better than 10%. But I would point out anything below 50% is an expanding fire. Okay? Anything under 50% containment is a actively expanding fire, and any amount of wind will cause that thing to do exactly that. Yeah, I was muted. Thank you. Yeah, unintentional muting.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
All right, up next to this ridiculous fucking story. Up the coast, a incredibly important project which would have brought renewable electricity to New York and New Jersey, is being scrapped after the Trump administration decided to bribe the company building it to end the project. That's right. Your taxpayer dollars were given to a private company building a renewable energy project off of the coast, which would have brought renewable energy to New Jersey and New York, regardless of whether you're a Democrat or Republican. It would have helped you with your energy bills at a time when energy bills are getting worse and worse. This would have been a tiny little, not even little, a fairly moderate sized amount of help to people. But instead of people getting the already planned project that would have made their energy bills lower, we're paying to make people's energy bills higher. That is the thing I just want everybody to wrap their heads around right now while we watch this clip from CBS New York.
The Trump administration.
Whoops.
The Trump administration announced 2 more payouts today for energy companies that will abandon offshore wind projects already in development. Blue Point Wind and Golden State Wind agreed to end offshore wind leases in exchange for reimbursements totaling nearly $900 million. The Blue Point project was in development off the coast of New York and New Jersey. The Golden State project was proposed off California's central coast. Previous efforts by the administration to block offshore.
What a complete waste. What a complete waste of money. We're paying to make people's energy bills more expensive by canceling new sources of energy in 2 regions that need it most. But of course, these companies can be bribed to stop doing it. They don't really care about the public good. And the Trump administration just offered them $1 billion. You'd probably take it too, if you were in charge of one of those companies. Maybe not. Maybe you have more ethics, and I would like to think that the viewers of this channel have, in fact, better ethics than that. But that's a lot of money for doing literally fucking nothing. Or in some cases, actually, I guess technically, I think these projects were already partially started. But they're just getting a full reimbursement for everything. It's incredible. For what? The alternative is coal and literal oil, which is now at, multi-decade highs. So why is that the right plan right now? Amidst everything we have going on, that can't possibly be the right plan. Now, some people think they have a plan. 60 nations, in fact, who met in Colombia yesterday to discuss a plan for the future. How to tackle, actually solve climate change. Not just talk about solving it, but what needs to be done.
And time now for our Down to Earth segment, which of course focuses on the health of the planet. Some 60 nations are gathering in the coastal city of Santa Marta in Colombia to tackle an issue which has deadlocked UN climate talks: how to exit fossil fuels. It's the first global conference of its kind, bringing together countries which want to accelerate a fossil fuel phase-out. This despite the stalemate in the UN-level COP summits. For more on this, I'm joined by our environment editor, Valerie de Kemp. Hello, Valerie.
Hi, Annette.
Tell us more about the purpose of this gathering. I mean, is this summit trying to achieve what countless other summits have failed to do so for years?
The gathering was born out of the frustration that 30 years of climate diplomacy have failed to produce any meaningful outcome on fossil fuels, which we know are the main drivers of the climate crisis. With this key question, how do we move away from oil, coal, and gas? And so the summit is co-hosted by Colombia and the Netherlands, two countries that are part of a coalition of about 80 countries that want to accelerate efforts aimed at phasing out fossil fuels. This coalition is already active within the COP ecosystem, the official UN climate summit. But last year at COP 30, those countries, that coalition said, if we're not making enough progress, we're going to take discussions out of formal UN negotiations. And so essentially you have countries responding to a gridlock situation that has become a feature of climate diplomacy and COPs, and saying to the rest.
Yeah, this has been one of our main criticisms of these COP meetings. The last one, they failed to make any progress to have the signatories sign on to any kinds of pledges to end fossil fuels. In fact, the fossil fuel lobbyists weren't even banned from being at the conference. It was something rather farcical, I'm afraid, and something's got to be done about all of that. We have to find a solution that does not include the input of fossil fuel lobbyists and involves only people concerned about the future of humanity, not the future of profits. For more on these talks, another France 24 clip.
As dozens of countries gather in Santa Marta to discuss a transition to renewable energies, nearby protesters marched through the streets of the coastal Colombian city, chanting against oil exploration and fracking, or demanding that fossil fuel companies pay up.
Governments need to scale up public climate finance to make sure that these polluters pay.
We must focus on the future of children. Because otherwise, what are we doing at a fossil fuel treaty? What is it for? Who is it for?
Organisers of the conference say the sudden shortage of oil and gas caused by the war in Iran has focused minds on the need for a fossil fuel phase-out. The gathering of ministers and officials is discussing not if or when to bring about the green transition, but how. On the list of attendees are major fossil fuel producers like Canada and Australia, and developing oil giants from Nigeria to Brazil, as well as major energy-consuming nations in the European Union, coal-reliant emerging markets, and small island nation-states extremely vulnerable to climate shocks. But not the biggest fossil fuel producers and polluters like China and the United States, who organisers say have often acted as an obstacle at UN conferences.
We're gathering a coalition of those who have already decided that it's necessary to move beyond fossil fuels. It's with them that we must chart the paths forward.
Okay. Well, there you have it. Global leaders trying to come together, albeit without the very largest fossil fuel users and producers, which is once again somewhat prohibitive to getting the very most achieved, but perhaps something will come of this. I would like to see it. It could happen. I think it ends like tomorrow or something, so who knows? Hold our breath for a second. Meanwhile, everything is still burning down in Japan. That wildfire we talked about last stream is still raging through Otsuchi. Okay, well, there's a clip from a channel I can't tell you the name of because it was in Japanese, but that one was from 3 days ago. That was the last clip that we saw on Sunday. Now, this is from yesterday, coming out of Wyon. To update us more, we got a few clips on this horrifying fire.
In other climate stories, wildfires continue to rage across northeastern Japan, with flames scorching vast forested areas in Iwate Prefecture and forcing thousands of residents to remain under evacuation orders. Authorities say that around 730 hectares have been consumed. This is despite sustained firefighting operations involving local crews and helicopters from Japan's self-defense forces. The worst hit zone remains the town of Otsuchi, where nearly a third of the population has been told to leave. Public broadcaster NHK reported that more than 3,200 people from over 1,500 households are affected by the evacuation order. Now, as the fire line pushes dangerously close to residential communities, not just the locals, emergency teams are also struggling to extinguish flames, which have burned for days on the mountainsides surrounding the rural fishing town.
Physical fatigue is setting in. The soles of a lot of people's feet are hurting, including mine. After all, we're climbing mountain slopes where there are basically no paths. It's almost like a wall in places. So yes, things like pain in the soles of our feet are starting to show. That's one way you can really see that people are physically getting worn down.
Officials warn that harsh conditions can prolong the crisis and trigger fresh flare-ups. Firefighters say the dry weather and a lack of expected rainfall are hampering containment efforts.
Yeah. Unfortunately, for this region in Japan, not enough rain. And high winds have been continuing to fuel the fire, which has, as of right now, burned 10% of the land in the town that we've been talking about here. Otsuchi, I think is what it's called. Just horrifying. 10%, all of the land.
身体的疲労も溜まってきてて、
Good God.
ここまで2日以上経っても
Physical fatigue is setting in. This is the first time I've encountered a situation where the fire is still not out, even after more than 2 days.
感染
We're climbing mountain slopes where there are no paths. It's almost like a wall in places. Pain in the soles of our feet starting to show. That's one way you can really see that people are physically getting worn down. My own family home was washed away in the tsunami in 2011, and we relocated to higher ground. This time, the fire broke out right behind us. Honestly, my reaction was, this again? It's been 15 years since the earthquake. People have been moved to higher ground, and life has finally settled down. We can't let their lives be upended like this again. You know, we could, our governments could commit to stop using fossil fuels, help slow down some of this horrifying destruction that we're seeing. Just a thought. Can you imagine lose your home? The Fukushima earthquake. They move a higher ground so you don't get hit by any more tsunamis, and then then your home gets taken out by a wildfire. And then being a firefighter, so the guy's literally a firefighter. It's his job to put out fires, and then the fire literally starts in his backyard. It's insane.
Wildfires continue to rage across northeastern Japan, with flames scorching vast forested areas in Iwate Prefecture and forcing thousands of residents to remain under evacuation orders. Authorities said around 730 hectares have been consumed despite sustained firefighting operations involving local crews and helicopters from Japan's self-defense forces. The worst-hit zone remains the town of Otsuchi, where nearly a third of the population has been told to leave. The public broadcaster...
Look how much smoke. Oh my god, it's just like turning into clouds. That is disturbing. That is a fuck ton of smoke.
Self-defense forces. The worst-hit zone remains the town of Otsuchi, where nearly a third of the population has been told to leave. The public broadcaster NHK has reported that more than 3,200 people from over 1,500 households have been affected by the evacuation order as the fire line pushes dangerously close to residential communities. Not just the locals, emergency teams struggle to extinguish flames which have burned for days on the mountain sides as well, surrounding the rural fishing town.
Jesus, that is just horrifying. When will people accept that climate change exists and that this has nothing to do with the Bible? Or that it's not a fucking hoax? Like, when is it gonna happen? And it's not entirely an aberration of the United States, but like, it's mostly centered to the United States. Like I said, not entirely. I feel like most of the rest of the world just sort of accepts that climate change exists. While this like huge group of Americans just like continue to just live in this alternate reality. It's not great. All right. I'm afraid I have no space news for you here tonight, everyone. But we do have a lot of other stuff to talk about. So let's get to that. First, in the Eastern Pacific, where the United States military has done another strike on another fishing boat, killing at least 3, according to the Associated Press from Monday. This is so fucking unnecessary. I'm so sick of seeing these fucking images. I couldn't pause it fast enough. I'm so sick of seeing these fucking images here. Like, when is enough enough? A normal government, if we had a problem with drug boats, would seize them, interdict them in international waters or in our own territorial waters and arrest them. Have a trial, provide evidence, not just murder people wantonly in the middle of the ocean. It's insane. And it should not be normalized, but at this point it's becoming the normal. Oh right, another boat strike. Another fishing boat down in the Pacific, in the Caribbean. That's just the U.S. government being the U.S. government again. Fuck yeah! Meanwhile, thanks to our insistence, Donald Trump has succeeded, at least to some degree, in getting the rest of the planet to increase their military spending, which has now risen to nearly $3 trillion globally. Here's France 24 English from yesterday.
Global military spending has increased for the 11th year in a row, reaching $2.9 trillion in 2025, a response to perceived geopolitical uncertainty.
The share of global GDP dedicated to the military is the highest we've seen since 2009. So everything points at a world that feels less secure and is spending on its military to compensate for the global landscape.
The United States, China and Russia account for more than half of total global spending, despite a drop in US expenditure following cuts to aid for countries like Ukraine, a dip easily offset by increases across Europe. Germany, the world's 4th largest spender, increased its spending by 24% compared to 2024. Spain by a notable 50%.
In Europe, especially in European NATO members, we saw massive increases in 2025, and that's given a threat perception stemming from the war in Ukraine, but also the disengagement of the US.
Yep. Donald Trump getting exactly what he wanted. Increase in spending across NATO
through a world
countries.
That's spending more on war than ever before. New data shows that global military spending hit $2.9 trillion last year. That's a record high, and it's 11 straight years of growth. The United States still leads, spending about $954 billion, but others are catching up. China spent $336 billion, Russia around $190 billion, and Germany saw one of the biggest increases in Europe. These 5 countries alone make up more than half of global military spending. Across Europe, spending jumped sharply due to the war in Ukraine. And Ukraine itself now ranks 7th in the world, spending over $84 billion. That's around 40% of its economy. So this isn't just more spending, it's a world rearming as wars across the globe continue and the risk of new ones grows. Audrey McAlpine, Al Jazeera, Kyiv.
Ukrainian drones.
All right, like that right there. How loud was that? Because I can hear that siren clear as day through the spaceship wall. All right, whatever. Whatever. Apparently nobody heard it. Great. Okay. Moving on from military spending to actual military conflicts, let's talk Ukraine, which has apparently been targeting Russia's infrastructure in recent days. Oil refinery. Claiming responsibility for this attack. Here is Al Jazeera from yesterday, 18 hours ago.
Ukrainian drones have struck Russia's Tuapse oil refinery on the Black Sea, causing a fire. That's according to Russian authorities. Footage shows smoke billowing from the site. Officials ordered nearby areas to evacuate. The same refinery was hit earlier this month, leading to an oil spill and a blaze that took several days to put out. Russia says Ukraine has been increasingly targeting its oil facilities. Audrey McAlpine joins us live now from Kiev. So the second time, Audrey, this refinery town, Tuapse, has been hit. Do we know what has been impacted on this occasion?
Yeah, this is actually, in fact, the third time in the past 2 weeks that the Tuapse oil refinery has been targeted. On April 16th was the initial strike that caused fires to be struck throughout the refinery. And then again on April the 20th was an additional strike that relit those fires and took out 25 oil storage facilities within the refinery. And then again, we saw overnight additional strikes that have been claimed by the general staff of Ukraine's armed forces. And
okay. Now, there we go. We're going to keep going through these stories here. But as you can see, Ukraine hitting a vital piece of Russia's oil infrastructure here. Am I in the space ghetto? I wouldn't quite call it the space ghetto. I do live in the space city. Well, and, you know, it's not the best neighborhood. What are we doing? Yes, Ukraine. All right, moving on from the oil refinery strikes to a claim coming out of Ukraine against Israel. That's right. Ukraine coming at Israel's government for apparently buying stolen grain from Russian-occupied territories.
a diplomatic spat is unfolding between Ukraine and Israel after Ukraine accused Israel of purchasing stolen grain from Russia. It says that it has intelligence that at least 2 ships this month have docked in its port to unload this grain. And as a result, Ukraine's foreign ministry has summoned the Israeli ambassador. Now, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky responded on Tuesday, posting on X, saying that he would be unveiling a new sanctions package against those who transport and profit from this stolen grain, and that he would
Damn. Honestly, this is the boldest move I've seen out of Volodymyr Zelensky yet. Like, actively going against Israel, one of the United States' most ardent allies. This is the first time he's ever done anything like this. Like, he's been so on Team Israel this whole time for fear of rubbing either the Biden or Trump administration the wrong way. All of a sudden, he's like, you know what? Sanctions. Very sudden shift. I don't know what's
his European partners in future sanctions packages. Now, what is this stolen grain? According to Ukraine, it's any grain that was taken from the 4 Russian-occupied territories, including Crimea. Now, Israel's foreign minister responded, essentially saying that this dispute, for it to take place over social media and between the press, was essentially inappropriate for
inappropriate. This is 2026. Okay. Well, we've made quite a lot of progress, actually. 20, 40, 60. Yeah, not bad. 70 of 95. I've made actual progress. I'm pleased with myself. Pleasantly proud of my progress so far. Might be able to keep this under 9 hours. I would like that. Mostly because I've been trying to keep my health game up. I have not been, over the last couple of years of doing the stream, I have like sacrificed my health many times just to try and make all of this work. And I've been trying to get healthy again. So I've been trying to work out at least once a week, if not more. And, you know, get on my game so we don't have any more health scares. I wouldn't want to be taken out suddenly. What would you all do in the middle of the night, exactly? I wonder about that. I've been thinking about it. I watched a video recently that, like, made me think about what I would do in the case of, like, me suddenly passing away. I've been trying to come up with, like, a system. Like I know sometimes, like, journalists and other sorts of people, spies and things, like, create like a system that will, like, email or whatever, like, transfer data in the case of them not going back. And so I've been thinking, like, okay, like, set up some sort of system where if I don't check in with it, like, once a week, it'll, like, send out some sort of message or something. I don't know. I've just been wondering how you would all know what would happen, you know, if something happened. Trying to come up with a solution to that. I'm not that I'm expecting anything to happen, but, you know, I thought about it in the hospital earlier this year. Anyway, I don't know what I'm talking about this. But the point I was making is I'm just trying to stay healthy for all of you so that I can continue to do the stream. 5 nights a week, 8 hours a day, as best as I can. Last week was an aberration, of course, due to our demonetization. I've been rather depressed. It's been very difficult getting through this, trying to figure out what the fuck we're going to do next to fight this unfair demonetization while I watch everyone else do the exact same thing I do. Let's go down to Africa now. Talk about what's happening in the rather large but rarely talked about country of Mali, where some serious turmoil is taking place. Because we don't talk about Mali nearly enough, but they currently live under what is effectively a military dictatorship. It's a fake government. It's like what Myanmar is doing, right? But less democratic somehow. Because of course what's happening there is not very democratic at all. But basically lacking any democracy here in Mali. Military did a coup quite a while ago, and they've been in power ever since. But there's been some turmoil, fighting. And unfortunately, the people that are fighting the military coup, really I would not classify them as being better. I feel two groups of people I don't think should be in power fighting each other for power. At least that's what it would seem.
Behind the unprecedented attack scene in Mali, which began Saturday, two unlikely groups have joined forces to confront the government. On one side, Al-Qaeda-linked jihadist Janim formed in 2017. The group is led by Iyad al-Ghali. He's suspected of war crimes and crimes against humanity by the International Criminal Court. Ghali seeks to impose Sharia law in Mali and other countries in the region, including Niger and Burkina Faso. Over the past few years, the group has carried out attacks against the ruling junta and recently decided to ally with the FLA. The FLA, or the Azawad Liberation Front, is a Tuareg rebel group that advocates for the independence of territory located in northern Mali. But within the movement, there is no unanimous support for the establishment of Sharia law.
There had been connections forming between them for a little over a year. But this openly assumed partnership is something different.
The ruling junta in Mali, in power for 5 years, has been led by General Assimi Goïta. It relies on Russian support to maintain its power after the departure of Wagner troops in June 2025. This support is channeled through Africa Corps. The unit is directly controlled by the Russian government.
Well, there you have it. Military junta versus a group of people who want to do Sharia law. So it's Sharia law versus martial law. Basically, neither. If we could do neither, that'd be great. But that's what's happening here right now. Effectively, one theocratic faction versus one military faction up against each other.
Head of
Fucked either way. Yeah, kinda. And of course, UN peacekeepers were forced out of Mali, I think back in 2024. We talked about that when it happened. And since then, things have just sort of spiraled. Spiraled a shock of shocks. UN peacekeepers left Mali and things sort of started falling apart. No one could have predicted that. Definitely not me. I didn't say this was a bad sign when it happened. I said, totally fine, not a big deal. Barely an inconvenience, actually. Totally fine. No way this goes wrong. All right. Now to Sudan. Very unfortunately, a conflict continues to rage there internally as well. And millions continue to face an acute food crisis. Here is Al Jazeera from yesterday.
This is where Marasi Al-Fadil and her children came to seek safety.
Whoops.
There's not much here. An incomplete building in a compound in Durman in Sudan's capital Khartoum. They fled from the city of El Fasher 6 months ago. She escaped from a siege imposed by the Rapid Support Forces as they moved to take control of the city. Marasi says hunger made her leave just days before the paramilitary group overran El Fasher.
The siege made life hard. Goods could not come in. Anyone who attempted to bring in food was detained or killed. And there was daily shelling, so we couldn't even go to the market. And if we did, things were very expensive because of the siege.
The siege on El Fasher lasted 18 months before the RSF took full control last October. It created a hunger crisis so severe the UN declared famine. Famine was also declared in Kornoy and Umbero in North Darfur and in Kadugli in South Kordofan, also because of an RSF siege there and several other areas.
Yep, this war has been going on way too long. Since before I ever started the stream, it's been going on. Same for the war in Ukraine. When will it all end? I do not know. And of course, the starvation crisis is only going to be affected further by the war in Iran and the blockading of the waterways, as Sudan's only port is on the Red Sea, and it's already limited shipping going on right now. You had in the Houthis potentially blockading the strait at some point. It could really go south for Sudan very quickly. Speaking of the war in Iran, Iran's foreign minister has been out there shaking hands and meeting with foreign dignitaries, trying to broker peace, or some facsimile of it. Here's the AP from 2 days ago, where Abbas Araghchi met with the Sultan of Oman. No sound. Very good to meet you, sir. Yes, it's a pleasure. Oh, it's a great, beautiful honor to meet you, yes. Good handshake. Well, okay, I don't know what they're saying. I don't know what they're saying. Bunch of niceties, you'd assume. Since the reporters are in the room still. No mics, unfortunately, so we have no idea what was said here. But that wasn't the only people that Araghchi met with this week, also visiting with Russian counterparts yesterday, after meeting with Pakistani dignitaries on the same day. This guy is all over the place. Wow, is it snowing in St. Petersburg?
This is ridiculous!
Good God, snow still? That was jarring. Let me try this again here. Do some subtitles. The United States approaches caused the last round of talks to fail. To fail to reach results despite progress that had been made. their excessive demands and wrong approaches that they adopted. It was necessary to review the latest situation with our friends in Pakistan, and praise to Allah, it was a very good visit. We reviewed what has happened so far and under what conditions the talks can continue. There you go. Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi of Iran on a veritable... my brain just... This is what happens when we get late in the stream. 7 hours in. God, this is early. 6.5 hours. I think it's because I'm broken inside. That's probably the main reason. You know, what can I say? I'm not as peppy as I would like to be. I feel beaten down, you know? I've been on this emotional roller coaster with YouTube. First we get the whole channel taken away, then we get it back. We have monetization, then we don't. I have $700, then I have $0. It's all, you know, not great and frustrating. Great and not frustrating, and not great and very frustrating. And emotionally, it's draining me. What can I say? But a veritable world tour for Abbas Araghchi, meeting up with all sorts of foreign leaders, trying to broker peace. Although I do worry, maybe in vain, considering he does not represent the IRGC, and the United States and Israel are nowhere to be seen. Israel would prefer this continue indefinitely, especially one Benjamin Netanyahu, who's continuing to try to avoid any accountability for anything he's done during his prime ministership. However, two former prime ministers are working together in an effort to unseat him. Here's the AP from yesterday.
Israel is gearing up for elections later this year, and already candidates are staking out positions for the race. Two major opposition figures, Naftali Bennett and Yair Lapid, have announced that they will join forces in a bid to unseat Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Bennett and Lapid are former partners who rotated the Prime Minister's job for a brief period in 2021 and 22. This time, the two men now say they will unite into a single party under Bennett's leadership. Israeli governments are formed through coalitions of various parties, so an alliance had been expected, but with Lapid stepping aside, Bennett has now emerged as the clear challenger to Netanyahu to be the next prime minister.
Now this could be hugely problematic for Benjamin Netanyahu here, because unlike with the democracy here in the United States, the constitutionary, what do you call it? The parliamentary, I think, what was the form of government? I can't remember it now in Israel. The point is, he's a prime minister, which is dependent upon seats in parliament. If a coalition is formed and that coalition creates a majority, it would supersede his party's majority and effectively force him out of the prime ministership, and a snap election would happen for within the party, the new party, for a new prime minister, which would open up old Benny boy here to all the things he's been trying to avoid, like the trial. You know, that corruption trial he's so very much been trying to not deal with.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is testifying in his ongoing corruption trial after a 2-month pause. The long-running trial, which has begun in 2020, has been repeatedly interrupted, first by the war in Gaza and more recently the conflict with Iran.
For 6 years. This trial will begin in 2020. It is 2026. This guy still he's still managed to filibuster the trial for more than half a decade and continues to be the prime minister facing zero consequences for this shit. It is wild. No wonder he and Trump have been so chummy. Basically the same guy.
Netanyahu's testified 80 times so far in a case that includes charges of bribery as well as fraud and breach of trust. We're going to cross now to Noor Rodi. She's following developments from near Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. So this long-running trial finally back in session. Remind us what the Prime Minister is accused of and why there have been so many delays, Noor.
Well, this is one of several trials, Rob. This one in particular has to do with Netanyahu, or the accusation that Benjamin Netanyahu exchanged influence for favorable coverage. This has to do with regulatory policies concerning a news outlet and changes that happened to those policies in exchange for Netanyahu getting favorable coverage. And they include bribery, they include breach of trust, they include using influence in an unlawful manner. Of course, Netanyahu denies all of those charges, but he has benefited from the several wars that he's launched since 2023 to delay these trials.
Yeah. Benjamin Netanyahu and his lawyers managed to keep him on the right side of, or the wrong side of, prison bars or any sort of consequences for his actions internally in Israel. This has nothing to do with the genocide, of course. Israel is not attempting to hold him accountable for that. This is just for internal corruption in the country. Oh my God. How he's managed to do that for that long is truly incredible to me. 6 years. 6 years. This guy has just skirted justice. Yes, a monster of historic proportion, undoubtedly, Becat. Did you tolerate it from the stomach? I don't know what that means. All right, let's go to the West Bank quickly, as military invasion of the West Bank and occupation has intensified. People there continuing to live under an increased state of terror.
Israeli forces moving into Kufr Aqab, just north of occupied East.
I mean, just look at this. I mean, it's a military invasion. You have troops with guns walking the streets.
Troops spread through the streets and alleyways, taking up positions at intersections. Rifles trained on residential buildings. In the nearby Qalandia refugee camp, Israeli military vehicles push deeper into densely populated streets. Residents say homes are no longer places of safety, but targets in a widening campaign of raids across the Israeli-occupied West Bank.
We were sleeping peacefully in our homes like everyone else when we were surprised to find the army storming our 7-story building. They evicted all residents from the building.
Witnesses describe entire buildings being taken over during the raids. Families ordered out with little warning and no time to gather belongings and nowhere to go.
Yep, I'm afraid just same old story here. Israel continuing to wage a campaign of terror against Palestinians in the West Bank with their military occupation, the illegal military occupation of that territory. When it will end, I do not know. I wish I had an answer for this. I have been looking to the freaking stars for guidance on that. Haven't found an answer, I'm afraid. I wish I could tell you different, Space Vamps. Meanwhile, continuing with broken records, repetition of Israel's behavior, once again now to the north in Lebanon, where Israel released a new video showing it violating the ceasefire. Jesus Christ.
This is ridiculous.
Okay, it's just mass demolition. They're just going around doing mass demolitions. This isn't an airstrike. This is the way that these are happening. These are planned demolitions. They all happen simultaneously and local to the buildings themselves. They claim they're in a ceasefire and they're doing demolitions, mass demolitions across southern Lebanon. I cannot impress upon everyone how much of a violation of the fucking ceasefire this is. It's
MIDI Doctors
fucking...
just shared 400 bits.
MIDI Doctors, thank you for the bits. No message, I'll take it still. Much appreciated. This is a fucking travesty. This is a fucking travesty of justice.
This is ridiculous.
I just want us to watch this again. This is a very quick clip, but this is fucking nonsense. It's just a peaceful looking hillside town. Then Israel came along.
Be best. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
And yet, even with those sorts of things being released, we have France 24 releasing a video with the title Hezbollah Israel ceasefire under strain, quote unquote, under strain. I'm putting the quotes in. This is just to make sure that everybody understands. This is a direct quote from France 24's fucking title. It's under strain, everybody. Okay, it's not violated. It's not Israel violate ceasefire. It's ceasefire under strain. The fake Hezbollah Israel ceasefire, because of course Hezbollah and Israel never got into a ceasefire. So the fake ceasefire is under strain, everybody. I just hope everybody understands what we're talking about right now. Everything's fine.
Joining me now from Jerusalem is Noga Tarnapovsky. Noga, what more can you tell us about the situation unfolding in southern Lebanon?
Well, it's more than southern Lebanon at this point. Israel has also been striking targets north of its self-imposed kind of buffer zone in southern Lebanon. And I can tell you that from the Israeli government, what we're hearing is they're basically testing the edges of this envelope of the ceasefire now. They consider that this ceasefire is
They're
all
testing
but
the envelope.
ended. All the
They're testing. What a bunch of propagandistic nonsense. They're testing the end of the ceasefire. Good one, France 24.
Give me a
Always
joke.
got jokes. Always got jokes over there, France 24. When it comes to these things that Israel gets into, they're just testing the fringes of the ceasefire. Does mass planned demolitions count as a violation? Does obliterating bridges count as a violation? Yes, and yes. Of course it is. And Israel never, ever, ever sticks to the ceasefire. There's not a single ceasefire that Israel has actually stuck to in full and in spirit. Both in spirit and in practice. They have not done it one time. For the last 2.5 years. The closest thing to it would have been like the Ramadan ceasefire, like 3 months into it. And even that one was violated because they didn't even end the blockade during that one. This is the closest thing to the act. Like every other ceasefire has been grossly violated time and time again. And I think they actually killed some people during that Ramadan ceasefire too. So yeah, they've just been testing the waters on how much they can violate ceasefires over and over again, and it's clearly at will and as much as they want, because the United States isn't going to hold them accountable, and neither is anybody else apparently. Israel says the darndest things. It's true. It's true.
And there are questions surrounding Israel's sincerity.
All right. Moving on from Lebanon to the Strait talk. Oh, Strait talk. Talk about the Strait of Hormuz. Iran is attempting to decouple the waterway entirely from any sort of negotiations with the United States, which would certainly be a strategic loss for America.
US media outlet Axios is reporting that Iran has put forward a new proposal to the United States. It's been communicated to Washington via Pakistani mediators. Tehran has proposed that a ceasefire between...
Oh, I'll be right back, Space Fams. I've left my tea across the goddamn space station.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Burb.
US and Israel, the US, Israel and Iran be extended indefinitely or that hostilities be ended permanently. Future talks on Iran's nuclear program are conditional and will only be held at a later stage. Tehran wants the American naval blockade of Iran lifted. Washington has reportedly received the Iranian proposal, but it's unclear whether it's being considered by negotiators.
Oh, that's much better.
Tania Thafa is the executive director of the Gulf International Forum, a think tank that's based in Washington, D.C. She's here in the studio with us now in Doha. Good to see you again. Is there any basis in what we just heard there for a negotiating path if, as President Trump says, the U.S. holds all the cards? I mean, from a Gulf perspective, does Washington have the leverage here, or is Tehran's position perhaps much stronger than President Trump would like to admit?
Well, I think when the U.S. blocked Iran in the Strait of Hormuz, it did increase U.S. leverage. But if you hear what the Iranians are proposing, they're trying to separate or decouple, if you will, the nuclear issue from the Strait of Hormuz issue, and use the Strait of Hormuz to stop the U.S. blockade and end the war, ideally from their perspective. So it seems like...
Yeah, I thought I was muted that whole time. I think I accidentally muted myself thinking I'd been muted while I was grabbing tea. So, I mean, so everyone understands what's happening here. If the Strait of Hormuz being opened and or closed were decoupled from the nuclear negotiations and the end to the war, that would mean even if Donald Trump got everything that existed and more in the JCPOA, we would still be it would still be a strategic loss, because an incredibly vital waterway to international trade would be controlled indefinitely, in perpetuity, it would seem, by Iran until somebody challenges them. But, I mean, if it's completely decoupled from the talks, then you would think they'd be basically banking. I don't know what the numbers, the estimates are on how much money they would make if they were charging $5 million per ship. But I think it's like $500 million a day or something like that, maybe more. If it were at like full capacity.
Not even going to the negotiation about the core issues and the reasons this war, from the U.S. perspective, was started. It seems like the Strait of Hormuz set back the negotiations.
Oh boy, got somebody spamming in the chat. All right, not necessarily spamming. You're just the only person chatting. I don't know how long you've been at this for. Now, DC wants to be a state all of a sudden? What does that mean? All of a sudden? What do you... DC has wanted to be a state for quite some time. That's not new. That's not... Just so you know. People have been wanting DC statehood. The people in DC, specifically. Decades, my understanding. They have been not afforded that for reasons, concerns that the president would favor his district, if you will, over others. That's a long-standing thing. That's not all of a sudden. I don't know where you got that from.
From being focused on the nuclear issue to being focused on the Strait of Hormuz.
Yes, the nuclear issue is Washington's red line, though, isn't it?
Yes, the nuclear issue is Washington's red line, and it seems before this, when the Iranians and the Americans have been negotiating, the nuclear issue was much more of an issue at the table.
You thought negotiations were over? They are over, but we're still talking about them like they're possible. Everybody is doing that because they're desperate for there to be no negotiations, because this is causing fucking chaos for most of us. Higher gas prices. And soon higher prices for everything as the effects continue to make their way downstream from producers. Plastic shortage right now, fertilizer shortage. It's a real problem. You're telling me that the residents of DC don't want to be a state? According to what poll? You're just making a claim. You claim it's just politicians who want statehood in DC, and nobody there wants statehood. They can't be bothered with it. They don't want the same rights afforded to everyone. They don't want their own representative in government. They prefer representation without... they prefer taxation without representation. Is that what you're telling me? According to what? I'm responding to a vertical chatter, everyone. You have one unhinged individual making some strange, outlandish claims on the vertical chat. What can I say? They come out of the woodwork. Let's keep talking about the Strait. Take a look at the Strait in all of its glory as it remains blockaded. Double blocked. The double blockade. Ships continuing to wait. People aboard. I assume going stir crazy at this point. You're just going by some post you saw yesterday? Who posted that? Is that what you do? You just base everything. You just see a post and you're like, that must be factual. Who posted it? A news organization? Or just some rando? You're sorry? Yeah, honestly. If you're not gonna even kind of try to back up your claims, it's probably for the best. Doesn't seem very productive. Just gonna make a bunch of bold assertions without any evidence for it. I saw it on Instagram.
You're a moron.
As you can see, not a lot going on in the strait, just a fuck ton of boats stuck. Not doing anything, their crew also stuck. Waiting to do anything other than sit there. At some point, they're going to have to abandon those ships. I don't know how long it's going to take for that to happen. All right, staying on the straight talk. The White House. Caroline Leavitt came out and talked about the new proposal being discussed, which Trump made the claim of. I can't remember what day it was now. The day that he said the ceasefire was done? He said that he sent him a or like a 10-point proposal or something. I can't remember. He was like 10 minutes before or something like that. So they sent him a proposal which was not good enough, but now they're going over it apparently.
So the White House has confirmed that an Iranian proposal to end the war is under discussion. Caroline Leavitt says while it's being considered, Washington's red lines remain in place.
I will confirm the president has met with his national security team this morning. The meeting may be ongoing, maybe not. I don't want to speak affirmatively because I was prepping to come out here, but the proposal was being discussed. I don't want to get ahead of the president or his national security team. What I will reiterate is that the president's red lines with respect to Iran have been made very, very clear, not just to the American public, but also to them as well.
Alan, the Iranian proposal apparently under discussion. Do we know who's looking at it and when perhaps there may be a response?
Are with Donald Trump in the Oval Office, or certainly have been. Donald Trump is still in the Oval Office at the moment. It'd be wrong to say that this meeting is only about the Iranian proposal. They're actually discussing the next stages. There is every possibility, of course, that Donald Trump could announce an end to the temporary ceasefire. He could announce that the bombing is going to start again, or it could be that he is willing to send a team to Pakistan. You'll remember that everything seemed to be set for talks at the weekend. Then on Saturday morning, he decided that he was pulling Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner from the trip. He said it was far too to go, too long a trip, 18 hours with nothing concrete to discuss. And then on Truth Social on Saturday morning, he urged Iran to call him with some new ideas, saying that the United States had all the cards. It's clear the United States has a number of red lines. Donald Trump has said
all the cards. And yet we clearly don't have all the cards. Donald Trump said last week, he said that Iran, it's up to Iran. He literally said, look, they have my phone number. They'll call. They'll call. Whenever they're ready, they'll call. The guy's a fucking lunatic. All right, Space Fams, we are making huge progress through this. Running out of vids for tonight. Running out of vids. I'm making a lot more progress than I thought I would. Feels like I'm getting, even though I don't have my same sort of energy right now, I have managed to get through this. So I'm at least up to pace. I've at least caught up to pace, right? Perhaps not achieving the level of valuetainment that you all expect. I don't know. I can't tell from your end. I don't know what you're feeling inside. All right, let's go here, Al Jazeera English from yesterday, talk about a new Strait of Hormuz proposal that's emerged. Yes, tell us, Al Jazeera. Tell us about this proposal.
The Trump administration says the U.S. president has discussed a new proposal from Iran with his top national security advisors.
I would just say that there was a discussion this morning that I don't want to get ahead of, and you'll hear directly from the president, I'm sure, on this topic very soon.
The White House says the plan could see the Strait of Hormuz reopened, with talks on Iran's nuclear program delayed until later. But officials say Washington's core demands have not changed. They include keeping the vital shipping route open and Iran handing over its enriched uranium. Meanwhile, Iran's foreign minister says Tehran is considering a request from the United States to restart talks. Abbas Araghchi made the comments on social media after meeting Russian President Vladimir Putin in St. Petersburg. He says negotiations have stalled because of what he called Washington's destructive habits and changing demands. Putin also used the meeting to signal Russia's support for efforts to restore stability in the Middle East. Al-Migdad Al-Rohaid is live in Tehran, but let's get over to Mike Hanna first of all. At the White House, Mike, Trump did meet with his national security team. What was on the agenda there? What's really been revealed?
Well, not very much has been revealed at all. We heard that statement from the press secretary a number of hours ago. She said at the end of that statement that she doesn't want to get ahead of the national security team or indeed the president, and he will want to perhaps have something to say about it later. But there has been nothing. There's been a complete lid about what was discussed during that meeting between President Trump and his national security team. It was so tight that we do not know exactly who in his national security team was present at that meeting. Normally, there is some form of readout or some form of more information fleshing out the details of a meeting like this, but there has been nothing. There has been a lid about who was there and, in fact, in particular, what was discussed. Now,
Yes. So, big discussions around the Strait of Hormuz. What was discussed? Who the fuck knows? Apparently nobody. So very constructive. A lot for me to go on there. It just feels like things are... I'm watching it all just get worse. Like, we've been doing this stream for 2 and nearly a half years. It's incredible to think about it in those terms. I remember when I first started this, I was like, there's no way this is going to work out. There's no way this is going to work. But I never gave up. And here we are, demonetized.
Never give up. Never surrender.
Oh, shut up. We do continue to grow. We're almost at 2,000 subs on YouTube.
I'm being repressed.
Over 1,200 followers on Twitch. Twitch has been really keeping up with YouTube lately, actually. Been impressive to watch. Okay. Here's the AP from yesterday. Let's see how seafarers are holding up. Stuck aboard these tankers in the strait.
Kami di sini sudah 1 bulan.
Our ship has been here almost 1 month now. On the day we docked on March 3rd, it was already a drone attack.
Serangan drone. Pertama waktu saya baru tiba di sini,
we didn't know where it was coming from, but
pelabuhan begitu sandar ada serangan drone, cuman tidak tahu drone dari mana.
We got information that it was from Iran. It exploded near an oil tank close to our ship.
Full oil dekat kapal kita. Itu kan kami sudah terbiasa lewat situ karena biasa 1 bulan sekali.
We normally pass Hormuz once or twice every month on the way from the Persian Gulf to the Oman Gulf.
Di bawah situ Sohar Oman. Jadi kita passing dan di situ banyak sekali kapal karena
there were so many ships that wanted to go in and out in the area, but there were a lot of Iranian patrol ships.
Banyak patroli juga, jadi kita selalu dimonitor dan untuk di sana masih tegang sih.
So that we were always being monitored. And the situation is still so tense and no one dares to pass. It's very tense. Until now, we are still afraid that conflict will start again. There will be another drone attack. But until now, it's still safe. Yeah, he's safe, but you're still stuck. Safe but stuck. I guess that's an improvement over unsafe and stuck. Okay. Now, while you and everybody else is paying more for gasoline, and we're all paying more for energy prices, all of these other things coming down the pipeline, one group of people are living the dream right now. And that is, of course, oil producers. Companies like British Petroleum announcing record profits, more than double the previous quarter, as the Iran war sends prices skyward. Basically, these guys are basically just printing money. It doesn't cost them any more to get the oil out of the ground. Now they're selling it all for a premium. Drink it in America. Oh, don't do that. You can't afford to do that. Health-wise, as well as, you know.
Now, the UK energy giant BP has just released its latest results, and it made profits of $3.2 billion in the past 3 months. That is way more than expected and double this time last year, as soaring energy prices is boosting earnings. They're the first results under the new chief executive, Meg O'Neill, and will be seen by some as a vindication of its pivot back to fossil fuels. BP has been torn by a shareholder row over the future of the company, which flared up.
Well, there you go. British Petroleum making an extra $3.4 billion in profit as the result of increased oil prices, while the rest of us get to pay double at the pump. What a fun time for them. What a fun time for them. Now, while British Petroleum is making record profits, the United Arab Emirates, in a shock, exited the Oil Producers Energy Consortium, or whatever it's called, OPEC. CNN on the story from 14 hours ago.
The United Arab Emirates says that it is withdrawing from OPEC and OPEC+. OPEC is a decades-old cartel of the world's largest oil-producing exporters. The energy minister says that it will make it easier for the UAE to meet changing demand, but it is a major blow to OPEC at a time when the Iran war has triggered a global energy crisis and as the price of oil hits 3-week highs. CNN's Eleni Diokos joins me now from Dubai. Eleni, and so with the UAE, the United Arab Emirates says...
You know, sorry. I realized, I was like, I think I'm wrong. I think I'm wrong about what that stands for. I just looked it up. OPEC does not stand for whatever I just said. It's the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries. Same idea, different words.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Making this announcement today, I believe they are the third or fourth largest producer.
You know, it is and this is not to toot my own horn, but you know, I'm being accused of being inauthentic, which is why I'm being demonetized right now. And yet I feel like there's so many like political content creators who are unwilling to admit when they're wrong. Me, when I'm wrong, I admit it. And when I think I'm wrong, I fact check myself. You know, when I even have the slightest inkling that maybe I may be wrong about something, I look it up. And yet, inauthentic, low effort is what they're all saying. And by everyone, I mean YouTube.
Help! I'm being repressed!
Among OPEC members, talk about the significance here and the impact that it's already having within the region.
Yeah, it's the third largest producer within OPEC, and it's really significant. I mean, frankly, it's a bombshell announcement today, Biana. You know, they joined in 1967, one of the founding members, and that was just a few years before the formation of the UAE. And this is, you know, really going to shape what we see in the oil markets. And you were talking about WTI, you know, responding quite aggressively on the back of this news. And we've seen an increase in oil prices as we hear one of the oldest members withdrawing from this organization.
Shockwaves sent through the oil markets. Oil nearly at $100 a barrel the last time I looked. Continuing to trend back upwards after a brief dip. Testing the highs of the year. Not good. Not good. And it's up again. Actually, it's over $100 a barrel now. $103 a barrel. Omnipotent Drift. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. All right. Brent is at 114. Thank you, Midi, for the update. Wow, we have crude and Brent now. All the prices. It's not good. It's not good, Space Fans, is what I'm saying. What we're saying around here. All right. Done with oil on the Strait of Hormuz for now, but let's talk about Friedrich Merz, the Chancellor of Germany. Had some words for the United States on our supposed strategy, our concept of a plan for this debacle.
Die Amerikaner haben offensichtlich keine Strategie.
The Americans clearly have no strategy. And the problem with conflicts like this is always that it's not enough just to get in. You also have to get out. We saw that all too painfully in Afghanistan for 20 years. We saw it in Iraq.
Ich erkenne im Augenblick nicht, welche.
At the moment, I can't tell what strategic exit the Americans are even pursuing. Especially since the Iranians are obviously negotiating very skillfully. Or perhaps very skillfully refusing to negotiate. And then letting the Americans travel to Islamabad, only to send them back without any results. An entire nation is being humiliated by the Iranian leadership. God damn, Friedrich Merz not at all parsing words here. Calling out basically Donald Trump for having zero strategy. Claiming we're basically getting played by Iran, the whole nation, all of America. All right, Space Fams. We're at the very end of the clips. a couple left here. Al Jazeera English with one more on this Chancellor Mertz thing, and then the Al Jazeera live stream.
Chancellor Frederick Mertz.
Wow. You went even faster than I thought we would go.
Criticized the Trump administration for going into the war without any strategy. Speaking at a school event, he said the U.S. is being humiliated by Iran's leadership, adding that Tehran is gaining the upper hand in stalled talks.
Look how low effort I am celebrating doing a slightly less than 8-hour stream. God.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Now, German Chancellor Friedrich Merz has criticized the Trump administration for going into the war without any strategy. Speaking at a school event, he said the U.S. is being humiliated by Iran's leadership, adding that Tehran is gaining the upper hand in stalled talks.
The Americans clearly have no strategy. And the problem with conflicts like this is always that it's not enough just to get in. You also have to get out. We saw that all too painfully in Afghanistan for 20 years. We saw it in Iraq.
Okay, everybody. Whoopsies, that's the wrong one. There we go. And, well, I guess it's that time. Great job, everybody. Great job, everybody, for making it this far. 7.5 hours of galactic streaming. Your stoic resolve is noted. Yay. It's already been a tiresome week. It's not even really... All right, it's fully Wednesday at least. The very beginning of Wednesday. Just the cusp. Just the cusp of Wednesday. This guy spitting facts. You mean Friedrich? Yeah. Yeah, he was making a lot of sense. Saying a lot of sensible things. Very based things, unexpected things, coming from the Chancellor of Germany. All right, everybody. Al Jazeera English live stream. Get us most caught up.
Accusing Hezbollah of working for Iran. What we are doing is not treason, he said. Treason was committed by those who take their country to war for foreign interests. Illegal. He added, his goal is to reach an end to the state of war with Israel. Others believe negotiations are about disarming Hezbollah.
Negotiations are giving Israel time to continue destroying our towns. Since the last conflict in 2024, the government failed to stop Israeli strikes. The resistance will liberate our lands like they did in the past.
Political divisions are deepening.
The U.S. is pushing for peace between Israel and Lebanon. There is opposition here. It's not just Hezbollah, which is threatening instability. The U.S. and Israel are also pushing for Hezbollah's disarmament, which the Lebanese government says it is committed to do.
Hezbollah says it won't surrender as Israel maintains pressure by escalating and expanding its airstrikes. There's concern.
There was a war when I was born, when I became a mother, and I will become a grandmother, and there will still be war. We want this to end. There is no other way but through negotiations.
Negotiations have yet to start, and while Lebanon's leaders say their priority is a permanent ceasefire and Israel's withdrawal from southern Lebanon, the priority of Israel and the United States is Hezbollah's disarmament. Zana Khuder, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
Survivors of earlier Israeli airstrikes in Lebanon are trying to find ways to cope with...
It's not just that. I mean, Israel's goal is to expand its border and its territory. They've done it. They've certainly done it right now. They occupy 20% of Lebanon. When the settlements are coming, I don't know. But I can almost guarantee you they're going to try it. Although... I think it's going to be way harder to do such a thing. But if the United States doesn't back down on supporting Israel, it continues the war right now, Israel continues to get funding like they are, I don't see why they wouldn't be emboldened to do such a thing, as they've now pushed even further into the territory, further than they've been in, I don't know how long, perhaps ever. I'm trying to think how far they made it in the last big invasion. Not the one from 2000, whatever, I think people know what I'm saying here.
A wave of attacks earlier this month killed more than 350 people and injured 1,000. This is the story of one woman from Beirut's southern suburbs who was in a 4-story building hit by an Israeli missile.
أنا فاطمة تقي الناجية بضربة حي السلم اللي بيقولوا عنه نهار الأربعاء الأسود. هيدا النهار اللي ضربوا فيه بكذا منطقة.
I'm a survivor of the strike they call Black Wednesday. My aunt and my sister-in-law were killed in that strike. In that moment, all I could think about was holding my daughter and hearing the sound of the missile. I didn't even realize what was happening until the building started collapsing over my head, hitting me from above. When the building fully collapsed, I felt a slab on my back, and I couldn't breathe. I didn't think about myself, only about my daughter, as stones were falling on us, on me, and on her head. She started screaming. My daughter's only 2 years old. This is fucking horrifying. Oh, God. Oh, this is the problem with me doing live stream stuff. I'm not prepared for some of this. Good Lord. My body was shattered. My pelvis was broken. When they pulled me out, I lost consciousness and found myself in the hospital. I stayed in the hospital for 5 days before they operated on my pelvis, which had 3 fractures. I asked them not to discharge me because I had nowhere to go. I had lost my home, everything. My husband managed to rent a ground floor home for me. He borrowed a bed for me. I can't move from the bed. I need a month and a half of treatment. And I am bedridden. My medications I've already taken on debt twice to buy them. I need daily injections for a month. And everything I've been through, this nightmare, the only thing I thank God for is that my daughter and I are still alive. She gave me the strength to call for help and to keep going. My daughter is my whole life.
You're watching Al Jazeera. A reminder of our top stories this hour. The UK's King Charles has delivered a message of unity during his first trip to the United States as monarch. The visit comes at a time of growing transatlantic tension. King Charles is heading to New York on day 3 of his 4-day state visit. US President Donald Trump says Iran has reached out and has asked Washington to lift its blockade on Iranian ports. Trump claims Iran is in what he's calling a state of collapse. Both sides are trying to negotiate an end to the war. And Russia says the UAE's decision to leave OPEC will eventually increase oil production and bring down prices. The UAE announced it'll leave the oil-producing cartel on Friday. The
Okay. Well, I think that's a good place for us to call it here tonight. I will, of course, try and continue to bring you streams throughout the week. Unfortunately, we're still demonetized on YouTube. I'm working in the background on formulating a way, some sort of campaign to get us re-monetized. I don't anticipate getting that money back, but just having the monetization back would be nice at some point in the future. As we certainly depend on it. We don't make very much from the clicks, but honestly, we make like an extra, I don't know, $80, $90 a month from views, clicks on YouTube. Not a ton of money, but it helps. Every little bit helps with trying to keep things afloat around here. I'm just trying to stay positive as best as I can. Continue to do the streams until I can no longer do them. But suffice to say, probably do a midweek report. Or at least another couple of streams before the weekend. So far, though, things not great. Well, we got through another stream. It's quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. But wait, that's not all. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afrobonics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moe Noip, Nadia, Choki, Skelt, Selena, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, P. Cypher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rica, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Urban Horologist, HBX, Manda, Rory Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslight Tocracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Benny Hanna 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the Six, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perfexel, Winnie and Robin, and Young Chris. That's right, all of these people here have helped produce a show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. However, just a reminder, some of you have missed your payments in April. I know it's been difficult with Operation Epstein Fury causing gas prices to skyrocket, and that's why all month I haven't taken anybody down from the list, nor taken down their avatars. But when the month of May comes around, that rule may change. We will see. I know times are tough, but considering YouTube just got taken down monetarily, times are pretty tough around here, and we need your help more than ever. So just double check to make sure that your payment went through. If in fact, that is what you'd like.